Chapter 1402. Lin Xian sat in front of the 10,000 streaks of demonic lightning, closed his eyes, and began to meditate. The surrounding lightning continued to attack Lin Xian, causing his body to suffer great damage. However, Lin Xian's endurance was not something an ordinary person could compare to. Time slowly passed. At this time, people from far away started to arrive at Burial Mountain one after another. When they saw that hundreds of people were seriously injured, they were shocked. Those people also opened their eyes. Sima family head, Changyun supremacy, Hua Manor Lord, what happened? An old man looked at them with a shocked expression. They also opened their eyes. So it's the Tian family head and the Lu family head from Guangzhou City. Sima Lian also stood up. Who released this spatial seal? A young man. Oh. Then your injuries. It's a long story. Please destroy this spatial seal. Then, an old man directly took action and destroyed the spatial seal released by Lin Xian. The people inside were seriously injured, so the people outside naturally did not have to worry about them snatching the spiritual item of heaven and earth. Wu Yuhan frowned slightly. She stood there and did not leave, and those people did not attack her. There was no need for that. At this time, their gazes fell on the 10,000 streaks of demonic lightning in the sky. This is 10,000 streaks of demonic lightning. The new group of people revealed shocked expressions. Yes. No wonder it could release such a powerful aura and heaven and earth phenomenon. Could it be that you were injured by the 10,000 streaks of demonic lightning? Sima Lian said, no, it's a powerful demonic beast. They looked at the corpse of the devil-eyed tiger. It's actually the devil-eyed tiger. They revealed shocked expressions. Fortunately, at this moment, they were simply overjoyed. No battle, no injuries, just waiting to reap the benefits. Then this old man will kindly accept these 10,000 streaks of demonic lightning. One of the old men said. Sima Lian and the others clenched their fists. They were really unhappy. After fighting for an entire night and suffering such serious injuries, in the end, it was all for someone else. Damn it. He. Patriarch Lu, what do you mean by that? Why does this demonic lightning belong to Patriarch Lu? Another old man said coldly. This was human nature. I'm of the lightning attribute, so I happen to be able to refine the 10,000 evil bolts of lightning. I might even be able to advance to the heavenly Tao realm in passing, providing greater help to humanity's combat strength. This should be mine, right? Family head Lu said. Ha, my son is also of the lightning attribute. At such a young age, he is already about to break through to the absolute stage. In terms of potential and future, this 10,000 bolts of demonic lightning should belong to my son, right? Is family head Tian going to make a move? Family head Lu's aura surged. Spiritual objects of heaven and earth can be obtained by those who are capable. Let's give it a try. All right. Then, a new group of experts started fighting. As for the Sima clan and the others, they didn't stop them. If they started fighting, perhaps they would still have a chance to fight for the 10,000 flashes of demon lightning. As for that youth just now, he had probably already been annihilated by the 10,000 flashes of demon lightning. Ding! Absorption of the 10,000 demonic lightning is at 80%. Ding! The current progress is 81%. Ding! System notifications kept ringing in Lin Xian's mind. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood. What was the situation now? Lin Xian could absorb the 10,000 flashes of demon lightning, but this continuous bombardment of lightning made Lin Xian really want to die. Law of creation. Continue to repair it. Really, if not for the law of creation constantly repairing Lin Xian's body, Lin Xian would really die. Moreover, Lin Xian had a divine body. The effect of the divine body was to rapidly heal injuries. Even if Lin Xian's arm was cut off, it could be regenerated in a short period of time. However, the 10,000 flashes of demon lightning were attacking every inch of Lin Xian's body. His divine body was constantly repairing and constantly being injured. After such a long period of time, the burden was somewhat unbearable. Fortunately, he had the law of creation. However, to be honest, without this body, Lin Xian would have turned into ashes long ago. This divine body was too terrifying. The speed of recovery was too exaggerated. After a long time, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He had completely absorbed the 10,000 flashes of demon lightning. At the same time, Lin Xian's aura was soaring. He was ready to advance. Whoosh! Suddenly, the light above the void dissipated. Lin Xian's figure descended from the sky. At the same time, everyone who was fighting stopped and looked at him in disbelief. Wu Yuhan was pleasantly surprised. What? The 10,000 flashes of demon lightning were refined? How is that possible? There's actually someone in the light of the 10,000 flashes of demon lightning. Family head Sima. What does this mean? Sima Lian also revealed a dumbfounded expression. Not only did he not die, but he refined the 10,000 flashes of demon lightning. He was only a heavenly venerable. How could a heavenly venerable refine the saint-level divine lightning? Their worldview was crumbling. A heavenly venerable would normally be turned into ashes by the saint-level divine lightning. After Lin Xian landed, he did not give those people time to react. He grabbed Wu Yuhan's hand and released the space attribute. His figure disappeared from the spot. Family head Sima. What does this mean? Family head Lu frowned. That young man is only a heavenly venerable, but he refined the 10,000 flashes of demon lightning. Can you imagine? What? A heavenly venerable refined the 10,000 flashes of demon lightning. They all had dumbfounded expressions on their faces. That's right. This old man originally thought that he was already dead, but I didn't expect that he would refine it. Since ancient times, heroes come from the youth. This means that this 10,000 evil lightning did not belong to any of us. It was destined to be his. Everyone, disperse. Venerable Chang Yun sighed. He was helpless. He was really helpless. He had worked so hard for so long, but it had all gone to someone else. Especially such a good and rare spiritual object of heaven and earth. Saint level. Crack, 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 those people clenched their fists tightly, unwilling to give up. However, they also knew that once a spiritual object of heaven and earth was refined, it would become his. Even if he killed it, the spiritual object of heaven and earth would disappear along with his spiritual power. Therefore, even if they wanted to catch up to Lin Xian, they would not be able to obtain another spiritual object of heaven and earth. However, there were still two possibilities. Either there was a special method to draw out the 10,000 flashes of demon lightning, or the host himself forced it out. Otherwise, why would the 10,000 flashes of demon lightning be preserved when the demon god who possessed it had fallen so many years ago? However, now, it was all for naught. No. There is a way to obtain the 10,000 flashes of demon lightning. Let's go. Family head Lu shouted angrily and began to search for Lin Xian's location. He did not stop them immediately. It was difficult to lock onto the location of Lin Xian's space jump. At this moment, Lin Xian was sitting in a small forest dozens of kilometers away. Thunderclouds were gathering above his head. Chapter 1403. To advance to the absolute void stage, one had to withstand the lightning. This was similar to the Heavenly Tao's test. If one passed the Heavenly Tao's lightning test, one would be able to advance. If one failed, one would be struck to death by the lightning of heavenly punishment. This was also the reason why Lin Xian did not hesitate to leave with Wu Yuhan. How could he advance to the absolute void stage there? If he refined the 10,000 streaks of demonic lightning, who knew if they would be angry and kill him? He would not be able to advance in peace. Advance to the absolute void stage. Wu Yuhan raised her head and looked at the lightning condensed in the void. The lightning for advancing to the absolute void stage was very strong. She did not know if it was good or bad for him to advance without any preparation. Fortunately, Lin Xian was of the lightning attribute and was proficient in it. Moreover, he had refined the 10,000 streaks of demonic lightning. There should not be any problems. She was only worried about other uncertainties. Boom! The condensed heavenly lightning struck Lin Xian with a purple heavenly lightning. Lin Xian opened his eyes and leaped into the air. His terrifying strength clashed with the heavenly lightning before he landed on the ground. He didn't seem to be injured, but Wu Yuhan could feel the ground trembling violently when he landed. Lin Xian waved his hand. This is only the first lightning. There should be a maximum of 49 lightning strikes when advancing to the absolute void stage, right? The higher the number of lightning strikes, the stronger the martial artist's talent and the more the Heavenly Tao valued you. Time passed slowly, and one after another, the heavenly lightning struck down. Wu Yuhan was secretly shocked. Would it be the same when she advanced to the absolute void stage soon? Lin Xian was glad that he had a divine body. This divine body allowed him to not seem so weak under the lightning strikes. It's here. At this moment, the heads of the Tian family and Lu family arrived with some people who had arrived later. Originally, it was difficult for them to find Lin Xian. However, due to the strange phenomenon in the void, they came over and saw Lin Xian advancing to the absolute void stage. He's advancing to the absolute void stage. They frowned when they saw this scene. It seems that he has refined the power of the 10,000 demonic thunderbolts, allowing him to break through to the absolute stage, Patriarch Lu. The Tian family head glanced at it and said, "Let's get the 10,000 demonic lightning first, then we'll talk about the topic of who should keep it. What do you think?" Humph. Patriarch Lu snorted coldly and looked back. It wasn't just the two of them. There were still many forces rushing over. Everyone. The head of the Tian family glanced at the people behind him and said, "The 10,000 demonic thunderbolts have already been refined by the kid who advanced to the absolute void stage. However, if he is willing, he can give up the 10,000 demonic thunderbolts again. After he succeeds in his advancement, we will make him give up the 10,000 demonic thunderbolts. As for who will get them in the end, it will be up to the capable. How about it?" "Sure. No problem. But will he give up on the myriad demonic lightning?" The Tian family head sneered and looked at Wu Yuhan in the distance. "That's not up to him." Whoosh. In the next instant, he disappeared from where he was and appeared beside Wu Yuhan. Wu Yuhan furrowed her brows tightly. She turned around abruptly and threw a punch forward. Puff! In the next instant, she spat out a mouthful of blood. It wasn't that Wu Yuhan was too weak, but that her opponent was too strong. She was a 10-star heavenly venerable while her opponent was a 10-star absolute void stage martial artist. She couldn't beat him at all. Even Lin Xian couldn't beat him, let alone her. "Get over here." After that, Wu Yuhan was restrained and brought to the back. They were waiting for Lin Xian to succeed in his advancement because they knew that once Lin Xian died, the 10,000 demonic thunderbolts would be gone. If they disturbed his advancement now, he might be struck to death by the thunderbolts. Tian family head, what do you mean by this? Someone asked from behind. TSK. The head of the Tian family laughed and said, this woman is that kid's girlfriend. It shouldn't be a problem to use her to threaten that kid, right? On the other side, the 40th Heavenly Thunderbolt had struck. This Heavenly Thunderbolt, after those people restrained Wu Yuhan, all that was left was to pay attention to Lin Xian's advancement. As time passed, they became more and more shocked. This should be the intensity of the 40th Heavenly Thunderbolt, right? I've advanced before. This is the 40th Heavenly Thunderbolt. This kid actually attracted 40 Heavenly Thunderbolts. The faction behind him might not be simple. Tian family head, do you still plan on doing this? The head of the Tian family frowned. To attract 40 Heavenly Thunderbolts was truly a genius. There's no rush. It's only 40 Heavenly Thunderbolts. It's very common on the continent. Boom! Lin Xian charged forward to withstand the 41st Heavenly Thunderbolt. Thankfully, he had a divine body or he would have been struck to death. 42, 43, after the 45th Heavenly Thunderbolt, the pupils of the experts suddenly constricted. 45. What? He has already withstood 45 Heavenly Thunderbolts. In my impression, the number of people who can attract 45 Heavenly Thunderbolts when advancing to the Absolute Void Realm can be counted on one hand. It really can be counted on one hand. At the very least, I don't know more than 10 people. There might be a large number of people I have never heard of or seen before. However, to be able to attract 45 Heavenly Thunderbolts, it proves that he has the qualifications to advance to the Heavenly Tao Realm. Not only that, he might even advance to the Heavenly Tao Realm in a relatively short period of time. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Buzz, Lin Xian landed on the ground as blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Then, he wiped it and turned his head to look over. In fact, he had seen it from a moment ago, but he did not see Wu Yuhan injured. He knew what these people were up to. They wanted to use Wu Yuhan to threaten him. Then, Lin Xian dared to kill them. Lin Xian's Achilles heel was his women. You could attack him without limit, but you absolutely could not touch his women. Now, Lin Xian was no match for them, but they did not know that as long as Lin Xian advanced to the Absolute Void Realm, he would definitely be able to fend off these people. Buzz, above the void, the thunderclouds did not vanish. The 46th Heavenly Thunderbolt began to condense. What? It's not over. It's already the 46th. According to what I know, the Sima family Sima Yen has only attracted 46 Heavenly Thunderbolts, right? Furthermore, he is known as a rare genius of the Sima family. Who is this punk? Patriarch Tian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. They knew very well what 46 Heavenly Thunderbolts meant. At that moment, he glanced at Wu Yuhan, who was being restrained. Truly, he felt a baffling sense of regret. 47. It's already the 47th. Heavens! If it's 45, I'm not sure how many people in this world have experienced it before. However, I'm certain that there are probably less than 20 people in the entire continent who have experienced 47 Heavenly Thunderbolts. This. Chapter 1404. Lin Xian's advancement caused these people to be shocked. So much so that their attention was completely diverted. Previously, they were thinking of fighting for the 10,000 streaks of demonic lightning in Lin Xian's body. Now, the 10,000 streaks of demonic lightning might have to wait. Instead, they were looking forward to how many more streaks of heavenly punishment lightning could he reach? Boom! Lin Xian's figure landed on the ground, smashing a huge crater in the ground. Lin Xian, Wu Yuhan looked at Lin Xian worriedly with blood at the corner of her mouth. At this moment, she completely understood how worried and fond she was of this hooligan. Lin Xian's figure slowly climbed out of the crater. He spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, his divine body was rapidly recovering. It should be over, right? Those people looked at Lin Xian and muttered to themselves. However, sizzle sizzle, in the sky, the 48th streak of lightning began to condense. Everyone's pupils shrank. 48 streaks of lightning, it's the 48th streak of lightning. Oh my god. Who is this kid? Gulp, everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The family head of the Tian family silently glanced at Wu Yuhan, who was next to him, and quickly removed his control over her. Why? He was scared. There were many people in this world who were more powerful than the Tian family. And this Lin Xian actually attracted the 48th streak of heavenly lightning when he advanced to the great virtual stage. He was scared to death. Who on earth was this person? He regretted it so much. If he had known, he wouldn't have attacked this woman. He was really scared. Lin Xian raised his head and frowned. Did he have to do this? 10,000 lightning heavenly prison. Lin Xian roared and released all his strength. He charged straight into the sky. And this 10,000 lightning heavenly prison released the power of 10,000 streaks of demonic lightning directly. Boom, the two forces collided. Everyone thought that it would take a while. However, Lin Xian was instantly struck down. The terrifying lightning bolts crazily attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian. Wu Yuhan hurriedly ran over, but the terrifying lightning blocked her path. Cough, cough, a cough came from the dust, and Wu Yuhan heaved a sigh of relief. Fuck, Lin Xian slowly crawled to his feet. His entire body was covered in blood. He looked extremely terrifying. However, the terrifying wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Xian took a deep breath and released the law of creation to heal his injuries. He thought it was over, everyone thought it was over, but, what? Everyone raised their heads and looked at the terrifying heaven and earth phenomenon. At this moment, the night sky was lit up by a purple light. The whole sky was covered with purple lightning that had never been seen before. A huge vortex appeared in the void above. Within the vortex, purple lightning exploded. Everyone felt an earth-shattering pressure. It was as if he wanted to submit to the heavenly phenomenon. 49. This is the 49th bolt of heavenly lightning. How could this be? Isn't this the legendary heavenly lightning that should never appear? 49 bolts of heavenly lightning. Since ancient times, there has never been any records in any ancient books. There are records of 48 bolts of heavenly lightning, but 49. This person, who is he? Who is he? Gulp. Everyone subconsciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Really, they were too shocked. Lin Xian also swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Must you strike me to death? Lin Xian gritted his teeth. The strength of this bolt of lightning should be unimaginable. Lin Xian took a deep breath. It was time to take a gamble. Myriad lightning heavenly prison, dark fire. Metal, earth, and wood intertwining. Ice attribute ice wall. Lin Xian unleashed all the power he could to help block the attack. Come on. Attribute exchange, double defense, double strength, activate all the law of creation, defend. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed. Ha! In the next instant, Lin Xian roared and charged into the sky. Lin Xian, Wu Yuhan bit her red lips and looked up worriedly. Did she like it? Of course, she liked it. She knew it in her heart, so she did not want anything to happen to Lin Xian. The scene in front of her was really too terrifying. They were all in the same realm, but she felt that she would be struck into dust by this bolt of lightning in an instant. Bang! Lin Xian's body fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Whoosh! Wu Yuhan immediately rushed over. At the same time, the phenomenon in the sky disappeared. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After the phenomenon disappeared, they felt that the suffocating aura had disappeared. Is he dead? They said one sentence. I think so. Even a great void stage 10 stars couldn't withstand the power of that bolt of lightning. How could a heavenly venerable 10 stars like him withstand it? That's true. Perhaps this is also because no one has ever heard of anyone experiencing 49 bolts of heavenly lightning. Because they're all dead. It's good that he's dead. Tian family head's eyes narrowed as he spoke. Now, he no longer wanted to obtain the 10,000 bolts of demonic lightning. Instead, he wanted that person to die. As long as he didn't die, he would always be afraid that he would hurt that woman. Although he let her go later, an injury was an injury. He was always afraid that that person had some background and that something would happen to his Tian family. Lin Xian, Wu Yuhan ran over and jumped into the deep pit. She saw that Lin Xian seemed to be charred. Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes. When Wu Yuhan saw Lin Xian open his eyes, she knew that he was fine. Bastard! Wu Yuhan then hugged Lin Xian and quickly took out a healing medicine to inject Lin Xian. Lin Xian lay there to recover a little. Spiritual power. Lin Xian said. All right. Wu Yuhan then injected Lin Xian with a medicine to recover his spiritual power. It's in my ring. Lin Xian. Wu Yuhan then opened Lin Xian's space ring. Is it this spiritual recovery pill? Lin Xian nodded lightly. Then, Wu Yuhan fed Lin Xian a spiritual recovery pill. After the spiritual recovery pill entered his stomach, Lin Xian instantly felt his spiritual power recovering rapidly. Then, he released the law of creation. In an instant, Lin Xian's body recovered to about 70% or 80% and stood up. Wu Yuhan, this was the law of creation. That's right. This was the law of creation. Especially when Lin Xian's realm reached the great virtual stage 3 stars, the law of creation's limits had increased greatly. If not for Lin Xian's insufficient spiritual power, he could have even recovered directly. What? When the people in the distance saw two figures jump out of the deep pit, they were shocked. Not dead. He didn't die under that kind of power. They widened their eyes. No, if you said that you didn't die, it might be possible, but you just jumped out like a lively dragon and a lively tiger, as if nothing had happened. This was too fucking fake, right? Chapter 1405. 3 stars of the Great Void Stage. There was nothing he could do about it. Lin Xian was originally a 10 stars heavenly venerable, but this was a sage stage. It was too powerful. Lin Xian felt that it was too little for him to advance to 3 stars of the Great Void Stage. However, he was very satisfied. Originally, he thought that he could only reach the Great Void Stage through the God's Awakening Door. However, he had already reached it through the God's Awakening Door. Lin Xian was really happy. When he reached the 3rd level of the Great Void Stage, he clearly understood that the difference between the Great Void Stage and the Heavenly Venerable Stage was too great. It was so great that Lin Xian did not know why he could kill a Great Void Stage expert as a Heavenly Venerable. He could even kill a 5 or 6 stars expert. He felt that it was too unbelievable. There was such a huge difference. How could those people lose to a Heavenly Venerable? Wasn't that too embarrassing? Moreover, after reaching the Great Void stage, Lin Xian's domain had become stronger. Previously, he could suppress an opponent's cultivation level by 3 stars. Now, he could suppress an opponent's cultivation level by 4 stars. In other words, if Lin Xian were to fight a 7 stars Great Void stage expert, it would be equivalent to a battle of the same level. Lin Xian should be able to fight a 10 stars expert at 3 stars. It was a little exaggerated. However, now, Lin Xian glanced at the bloodstains on Wu Yuhan's chest. Then, he glanced at the people in front of him. Gulp, those people didn't even understand why they were so subconsciously afraid. Who did it? Lin Xian said coldly. Some people subconsciously took a step back. It was not a big movement, but the head of the Tian family subconsciously glanced to the side. Damn it! Did this group of people all retreat? It's you. Lin Xian's aura surged. It's me. So what? The Tian family head's eyes narrowed. Actually, what was his subconscious thought? He just wanted to explain to Lin Xian and admit defeat at the same time. However, he suddenly blurted out such a sentence. There were people behind him, and this kid was a junior. What was he afraid of? However, Lin Xian immediately released his domain. Ye immediately knew that his cultivation level was at the 6 stars of the Great Void stage. Create the laws of nature, double the power. Bang! Lin Xian punched out. Bang! In the next moment, the Tian family head's ribs seemed to break, and it was several times. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and then he was directly sent flying, lying on the ground and wailing. Everyone's eyes narrowed when they saw this. The patriarch of the Tian family was at the Great Void stage 10 stars. He was instantly defeated by a brat who had just advanced to the Great Void stage with a single punch. Although it was partly due to him not being able to react in time, but wasn't this brat's strength too strong? Who else did it? Lin Xian glanced at the crowd. No, no more. Those people shook their heads. Can we leave now? Lin Xian asked. Wait. The young master of the Tian family shouted. Then, the people of the Tian family surrounded Lin Xian. You seriously injured my father, and you want to leave just like that? Actually, he felt very uncomfortable in his heart. He was very jealous. This treasure was snatched away by a brat who had just advanced to the Great Void stage. He was very indignant. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed, and the corner of his mouth curled up slightly. Destroy the laws of nature. Puff! The dozen people surrounding Lin Xian spat out blood. Some directly fell to the ground, unable to get up. Some were even half kneeling there, but they had a pained expression. Those people were dumbfounded. What kind of power is this? How did they all get injured? What kind of power is this? What kind of power did this brat release? I didn't even see him make a move. It's too scary. Who exactly is this brat? Humph. Lin Xian snorted, then held Wu Yuhan's small hand, and the two of them disappeared on the spot. Patriarch Tian, are you all right? Cough, cough. The Tian family head coughed out a mouthful of blood. Let's go back. On the other side, Lin Xian brought Wu Yuhan back to Liuzhou City. Are you all right? Lin Xian released the creation laws of nature and healed Wu Yuhan's injuries. Her injuries were not serious, so Lin Xian did not kill them. If Wu Yuhan's injuries were slightly more serious, Lin Xian would definitely kill them. I'm fine. Wu Yuhan shook her head. Rest, rest. Let's continue our journey tomorrow. Lin Xian looked up. As the 10,000 evil lightning bolts had been refined by Lin Xian, the thunderstorm here had also ended. This stunned the people in Liuzhou City. It was not like this every year in the past. Therefore, this was considered a good thing for Liuzhou City, right? All right. Then, the two of them went to a hotel and booked a room. After Wu Yuhan finished showering, she walked out while drying her hair. She saw Lin Xian sitting on the ground, with red and black flames in one hand and black lightning in the other. This flame is, Wu Yuhan asked in surprise. It's also a special kind of flame. It's extremely strong and has an extremely high temperature. It also has the effect of ignoring defensive spiritual energy. Wu Yuhan opened her small mouth. Then what are you doing now? Now, the cold Wu Yuhan was talking more with Lin Xian. When Lin Xian asked her to take a shower, she obediently went to take a shower. I'm trying to feel which one is stronger. Can this flame be stronger than the 10,000 evil lightning bolts? Wu Yuhan asked in confusion. This was 10,000 evil lightning bolts, and it was the power of one of the 12 demon gods. Its destructive power was even the strongest power, but this flame, not necessarily. The power of lightning is stronger than fire, but this dark flame has a terrifying heat that lightning does not have. In terms of continuous damage, the flame is stronger. After all, this was Huang Xi's power. It was definitely not weak. Lin Xian tried to feel it. How should he put it? He could not tell which was stronger, but they were both very strong. Wu Yuhan opened her small mouth. Lin Xian then smiled. Two of the 12 demon gods' powers that Zhao Mengyue had been searching for were already in Lin Xian's body. Void-killing eyes and 10,000 evil lightning bolts. One was the strongest offensive power, and the other was the strongest destructive power. Lin Xian then kept the flame and lightning and looked at Wu Yuhan. Wu Yuhan was wrapped in a bathrobe. She also knew what she was going to do later, but when she saw Lin Xian's eyes, she felt uncomfortable. Hee. You've become obedient. Lin Xian smiled and walked over. Then, he hugged her from behind. Wu Yuhan's delicate body suddenly trembled, and her beautiful face was dyed red. Hee, it's time to get down to business. Lin Xian threw her directly onto the bed. Wu Yuhan, the next morning, Lin Xian yawned and opened his eyes. At the same time, Wu Yuhan opened the door and walked in. I've bought breakfast, she said faintly and placed the breakfast on the table. And, let's go to Feng Country after eating. Chapter 1406. One day later, they had successfully arrived at Feng Empire. How should one describe Feng Empire's climate? Why was Feng Empire called Feng Empire? It was because the empire's climate and wind were relatively strong. There were strong gales all year round. Ice Empire was called Ice Empire because the entire empire had a snowy climate all year round. There was a reason for this. What a strong wind! Lin Xian and Wu Yuhan walked in Feng Empire's Feng City. They weren't used to the wind blowing against them. However, they realized that there were a lot of people on the road. They didn't seem to be affected by the wind at all. That was normal. After all, they were used to it. Moreover, their luck wasn't very good. This season happened to be windy. Where's your family's old address? Lin Xian asked. It's near the outskirts, Wu Yuhan said. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Wasn't your family a first-rate family in the past? In the outskirts. It's all the same. The family manor can only be built in the outskirts. The city center isn't that big. Manor. Awesome. Wu Yuhan couldn't help but roll her eyes at Lin Xian. Let's go and take a look. Then they hailed a taxi. Boss, go to the outskirts of the new city, Wu Yuhan said. Little girl, why are we going there? Isn't there only one family's old address left in that location? Although it was the outskirts in the past, it belonged to the new city. It would gradually develop there. Back then, the Wu family's extermination shocked the entire Feng Empire. One must know that the Wu family was a first-rate family. As a result, those people were afraid. From then on, no one ever developed in that area. Very few people even went there. They all said that it was an ominous place. Under normal circumstances, the Wu family's old site should have been demolished and continued to be developed in that direction. However, Wu Yuhan had secretly manipulated the situation and asked for help. Therefore, the Wu family's old site remained there even after so many years. Perhaps those people who assassinated the Wu family all those years ago also hoped that the Wu family's old site would remain here. Although they might have searched this place dozens or even hundreds of times without finding what they were looking for, it didn't mean that the Wu family didn't have it. Therefore, this was also what Lin Xian suspected at that time. The Wu family had never told Wu Yuhan and Wu Yunhua about the secret. However, since it could cause such a big disaster, it was definitely something very powerful. The Wu family was a first-rate family, so the one who could do this was at least a top-notch family. Therefore, Lin Xian had always felt that the Wu family had left a secret for Wu Yuhan because Wu Yuhan was not around at that time. With their intelligence, they wouldn't allow everything to completely disappear from the world at that time. Those people couldn't be found because they weren't from the Wu family. Oh, I heard that there's a problem over there, so we want to go and explore. Adventure. It's too dangerous. You can go to the back of the mountain. People often go there to explore, but forget about the old site of the Wu family. The driver said before the motorcycle even started moving. Why? Lin Xian asked doubtfully. I'm only telling you about this. After all, it's rare to meet people who are willing to go there. Some time ago, the middle-aged driver then said softly, some time ago, I went back to my hometown late at night. Something happened at home, and that was the first time I went back in the middle of the night. Because there were very few traffic lights in the suburbs, I was in a hurry to go back, so I took that road. Guess what I saw? What? It was very dark, and I vaguely saw a figure floating quickly in the old site of the Wu family. I was so scared that I stepped on the accelerator and sped away. It was too scary. I even suspected that it was the vengeful spirit of the Wu family's former members. I don't know if other places are evil or not, but the old site of the Wu family is really as scary as the rumors say. Therefore, it's better for young people like you not to go there. What if something happens? Moreover, I don't want to go there either. I'm afraid that I'll be possessed by something unclean. Lin Xian nodded. Got it. Thank you, uncle. We won't go there then. Then, Lin Xian and Wu Yuhan got out of the car. The middle-aged driver was the most ordinary person. He believed in ghosts. Lin Xian, is that someone looking for something in the Wu family? Wu Yuhan frowned and asked. Lin Xian nodded. I think so. The middle-aged driver is an ordinary person, and it's so dark at night. The black figure he saw was most likely a human figure. As for vengeful spirits, although they do exist, you've been to the old site of the Wu family many times. If there really were such creatures, you should have discovered them long ago. Wu Yuhan nodded. So, the black figure the middle-aged driver saw should be the person who attacked the Wu family back then. They still haven't given up looking for something in the Wu family? Wu Yuhan asked. It's possible, but to be honest, it's not certain. There are many other possibilities. Maybe someone is investigating and they went there. Maybe someone is just taking a risk. Maybe someone is brave enough to check it out. There are too many possibilities, but we can't rule out that they're the ones who attacked the Wu family back then. Wu Yuhan frowned. Then Lin Xian said, we'll go at night, late at night. It's easy for us to be discovered if we go there in broad daylight. Almost no one knows about your identity as a daughter of the Wu family. We'll go in at night and see if we can find anything. At the same time, see if we can meet anyone who came to the Wu family in the middle of the night. It might be possible. Okay. We'll do as you say. Wu Yuhan secretly clenched her fists. God knew how many enemies had entered the old site of the Wu family over the years. Then what should we do during the day? Lin Xian smiled. Find a girl to play with. Ha! Wu Yuhan frowned. Bastard! Scumbag! Damn it! Damn it! Lin Xian obviously knew that Feng Ling was here. Lin Xian didn't know if the Feng family was the culprit back then, but Feng Ling definitely didn't know either. Although this woman was arrogant, she was definitely a righteous person. She wouldn't allow her family, including herself, to have such a black mark. If she knew that her family had such a black mark, she wouldn't be as arrogant and condescending as before. She would feel that she didn't have the right to be arrogant. This was Feng Ling, this woman. Moreover, this woman had triggered a mission. Lin Xian definitely had to look for her and complete the mission at the same time. Are you talking about Feng Ling? Wu Yuhan asked. Yes, don't worry. She definitely doesn't know. Maybe we can ask her for help. Lin Xian. Chapter 1407. Finding the Feng family in Wind City was the easiest thing to do. As the top family in Wind City, everyone knew where the Feng family was. At this moment, Feng Ling and Feng Qinghao were sparring in a huge courtyard of the Feng family. Little sister, don't vent your anger on me. I'm not sparring anymore. I can't win. Feng Qinghao said helplessly. Although she was his younger sister, her strength was really strong. How am I unhappy? Feng Ling put away the spiritual artifact, then walked over and gulped down the water with her head raised. You haven't gone out to play since the Sky Martial Conference and you say you're not unhappy. It's not your fault that you lost to Lin Xian. Didn't everyone lose to Lin Xian? Feng Qinghao patted her shoulder with a smile. No, I'm not thinking about him. Feng Ling mumbled. I didn't say you were thinking about him. Feng Ling, go to hell. She then threw a flying kick at him. Ha ha ha, I'll get you something to eat. Don't worry. After you go to the God's Awakening door, you still have a high chance of surpassing Lin Xian. However, that Lin Xian is indeed worthy of respect. Feng Qinghao smiled and walked away. Feng Ling sat in the courtyard and drank water unhappily. Lin Xian. I'll definitely defeat you. Definitely. Feng Ling clenched her fist. Ah. She was so unhappy. Why couldn't she lose to others? She just had to lose to that hooligan. She felt that after so many days, her butt was still hurting. Bastard, bastard, bastard. Ah. At this moment, Lin Xian brought Wu Yuhan to the entrance of the Feng family's manor. As a top family, the Feng family had the qualifications to build a huge manor in the city center. There was no other way. They had money, power, and status. Are you sure I'm going? Wu Yuhan asked. She wasn't sure if the Feng family was involved in the operation that day. However, the Chu family was involved. This was because Wu Yunhua recognized the Chu clan's movement technique at that time. That person should be from the Chu clan, right? However, she was also a rational person. She felt that there were many things that she needed to fully understand. But now that Lin Xian had asked her to come to the Feng family, she was a little worried that she would be recognized. In truth, Lin Xian felt that even Wu Yuhan hadn't been recognized during the Tianwu assembly, so how could she be recognized here? If Wu Yuhan had been recognized during the Sky Martial Arts Conference as the former Wu family's young lady, then she would have been targeted for a long time. With how much those people coveted something from the Wu family, it was impossible for them not to make a move immediately. Moreover, so many years had passed, almost 20 years. They were not Wu Yuhan's biological parents or family. Who would be able to recognize the grown-up Wu Yuhan after not seeing her for 20 years? This was also unrealistic. And, let's go. By the way, if the Feng clan is involved, maybe you can find something inside. Lin Xian. All right. Wu Yuhan nodded and Lin Xian led her over. Stop. A few warriors from the Feng clan, who were also the security guards, stopped Lin Xian and Wu Yuhan. I'm here to look for your young lady to play. Please go and inform her. Lin Xian. Young lady. Yes, Feng Ling, please go and inform her. All right. Please wait a moment. Their attitudes also eased up a bit. They didn't dare to provoke their young lady's friend. Are you friends with Feng Ling? Wu Yuhan asked. No, and we're half enemies. Then you, Lin Xian smiled and said, in the future, follow me obediently. I can teach you a lot of things. Wu Yuhan wasn't convinced. Oh, you're not convinced? Then let me tell you. Although we're not friends, it should be easier for us to become friends. Why? Didn't you guys fight a few times? Because I'm handsome. Lin Xian grinned. Handsome my ass. It was rare for Wu Yuhan to swear, but it wasn't really vulgar. Young lady, your friend is looking for you outside. Feng Ling raised her eyebrows. My friend? Who? Male or female? Feng Ling drank her milk and asked. I don't know. I've never seen them before. It's a guy and a girl. Never seen them before. I'm not seeing them. Tell them to scram, Feng Ling said angrily. She was in a bad mood, and they were still looking for her. She didn't have many friends because she didn't like to make friends. Compared to making friends, she preferred to go out and fight. She felt that making friends was purely a waste of time, energy, and feelings. Especially since the men were all very hypocritical. As for the women, there wasn't anything she wanted to get in touch with. She wanted to be friends with girls like Murongyu, but unfortunately, they couldn't come into contact with each other. She was in a bad mood now. No matter who it was, she couldn't be bothered to meet them. All right. Then, the security guard walked away. Lin Xian saw the security guard walking over and smiled at Wu Yuhan. Watch carefully. Miss said to ask the two of you to leave. She doesn't want to meet anyone. Lin Xian. Wu Yuhan almost laughed out loud. Does she know it's me? Miss said that she doesn't want to meet anyone. Please leave. Lin Xian, tell her that I'm here to beat her up, Lin Xian said. The security guards were stunned. I advise you to leave quickly. If Miss knows what you said, you won't be able to avoid being hurt even if you're her friend. They didn't want to look at Lin Xian, but when they saw Wu Yuhan's beauty that wasn't inferior to their missus, they felt that the two of them weren't simple. Therefore, their attitude was better. Feng Ling, come out and take a beating. Lin Xian then raised his head and shouted. Damn it! He had embarrassed himself in front of Wu Yuhan. He was in a bad mood. Pfft! In the courtyard, Feng Ling spat out a mouthful of milk. Then, she stood up. Bastard! You're courting death. Then, Feng Ling released a space force angrily. She didn't know who it was. However, he came to the Feng family and asked her to come out and take a beating. She couldn't take it. Whoosh! Feng Ling's figure appeared at the entrance of the manor. You're asking for a beating. Feng Ling gritted her teeth and looked at him angrily. Then, she furrowed her brows. Lin Xian. She didn't expect it to be this damn hooligan. Hello, good afternoon. Lin Xian grinned and greeted her. What are you doing here? Feng Ling glanced at Lin Xian, then her gaze fell on Wu Yuhan. What were the two of them doing here? Traveling. Were they a couple? Wasn't Lin Xian with, wait, damn it. Damn hooligan. Scumbag. Scumbag. Tue. I'm here for a vacation. I thought that the Feng family happened to be here, so I came to find a good friend like you to catch up. Lin Xian grinned shamelessly. Who's your good friend? Feng Ling glared at Lin Xian. Chapter 1408. Lin Xian scratched his head while Wu Yuhan, who was beside him, held back her laughter. Hey, give me some face. Since I'm here, why don't you invite me to the Feng family? No, Feng Ling had just said one word when she suddenly thought of something. She didn't care what Lin Xian was here for, but Lin Xian and Wu Yuhan were both experts. That brother of hers couldn't take a beating and she might be able to fight with them. Moreover, this was her territory. Why would she be afraid of Lin Xian? Everyone knew Wu Yuhan's name, but the surname Wu, how to put it? It wasn't just the Feng nation's Wu family that had it. There were quite a number of people with the surname Wu in the entire continent. There was even an empire that had half the people with the surname Wu. Although it wasn't a big surname, it wasn't a small number. Therefore, even if they knew her surname was Wu, normal people wouldn't directly bring her into the Wu family. Alright, come in. Feng Ling then said, open the door. That's more like it. Lin Xian smiled and brought Wu Yuhan in. Oh, is this the life of a rich person? Lin Xian looked at the huge courtyard. It was too beautiful. Small lake, rockery, back garden, villa, swimming pool, don't pretend. Feng Ling couldn't help but grumble. The boss behind the Yixian group said she was rich here. Wasn't this just pretending? Ha ha ha. What are you doing here? Feng Ling asked. I said, traveling. Lin Xian. Feng Ling didn't believe it. Really, I'm bringing a beautiful girl out to have some fun in front of the God's awakening door. Isn't that great? Feng Ling glanced at him. Just one. Lin Xian, N. Didn't you say you want me to be beaten? Let's fight. Feng Ling said. Lin Xian, this woman, hey, I'm here to travel and to see you. Do I need you to see me? After all, we know each other and are friends, right? Who's your friend? Feng Ling didn't give Lin Xian any face. Lin Xian felt that this chick needed to be taught a lesson. You can't beat him. Lin Xian said. We'll know once we try. In the next instant, she threw a punch at Lin Xian, and lightning flashed. Beside him, Wu Yuhan secretly shook her head. Too ruthless. It was too violent. However, Lin Xian reached out and grabbed her fist. Lightning crackled around it, but it was all blocked by Lin Xian. Wen Qin tried to pull her hand back, but Lin Xian's strength was so great that she couldn't pull it back at all. Great virtual stage. Wind chimes then sensed Lin Xian's realm. This power was able to restrain him directly. It was definitely at the higher void stage. She couldn't even defeat Lin Xian at the same cultivation level. Now that Lin Xian was at the absolute void stage, she couldn't even defeat him. Humph. She retracted her aura and shook off Lin Xian's hand. You can't beat him, right? Lin Xian laughed. Just you wait. Wait until I advance to the higher void stage. I'll teach you a lesson. Alright, get lost. Wind Chime said. If he couldn't beat him, then why did she ask him to come here? Ask him to get lost. Lin Xian, hey, it's getting dark. I'm a guest. Aren't you going to treat me to a meal? Who admitted that you're a guest? Who let you in? Get out. Wind Chimes pointed outside. She was extremely unhappy. Why? Why did Lin Xian advance to the higher void stage? Ah. At this time, Feng Qingyang and Feng Qinghao walked over together. Lin Xian. Feng Qinghao was stunned. Why did you come to Feng Nation? Feng Qinghao walked over with a smile. He also didn't expect Lin Xian to come to Feng Nation and even to his Feng family. He wasn't familiar with Lin Xian, but he really admired Lin Xian. Lin Xian nodded with a smile. I'm here to have some fun. Feng Qingyang smiled and said, all right, come in and have a seat. As Wind Chimes' father, Feng Qingyang definitely liked Lin Xian very much. He was the champion of the Tianwu conference. He was worthy of admiration. Moreover, it would be great if he could become his son-in-law. His daughter didn't get along with him, but now, he actually came to have fun with his daughter. That was a little thought-provoking. This is Miss Wu Yuhan, right? You're all in the top 10 of the Tianwu conference. Come in and have a seat. It's a good thing that Lingling can make friends like you. Feng Qingyang smiled and patted Lin Xian's shoulder. Then, he led Lin Xian into the villa while chatting and laughing. Wind Chimes. Wind Chimes stood there in a daze. She was dumbfounded. Hey, who said that they were friends? Moreover, why did you bring them into the house? You even seem to be on good terms with them. Did you guys even talk to each other before? Feng Qinghao patted Wind Chime's shoulder and said, not bad, little sister. When did your relationship with Lin Xian become so good? Go to hell. He's my enemy. Wind Chimes glared at Feng Qinghao. Yo, enemy. Enemy, he came all the way here just to look for you. Wind Chimes. Are you crazy? Who told you that he came all the way here just to look for me? He's just here to have a look. Moreover, didn't you see that he brought another girl with him? Wind Chimes rolled her eyes at Feng Qinghao. Good luck. Feng Qinghao patted her shoulder and walked in. Wind Chimes. Good luck. What good luck? You're crazy. Then, she walked in helplessly. Ha ha ha, Xiao Xian and Yuhan, why are you guys here? Feng Qingyang acted as if he was very close to Lin Xian. Wind Chimes walked in and took a look. Did her biological father know Lin Xian? They seemed to be on good terms. I'm going to the Door of Gods to have some fun. I haven't been to Feng Nation before, so I came over to have some fun. Then, I remembered that there's someone I know here, so I came over to have a look. Lin Xian smiled. Okay, how about you stay here tonight? Let's not talk about other things in the Feng clan, but there are still many empty rooms. Feng Qingyang smiled. Wind Chimes. What the hell? Dad, Lingling, go get some water. Feng Qingyang said. Wind Chimes. Go quickly. Oh. Then, she went to get some water for them unhappily. Lin Xian then said, no, I'll just stay outside. I'm not used to staying in someone else's house. Okay. Lingling has been talking about you ever since she came back from the Tianwu conference. Feng Qingyang smiled. Thud, on the other side, Wind Chimes accidentally dropped her cup. She was full of question marks. Dad, what nonsense are you talking about? When did I talk about him? Wind Chimes was really angry. What was her biological father trying to do? I can testify that you were talking about him just now. Feng Qinghao smiled. Wind chimes. Ah. She really wanted to send Feng Qinghao flying with a kick. What are you talking about? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Wind chimes gritted her teeth. I don't know. I didn't hear it clearly. Anyway, I was talking about it, Feng Qinghao said with a smile. Wind chimes walked over and said, I want to have a good fight with Lin Xian again. That's it. Chapter 1409. Feng Ling did not feel good. What were her father and brother trying to do? Yes, Lin Xian had won first place in the Tianwu conference. His strength was undeniable. Although she was not convinced, she knew she was no match for him. But what were they trying to do? Not to mention Feng Ling, even Lin Xian felt his scalp go numb. Ahem, Lin Xian coughed dryly and said, maybe I'm too handsome. She can't forget me. Feng Ling was speechless. Can you be more shameless? Get lost. Feng Ling pointed outside and said angrily. Lingling, he's a guest. How can you be so rude to a guest? Feng Qingyang glared at Feng Ling. Feng Ling gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Xian. Bastard. Lin Xian smiled and said, then I'll take my leave. It's my first time in Feng Nation. I'd like to take a look around. That's good. Lingling, bring Lin Xian and Miss Wu Yuhan out for a stroll in Feng Nation. Be a good host. Feng Qingyang said to Feng Ling. Feng Ling was speechless. Let my brother go. Feng Ling sat there and said calmly. Girl, you'll be going to the God's Awakening door together in a few days. There might be unknown dangers in the God's Awakening door. You were rivals before, but you'll be friends in the future. Get along well and take care of each other. Lin Xian, when you go to the God's Awakening door, I'll have to trouble you to take care of this girl. Feng Qingyang looked at Lin Xian. Of course, of course. Lin Xian said with a smile. Do I need him to take care of me? Go. Change your clothes and leave quickly. Feng Qingyang reprimanded. Feng Ling was speechless. She was dumbfounded. Lin Xian smiled and said, that's true. We're new here and are not familiar with this place. I'll have to trouble Miss Feng to bring us out to play. Feng Ling was speechless. Look, even Lin Xian said so. Quickly go change your clothes. As the daughter of the Feng clan, if you are so rude, then father will teach you a lesson. Windling sighed helplessly. Got it. Then, she gritted her teeth and glared at Lin Xian before running upstairs. Ha ha ha, Lin Xian, don't mind her too much. My daughter has been spoiled since she was young, but she's actually very kind and upright. It's just that her personality makes it difficult for her to make friends. You see, there are so many outstanding people around you, and there's also Murong Yu and the others. If you have the chance, see if you can help my daughter get to know them. If it were her, she would never take the initiative to get to know them. Feng Qingyang smiled. He was indeed worried about his daughter. She was indeed very talented, but her EQ and social skills were a big problem. And this Lin Xian just so happened to be invincible in this aspect. If his daughter became friends with him, she would gain a lot in this aspect. Moreover, although he felt that they might be enemies, this Lin Xian came directly to the Feng clan, which meant that he was interested in his daughter. Moreover, his daughter would not admit defeat. Although she seemed to have a bad relationship with Lin Xian, it might be better after getting along with him. He knew his daughter too well. As for how far they would go, it was up to fate. Lin Xian had unlimited potential. In this era, it was normal for a capable man to have multiple wives. As long as his daughter was willing, it did not matter. He would not say anything. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Sure, as long as she's willing. Ha ha ha, even if this girl is willing, she's very stubborn. Feng Qingyang laughed. Lin Xian nodded. However, Lin Xian, when we go to the God's Awakening door, I really need you and Ling Ling to look out for each other. There's a possibility of death in the God's Awakening door. Feng Qingyang said solemnly. Lin Xian nodded. I know. Feng Ling had triggered a mission. No matter what, Lin Xian had to get her. Moreover, she was indeed very beautiful. Her character was very unconventional. He really wanted to smack her, but... Who asked you to be so arrogant? Thank you. Feng Qinghao smiled. I'm not qualified to go to the God's Awakening door. I hope that when the time comes, both of you will be able to hold your own. Thank you. Wind Chimes casually changed into a new set of clothes and walked down. Let's go. She glared at Lin Xian. Bastard. Wasting my time. Then we'll take our leave. Lin Xian smiled and said. Then, the three of them walked out. On the way, Lin Xian went to buy ice cream cones. I say, why are you interested in this bastard? Feng Ling came to Wu Yuhan's side and asked quietly. Wu Yuhan was stunned. It's all right. Wu Yuhan said calmly. Bastard. He was indeed a bastard. However, he was quite good. You don't look like one. I don't think you're that kind of girl. Moreover, you should be quite hard to woo. Feng Ling found it unbelievable. It's all right. Wu Yuhan said. If we have time, let's learn from each other. Feng Ling said. All right. Wu Yuhan nodded. Feng Ling then looked at Lin Xian. When did he advance to the Absolute Void stage? She had been stuck at 10-star. However, she really felt that it was too difficult to advance to the Absolute Void stage. Although she could improve by killing monsters, she felt that she had to kill a lot more. She might not be able to improve even if she spent 3 months or half a year in the demonic beast domain. That was true. The gap between the realms was too big. Advancing to the Absolute Void stage was considered a top-notch expert. How could it be so easy to advance? Even for top-notch martial artists, it was not easy. Even for Lin Xian, if he did not absorb the myriad evil thunder, he would not be able to advance to the Absolute Void stage before going to the God's Awakening door. I encountered some opportunities on the way here. Feng Ling was speechless. You can encounter opportunities even by flying here. She was stunned. Wu Yuhan nodded. I'm convinced. Did God not allow her to defeat this bastard Lin Xian in this lifetime? Lin Xian smiled and walked over with an ice cream cone. Here. Lin Xian smiled and passed one to Wu Yuhan. Thank you. Here. Lin Xian passed one to Feng Ling. Feng Ling took it. This is 10 yuan for you. Lin Xian said suddenly. Feng Ling was speechless. Damn it. Pa. She took out a 10 yuan note and slapped it on Lin Xian's shoulder. Then, she walked forward with Wu Yuhan. Lin Xian smiled. He did not feel anything special in the Feng family. Using his eye of cave spirit, he did sense some spiritual energy. However, it was normal for such a big family to have some treasures. He felt that Feng Qingyang was not special. He was quite amiable. However, Lin Xian could not see through him. He did not know if he was faking it or not. He could only see if he could find out more from Feng Ling. Feng Ling was indeed a very upright person. Chapter 14:10. Lin Xian caught up with the two girls. Where are you going to play? Feng Ling then asked. Although she was unwilling, she had not come out to play for a long time. It was okay to come out and relax. However, if it was only Lin Xian alone, she would rather die than come out. However, with Wu Yuhan, she could still come out. Wu Yuhan was also someone she felt was powerful. She liked this kind of person very much. It was just that she did not know how to get along with her. You are the landlord. Bring us out to play. How would we know if there is anything fun? Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and said. Alright, there is a very big paradise there called Rift Valley. You can fly there. Lin Xian. Is your brain okay? We can fly. Why do you want to play that? Feng Ling. Bastard. Then let's go eat and watch a movie. Boring. Then go to hell. Feng Ling gritted her teeth and said. Is there any exciting place? Lin Xian asked. Exciting place. Feng Ling thought for a while. Beast Domain. She glanced at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. I am tired of that kind of place. Lin Xian. Then what are you referring to? Forget it, nothing. Let's go eat. I am hungry too. Lin Xian felt that it was too abrupt to say it directly at this time. Feng Ling was not a fool. Where are we going to eat? Here. Lin Xian pointed to a very big and luxurious place. At a glance, one could tell that it was a 5-star hotel. Feng Ling. Bastard. AA. Feng Ling said. Wow. Aren't you the landlord? You are treating. I can treat, but I will not treat you. Feng Ling said. Alright, I will tell your dad now. I have added him as a friend. Lin Xian then took out his phone. Feng Ling. Wu Yuhan shook her head helplessly. Based on her understanding of Lin Xian, this Lin Xian definitely wanted to bang Feng Ling, stinky hooligan. Scumbag, scumbag. Tue. You. Wind chimes pointed at Lin Xian and gritted her teeth. Humph. She snorted coldly and said, Fine, I'll treat you. How shameless. La la la, I'm just shameless. If I was shameless, how could I get such a beautiful girl? Lin Xian then hugged Wu Yuhan's waist and said smugly. Humph. Feng Ling snorted and walked towards the hotel. Welcome. Feng Ling was very famous in Fengdu, but she rarely went out to play. Her only form of entertainment was watching dramas. She would rather go to the beast territory to farm monsters than watch movies or go shopping. She rarely went out, and even if she did go out, she would go with Feng Qingyu. It was meaningless to drag him along. She was a bit similar to Murongyu. They had a great pursuit of power. Therefore, some of the famous people here couldn't recognize Feng Ling. Give me a private room. Feng Ling said. I'm sorry, miss. We have too many people tonight. Only the main hall is empty. The private rooms are full. Feng Ling frowned. Then the main hall. Lin Xian walked over and said. Many people's eyes were locked on Feng Ling and Wu Yuhan. These two women were really beautiful. The man was a bit ordinary, but how could an ordinary man come out with such beautiful women? Okay. Please have a seat. Lin Xian sat down and picked up the menu. 1982 La Fight, 3 bottles. Cough cough, Feng Ling had just taken a sip of tea and almost spat it out. It wasn't that she didn't have money, but this bastard Lin Xian was deliberately cheating her. Damn it. How annoying. Wu Yuhan was helpless. Who asked Feng Ling to meet such a scoundrel? The boss's eyes lit up. She was indeed beautiful and definitely not bad. She was rich. Okay. Half a caddy of the best caviar. Feng Ling. Damn it. 3 servings of foie gras. 3 servings of the best steak, 1 2-meter-long lobster, and 50 of the best abalones. After Lin Xian finished speaking, he passed the menu to Wu Yuhan. I'm ready. You can order. Wu Yuhan shook her head. I don't need it. Here, what about you? Feng Ling gritted her teeth and took the menu. She glanced at it and said, I'll have a steak. Okay. Please wait a moment. Feng Ling drank her tea and stared at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. She really wanted to beat him up. If I go to Lin and City in the future, you should be a good host, right? Feng Ling asked. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Of course. Since Miss Feng is so generous today, I'll definitely treat Miss Feng well. Feng Ling nodded. Okay, I'll go to Lin and City in a while. I heard that heavenly concubine Zi Qiue and the others are there too. I'll go and have some fun. There was no other reason for her to go there. It was purely to slaughter Lin Xian. She was willing to go there just to slaughter Lin Xian. Bastard. He actually dared to slaughter her. Just you wait. At that time, she would be 10 times more ruthless than now. At that time, several people came down from upstairs. Brother, it's Feng Ling. Chu Feng said. He swept his gaze over and saw Feng Ling. He liked Feng Ling. It was just that he had never expressed it. However, he really liked this girl. Especially after spending half a month with her in the last round of the Heaven Martial Assembly, he thoroughly saw the valiant and formidable side of this girl. He liked this type of woman. Lin Xian. However, when he glanced over, he saw Lin Xian. This made him really puzzled. Weren't Lin Xian and Feng Ling sworn enemies? Why were they sitting together and eating now? He also recognized Wu Yuhan, who was beside them. She was one of the top 10, Lin Xian's team. Strange. It's Lin Xian. Why is he here? Chu Feng also furrowed his brows. He also had some conflicts with Lin Xian. Then, he walked over. Young Master Lin, why didn't you say anything before coming to the Wind Country? He smiled as he looked at Lin Xian and said. Lin Xian also saw He, lightly smiled, and said, I came to play. I also wanted to tell you, but I didn't know how to contact you. Ha ha ha, yes. I forgot to leave it for young Master Lin. He smiled, looked at Feng Ling, and said, You are. Feng Ling quickly said, Can't you tell? Let's eat. She was currently in a very bad mood, so her attitude was not very friendly. He smiled and said, Young Master Lin came to play with Feng Ling. Lin Xian smiled and said, You can say that. Then can I sit here? I still have a lot of things to talk about with Feng Ling, young Master Lin, and Lady Wu. Coincidentally, we are all going to the God's Awakening door, so there shouldn't be anything bad about interacting with each other. He smiled and said. Lin Xian smiled and said, No need. I have some things to talk about with Feng Ling. It's a bit awkward for young Master Chu to sit here. Next time, I'll invite young Master Chu. He smiled and nodded, then walked away. Chapter 14:11. Lin Xian felt that it was quite interesting. He did not have any relationship with He. During the Sky Martial Assembly, they had only met a few times and had never spoken to each other. If He really wanted to get to know him, why would he need to sit here and have a meal with him? He could have done it when the Tianwu conference ended. Therefore, it should be because of other reasons. It could be because of Feng Ling. Although Feng Ling had a bad temper, she was indeed beautiful. He probably liked Feng Ling. That was also possible. No matter what the reason was, the Chu family might be the ones who attacked the Wu family. Lin Xian could not let him sit here. Wu Yuhan would not be happy. He likes you. Lin Xian asked Feng Ling when Chime stopped cutting the steak. There are many people who like me. Who does he think he is? Lin Xian. Has he confessed to you? Wu Yuhan asked. Why are you asking this? Nothing. I'm just asking. At this moment, 3 bottles of 1982 Love Fight were served. Just as Feng Ling was about to open them to sober up and drink, Lin Xian stretched out his hand and put the 3 bottles into his spatial ring at lightning speed. Feng Ling. What are you doing? I'm bringing it back for my wives to drink. Lin Xian said. Feng Ling. I bought it. It's my treat. Yes, you're treating me. I can take it away, right? Feng Ling. This person was shameless. Too infuriating. Humph. Just you wait. Feng Ling gritted her teeth and vented her anger on the steak in front of her. Wu Yuhan shook her head helplessly. This Lin Xian was definitely a scumbag who liked to bully girls. Hey, let's go out for a walk after eating. Lin Xian asked. No. Get out of here after eating. I'm going home. Feng Ling said angrily. I'll go out and spar with you. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, she paused in the middle of cutting the steak. All right. Lin Xian was speechless. Why did this woman like to fight so much? Actually, she didn't like to fight. She just liked to fight with Lin Xian. She was very unhappy with Lin Xian and wanted to beat Lin Xian up. Although she had been defeated by Lin Xian several times and was actually convinced in her heart, she was still unhappy. She thought that she would definitely be able to defeat Lin Xian. She would definitely be able to defeat him and then trample him under her feet. Trample, trample, trample. However, that would require a chance to fight Lin Xian, right? When the time comes, I'll suppress my cultivation to your level and fight with you. Humph. No need. Feng Ling said proudly. Although she knew that if Lin Xian did not suppress it and used the great virtual realm to fight with her, she would definitely lose. However, she was arrogant. What could she do? No need. You are definitely not my opponent. Lin Xian said with a smile. Why did he want to fight with Feng Ling? It was to lead the topic to Wu Yuhan's Wu family. Then you will lose miserably. Let me tell you, I am no longer the same as I was half a month ago. Feng Ling said. Oh. Lin Xian's lips curled. You seem very powerful. Get lost, silly. After the meal, they walked out. Where are we going to fight? Windling then asked straightforwardly. When Lin Xian said that he wanted to spar with her, she was no longer in the mood to eat. Whatever. However, we have to find a place in the suburbs where there is no one. I know where to go. Feng Ling said. Lin Xian smiled and said, whatever. I will release the space attribute casually. We will fight wherever we go. Let's go to the suburbs. Wu Yuhan glanced at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. She could roughly guess what Lin Xian was thinking. All right. Whoosh! In the next instant, Lin Xian released the space attribute and the 3 of them disappeared on the spot. When they disappeared, Chu-He walked out from the dark. What are they doing? Chu-He frowned. He found it extremely strange that Lin Xian and Feng Ling suddenly walked together. They even released the space attribute and disappeared on the spot. What were they trying to do? Shouldn't Feng Ling hate Lin Xian a lot? In fact, it was not to the extent of hatred. She was just unhappy. As long as Lin Xian beat her up, she would definitely feel great. However, He did not know where they were going. He only felt that Lin Xian did not come here for a simple reason. He was definitely not here purely for a vacation. On the other side, Lin Xian and the other two appeared directly near the Wu family's old site. But from the looks of it, Lin Xian had just randomly come here. Feng Ling glanced at it and frowned slightly. You're really unlucky. Feng Ling couldn't take it anymore and stomped hard on Lin Xian's foot. Lin Xian, what's wrong? Lin Xian pretended not to understand and asked. Feng Ling's beautiful eyes glanced at the huge Wu family's old site in the distance. Lin Xian then pointed and asked, who owns such a huge manor over there? It looks like it has been there for many years. Was it abandoned? Wu Yuhan bit her red lip slightly. Feng Ling nodded. It used to be the Wu family of Fengdu. However, they were massacred overnight many years ago. Lin Xian frowned slightly. Why? Lin Xian asked curiously. How would I know? For something like the extermination of a family, it's either because of deep hatred or a conflict of interest. Perhaps some treasure of the Wu family was discovered. Feng Ling looked into the distance and said. Lin Xian was still thinking that he could get some information from Feng Ling. It seemed like she really did not know much. However, she spoke very sincerely and did not evade the question at all. Lin Xian felt that she should be completely unaware. Even if the Feng family was involved, she should be completely unaware. However, Feng Ling pondered for a moment and said, I came here once some time ago. Why did you come here? Lin Xian asked curiously. Such a big clan disappeared just like that. After so many years, there were no clues at all. There were even rumors that it was done by demons and evil spirits. This young lady didn't believe it. That night, I went in alone to see if I could find anything. Guess what I found? Lin Xian and Wu Yuhan's eyes lit up. What? Not long after I went there, the Wu family welcomed another group of people. There were only 4 people in this group. I hid in the dark. They seemed to be looking for something very carefully. As for their identity, I don't know at all. They only said one sentence, or maybe I only heard one sentence. They said that they had come here to search more than 20 times, but they found nothing. They don't know what the higher-ups want them to do. Lin Xian and Wu Yuhan looked at each other. Feng Ling said, therefore, I basically concluded that those people were likely the ones who did it back then. Or rather, it was their faction. And they were really looking for something in the Wu family. Chapter 14:12. Although what Feng Ling heard did not directly reveal anything, if one was careful, one would realize that this sentence had indirectly revealed something. It could not be said that they were definitely the culprits back then, but did Ji lead them or their forces to take action? Feng Ling then said, but I didn't dare to take action. After that, they left. What happened after that? Lin Xian asked. After that? Nothing happened after that. I didn't go there either. I was just a little curious. After that, I searched there and found nothing, so I left. Feng Ling said. Hey, why are you asking about this? She looked at Lin Xian. Didn't you say it here? Then, my curiosity was piqued, so I asked in passing, Lin Xian said. They fought. They stopped fighting. Lin Xian shook his head. Feng Ling was speechless. You. She gritted her teeth and pointed at him. Die. Bastard! Feng Ling was extremely displeased as she rushed over and attacked Lin Xian. Lin Xian's lips curled. Space lock. Space jump. Then, wind chimes had been sealed, and Lin Xian had escaped with Wu Yuhan. Bastard! Feng Ling clenched her fists and scolded him. This Lin Xian cheated her feelings and lied to her that they were going to spar. When they came, he threw her away and ran away with his men. Bastard! Don't let me find you. After a while, Feng Ling broke through Lin Xian's space lock and returned home angrily. Lin Xian and Wu Yuhan were in a small forest not far away. This trip was not in vain. I got some important news from Feng Ling. Lin Xian said. Wu Yuhan hesitated. Lin Xian, although I can't be sure, my intuition tells me that the person Feng Ling saw is the culprit. He might just be one of the culprits, but they should be. Of course, this is just my guess. I think so too. After so many years, they still haven't stopped searching. I'm really curious about what they are looking for. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. Wu Yuhan shook her head. I don't remember at all. What should we do now? Wu Yuhan asked. Let's go to the Wu family's old site. Even if we don't find anything, if those people are still searching, we will have the chance to meet them. After that, it should be much easier. Lin Xian was also glad that the hot-tempered wind chimes had held back and not attacked him. Okay. Lin Xian looked at the sky and concealed himself with Wu Yuhan. He then sped towards the Wu family's old residence. The old site was a complete mess. There were spider webs everywhere and weeds were growing everywhere. When the chilly wind blew, it made people feel a little scared. Did your father never leave you anything? Lin Xian asked. I really don't remember anything. Wu Yuhan shook her head. Her beautiful eyes swept across the familiar yet strange place, the place that carried all her sad memories. Don't worry, I'm here. Lin Xian. Wu Yuhan glanced at Lin Xian. To be honest, such a simple sentence would really give a girl a sense of security. Wu Yuhan nodded. Eye of Cave Spirit. Lin Xian was slightly confident. The reason he came here to help her was because of this Eye of Cave Spirit. In Lin Xian's opinion, as the head of the family, he must have obtained something very powerful and terrifying. It was so powerful that some forces were still searching for it after so many years. With his intelligence, would he really not have a backup plan? No matter how slim the chance was, he would definitely have a backup plan. Opening the Eye of Cave Spirit, Lin Xian saw the direction where a wisp of heaven and earth spiritual energy was flowing. Follow me. Lin Xian held her hand and walked forward. Soon, they arrived at what should have been a back garden. There was a rockery here, but too much time had passed and the place was overgrown with weeds. Some of the rocks on the rockery had fallen in all directions and were covered with spider webs. Wu Yuhan's beautiful eyes looked here. She remembered that when she was young, she liked to play with Wu Yunhua and her family members in this very beautiful back garden. Lin Xian's Eye of Cave Spirit could see that there was a wisp of spiritual energy seeping out from the rockery. Such a faint wisp of heaven and earth spiritual energy would not be discovered by anyone. Even if those people were searching, why would they dig 3 feet into the ground? The entire manor was so big, where would they have the time to dig 3 feet into the ground? Moreover, they did not know if the item was still in the Wu family. In fact, after so many years, those people probably did not have any expectations, right? Therefore, there were some details that they did not discover, or perhaps they did not think of. Lin Xian could see that the rockery was actually quite thin. Many of the rocks on the rockery had been dug up. Perhaps they thought that the item would be placed in the rocks. What exactly was it? It might be something that was not very big. It was just that they did not think that the item could be under the rockery. At the bottom of the pool. What's wrong? Wu Yuhan asked. Do you have any recollection of what's under the rockery? Lin Xian asked. Rockery? Wu Yuhan frowned. Then she shook her head. I don't remember. There might be something under the rockery, Lin Xian said. Wu Yuhan, how do you know? Just trust me. Lin Xian then released his power and the entire rockery was destroyed. However, nothing appeared. It should be below. Lin Xian walked over and lifted all the porcelain plates of the pool under the rockery. All of the porcelain plates were lifted, revealing stone slabs underneath. There were special patterns on the stone slabs. Wu Yuhan saw this and her beautiful eyes suddenly focused. She hurriedly took a step forward. This is the Wu family's mark. She looked at Lin Xian in shock. Was it really below? It looks like a special spiritual power mechanism. Lin Xian. Yes, the Wu family's special technique can be activated with the blood of the Wu family. My father taught me before. Wu Yuhan waved her hand and blood flowed out. Then, she floated in mid-air and her spiritual power surged. Whoosh! At this moment, the mark seemed to be triggered. Wu Yuhan's blood flew in and a faint light shone in the distance. It's there. Let's go. Lin Xian and Wu Yuhan walked over. The light shone out a spatial portal. It was really protected everywhere. Under the rockery, even if it was discovered, only the Wu family members could open it. Let's go in. Lin Xian said. Come with me. This was the first time Wu Yuhan said this to Lin Xian. Okay, I'll go with you. Lin Xian then held her hand and stepped into the portal. At the same time, the light disappeared and so did the portal. Chapter 14:13. Lin Xian didn't know where this teleportation array led to. When the light flashed, they appeared in a, how should he put it? It was like a secret tunnel that was dug underground. However, Lin Xian was sure that this wasn't the Wu family's underground. No one would be so stupid as to hide their secret under their own residence. Technology was so advanced now. Whether there was a hole underground could be detected with some equipment. That was why the Wu family's courtyard didn't have any traces of being dug up after so many years. They must have used equipment to check. It was just like the place that was just opened. Unless you dug it up, the equipment wouldn't be able to detect it. There wasn't a hole there, it was just a pattern. Even if they found it, it would be useless. Without Wu Yuhan, who had the Wu family's bloodline, they wouldn't be able to activate this teleportation array. This place, Wu Yuhan opened her beautiful eyes and glanced around. Don't you feel a sense of familiarity? Wu Yuhan clutched her chest. I've never felt it before. However, the aura in the air gives me a sense of familiarity. Wu Yuhan looked at Lin Xian and said. That's right. This is definitely something that your father left for you. Or rather, this belongs to your Wu family. Let's go and see what it is. They walked along the secret tunnel. The closer they got, the more they could feel the surging spiritual power of heaven and earth. When they arrived at a secret chamber, the two of them were attracted by a black mist in front of them. What's this? Lin Xian was stunned. The black mist was constantly releasing spiritual power of heaven and earth. It had probably been here for decades. Moreover, the spiritual power of heaven and earth wasn't low. Could this be the dark mist? Wu Yuhan's mouth opened slightly. What's the dark mist? Lin Xian scratched his head. Wu Yuhan looked at Lin Xian and said, in this world, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, darkness, ice, time, and space. These attributes all possess the power of some heaven and earth fays. However, there are very few heaven and earth fays that possess time and space. You should know that. Lin Xian nodded. Indeed. As for the power of darkness, its rarity isn't inferior to that of time and space. The fog of darkness is something that only exists in legends. To put it simply, it's the power of one of the 12 demon gods. Lin Xian. The power of one of the 12 demon gods. Lin Xian opened his mouth. Wu Yuhan nodded. Yes, when I was young, I saw my father writing something. I remember that I seemed to have asked him something, and he vaguely said this, "What's the effect?" Wu Yuhan said, "By releasing this power, you can even condense a fog that can envelop an entire city. Because of the fog, the day can turn into night. The fog of darkness can absorb all life forms it comes into contact with. Simply put, no life forms can survive where the fog of darkness covers." Lin Xian, as expected. The strength of these 12 demon gods was truly more exaggerated than the other. The powers of the 12 demon gods are all called the most powerful. For example, the 10,000 demonic lightning is known as the most powerful destructive power. As for this fog of darkness, it should be known as the most powerful AoE destructive power, right? Wu Yuhan said. Indeed, if such a thing were to be leaked, it would be worth it. Some people would not give up even after decades, Lin Xian said. Wu Yuhan then took a step forward. There was an envelope covered in dust on the table. Whoosh! Wu Yuhan blew on it and opened the envelope. Lin Xian walked over and hugged her shoulders. This letter was left behind by Wu Yuhan's father for her and Wu Yunuo. Perhaps they had already expected this. They only said that Wu Yunuo's luck was not too good. However, they also expected that as long as either Wu Yunuo or Wu Yuhan was alive, both of them would be able to survive. How could her parents not know about their daughter's situation? The general content of this letter was about the origin of this thing. The fog of darkness was something that her father had accidentally obtained during an experience. At that time, he had obtained the fog of darkness along with a friend of his. Actually, they could not be considered friends, but companions. They had discovered that there were actually 2 balls of fog of darkness in that place. They did not know if it had originally been 1 ball or if it had split into 2 during this period of time. If it was the power of the fog, it was possible that it had split. Each of them had absorbed 1 ball and obtained a large amount of power. The letter also said that after he returned home, he spent half a month continuously investigating and finally found out what it was. He felt a little worried, so he drew this power out and placed it here. However, he had always been worried that although he had not been exposed, there was another person. He was sure that he was here, but on the other side, therefore, he had always been worried. As expected, the unknown still came. However, everything was very quiet when he wrote this letter. This was written before everything had happened. It was only written to express his worries. Then, this fog of darkness was indeed the power of the 12 demon gods. He told Wu Yuhan about the fog of darkness. Therefore, your father told you because he wanted to give you a choice to absorb it or not. Wu Yuhan looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. What do you think? I think I should absorb it. I also have the power of the 12 demon gods in my body, but I never felt that there was anything wrong with it. The power of the 12 demon gods is actually just power. They are called demon gods because they are evil themselves. They use this power to harm the common people, so they are called the 12 demon gods. At the same time, these 12 powers are also considered evil by everyone. Lin Xian said. Wu Yuhan bit her lips. Then. I'll absorb it. Absorb it. You should be able to advance to the absolute void stage. I'll protect you. After absorbing it, I'll use the space to bring you to a place further away to advance. Okay. Then, Wu Yuhan sat there. Lin Xian stood there and muttered to himself. In other words, I've found 3 of the 12 demon gods' powers that silly Zhao Mengyue had been searching for. That's not right. According to the letter, there are actually 2 of these powers. It might be because the companion of Wu Yuhan's father leaked it, which led to the annihilation of the Wu family, Lin Xian muttered to himself. I don't know how strong little fairy is now. We'll meet them sooner or later. Lin Xian sighed. However, this was not the end of the matter. They had found the reason, but they still did not know the culprit. Her father's companion was probably long dead. Not long after, Wu Yuhan finished absorbing the fog of darkness. This fog of darkness might not be as violent as the 10,000 evil lightning bolts. A wave of spiritual energy condensed in her body. I'm going to advance. Chapter 14:14. Lin Xian released the space attribute and brought Wu Yuhan to a place hundreds of kilometers away. With his virtuous stage cultivation, Lin Xian could do more than hundreds of kilometers. Of course, it also depended on the number of people. This was the difference between the virtuous stage and the heavenly venerable stage. At the 10th order heavenly venerable stage, Lin Xian could only jump tens of kilometers. At the virtuous stage, he could jump hundreds of kilometers. Above the void, thunderclouds gathered. Wu Yuhan was advancing to the virtuous stage. There shouldn't be too much of a problem. Lin Xian wasn't too worried. About half an hour later, Wu Yuhan withstood the last thunderbolt. Her aura rose and she advanced to the virtuous stage. Lin Xian walked over and pinched her cheeks with a smile. Then, he released the power of the law of creation and healed her injuries. Congratulations. Wu Yuhan shook her head. I have to thank you. It's getting late. Let's get a room to rest. Wu Yuhan, she didn't say anything and just replied with a soft, After a fierce battle, Wu Yuhan snuggled in Lin Xian's arms. Lin Xian happily took out a cigarette and started smoking. Lin Xian, Wu Yuhan glanced at Lin Xian and asked, how should we investigate the culprit? Lin Xian sighed. It's a little difficult. But don't worry, there's always a way. We just lack clues. The only clue is that my sister saw someone using the Chu family's movement technique. But, Lin Xian muttered to himself. Although I think there's a high chance that it's the Chu family, it's just a guess. If we go over now, we'll alert them. We still lack an important opportunity, Lin Xian said. Wu Yuhan nodded. Actually, it would be good if we could find the people who went there to search at night and get some information from them. But who knows when they'll go there again? They've been searching for 20 years. They're probably tired of it. Once a year. Lin Xian. I don't know. Don't worry. You've already gotten the most important thing. We'll just treat it as a vacation for a few days. There will always be a chance. If it doesn't work, we'll have to use the last resort. Wu Yuhan looked at Lin Xian in confusion. What last resort? Lin Xian's hand reached into her pajamas. Wu Yuhan was speechless. Take it out. I'm not taking it, I'm not taking it. If you pull my hand away, I'll use force. Wu Yuhan was speechless. Bastard. Lin Xian smiled and said, the worst plan is to lure them out. Wu Yuhan roughly understood what Lin Xian meant. They must be here for the fog of darkness, but they didn't know where the fog of darkness was. The worst thing to do was to release the power of the fog of darkness. That way, when they saw it, they would come over. This way, everyone would know, But why did he say that it was the worst plan? The reason was simple. No one knew who they were, how strong they were, and how high their realms were. It was even possible that a group of people came, but there were still others. What if the others didn't see it and didn't come? Then, wouldn't there still be people out there? They might not even be able to find them in this lifetime. This wasn't what Lin Xian wanted to see. But if it really didn't work, this was the only way. This was better than alerting the enemy by going to the Chu clan, right? There's no hurry. I've waited for so many years. There's no need to rush. All right. Lin Xian nodded. But it's not like we can't go to the Chu family. Lin Xian said, forget it. I'll think about it again. How about we go out and have fun tomorrow? Sure. The next day, Lin Xian left the hotel with Wu Yuhan. Daughter, how was your play with Lin Xian yesterday? In the Feng family, Feng Qingyang asked with a smile. Don't mention it. That Lin Xian is a bastard. I spent 800,000 yuan yesterday and he ate it all with one meal. Feng Ling was furious when she thought of this. How hateful. He, the more he acts like this, the more it proves that in his heart, you're a friend. Friend? Come on. What kind of friend is that? Feng Ling shook her head. Bad friends. Friends are supposed to set each other up. The other party is unhappy but can't do anything about it. Isn't that a very good friendship? Feng Qingyang said with a smile. That's right. Just like how you trick me and Xiao Yu all the time. Tell me, if he doesn't treat someone as a friend, why would he dare to trick someone? Feng Qinghao said with a smile. Feng Ling, did he really think of her as a very good friend, and that was why he was acting like this? No. Come on. He's just trying to trick me. Feng Ling said. Ha, you'll know when you get to know each other. I'll go to Lin and City soon. I'll trick him to death. Feng Ling said with gritted teeth. Suddenly, she thought of something and asked, Dad, what do you think happened to the Wu family? Why was the family annihilated? Feng Qingyang lit up a cigarette and said, they must have provoked an enemy, or they must have discovered something, which led to a fatal disaster. I've been to the Wu family's old site. I even hid in the dark and saw someone rummaging through the Wu family's house. So, I can rule out the former. The Wu family must have something that caused them to be killed, right? Feng Qingyang's pupils shrank and he quickly said, I can't go there anymore. If you're discovered, you'll definitely die. Do you understand? Feng Ling looked at Feng Qingyang with her beautiful eyes. Dad, do you know something? Feng Qingyang stood up and said, I don't know. What I mean is that the Feng family can't afford to offend someone who can make the Wu family disappear without a trace. However, if you're discovered there alone, you'll be in danger. So, don't go there. Oh, I understand. At this moment, her phone rang. She glanced at it. Oh. Little sister, this nickname is bastard, scum, beast, and scum. Is it Lin Xian? Feng Qinghao could not help but laugh when he saw Feng Ling's nickname. It's none of your business. Feng Ling rolled her eyes. Then, she glanced at the message. He wants to go out with you again. Take him out and have some fun. There's a big amusement park event in Feng City tonight. We're all planning to go and have some fun. You guys should go too. I'm too lazy to go, Feng Ling mumbled. However, he came all the way here to have fun. If you don't go, with his personality, he might say that Feng Ling from the Feng family has a bad character and doesn't know the ways of the world. I bet those people will criticize you behind your back, Feng Qinghao said with a smile. Feng Ling was speechless. Yes. I hate people who talk behind their backs the most. I'll go then. Chapter 14-15. In fact, Feng Ling's original intention was to go out. Regardless of whether she wanted to go out to play with Lin Xian or whatever, she only needed a reason. She did not know the reason and she could not find it. Therefore, she could not go out. That's right, this was the common problem of arrogant women. Now that Feng Qingyang and Feng Qinghao had found a reason for her to go out, of course, she would go out happily. Father, do you really know something about the Wu clan? Feng Qinghao asked. Feng Qingyang frowned. Sigh. Indeed, I do know something about the Wu clan, but Feng Qingyang lit a cigarette and took a puff. The fewer people who know about this, the better. If more people know about this, death is inevitable. Feng Qingyang said. I think if Ling Ling starts to care about this matter, she may be in danger. Even if she doesn't know anything, if she frequently appears at the Wu family's old site and is seen by some people, then it's really, Feng Qinghao said worriedly. Sigh. This girl, she really has been making me worry since she was young. Those who knew Feng Ling would know that the more you did not want her to do something, the more curious she would be. She would definitely do it. Feng Qingyang continued, what I know is who annihilated the Wu clan back then. Perhaps, I only know one of the reasons. As for the reason, it should be because of a very valuable heaven and earth spiritual treasure. However, what's the point of knowing that? Feng Qinghao nodded. That's true. Our Feng clan can't possibly avenge the Wu clan, right? The Feng clan and the Wu clan don't have any relations. If there's any, it's probably just business. Feng Qinghao shook his head helplessly. It's a little sad when you think about it. The Wu clan was annihilated and no one could avenge them. They could only leave it unsettled. Don't mention it to anyone, including Ling Ling. Feng Qingyang patted him on the shoulder and stood up. Understood, father. Obviously, they did not know that there was a survivor from the Wu clan. To those people, almost everyone, there should be no survivors in the Wu clan, right? Unless they went very, very deep to investigate, but they had all been destroyed. Who would go very deep to investigate some information? To any of them, it didn't matter if the Wu family still had people or not. Wu Yuhan's father had obtained the fog of darkness. In fact, he could have just handed it over. However, he happened to know that it was the fog of darkness. Either he didn't want it, or he couldn't give it to those evil people. On the other side, Lin Xian and Wu Yuhan had just finished their breakfast. Why are you eating such good food for breakfast? Wu Yuhan really felt that Lin Xian was a prodigal. They felt like they had eaten hundreds of thousands of yuan for breakfast. This Lin Xian didn't care about money at all. It was fine that he was rich, but if he developed such a habit, it wouldn't be a good thing. Lin Xian smiled and said, it's fine. Waiter, give us another serving of what we just ate. Are you still not full? Lin Xian grinned. You'll know soon enough. After a while, wind chimes walked in. Here, here. Lin Xian greeted Windling with a smile. Wind chimes glanced at him and walked over. I'm here to prevent some people from criticizing me and saying that I don't have any manners. Otherwise, I wouldn't be bothered to come over. Understand? As Wind Chime spoke, she sat beside Wu Yuhan. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Yes, yes, yes. You haven't eaten breakfast, right? I'll order it for you. Wind Chimes glanced at it and then glanced at Lin Xian. You're quite considerate. Of course. I guessed that you had just woken up early in the morning. At most, you had just finished washing up. Humph. Wind Chimes then snorted and lowered her head to eat her expensive breakfast. After a while, a waiter walked over. Sir, your bill. Lin Xian smiled and pointed at Wind Chimes. Give it to her. Miss, your bill. Wind Chimes was speechless. She paused in the middle of drinking. Then, she gritted her teeth. She knew it. She knew it. How could this Lin Xian be so kind as to treat her to breakfast? And it was so expensive. So that was the case. He wanted her to pay the bill. Bastard. If he wasn't a bastard, then what was? It wasn't like he didn't have money. He just wanted to bully her. Thud, Wind Chime slapped a card on the table. Lin Xian, I'll remember you. She gritted her teeth and looked at Lin Xian as she said. Ha ha ha, you're the host and I'm the guest. We agreed yesterday, right? When you go to Lin and City, I'll be the host and you're the guest. I'll treat you too. Humph. Wind Chimes wiped her mouth. Where are we going to play? Wind Chimes asked. Just play casually. It was too late last night. Let's have a good day today and relax. It's rare to be able to relax. Wind Chimes nodded. Indeed, she also wanted to have some fun. Then, they walked out. He was watching them in the dark. In fact, when Lin Xian and Wu Yuhan came out, the people he sent were already secretly watching them. He wanted to see what this Lin Xian wanted to do. Did he really just come here for a vacation? Why didn't he believe it? Then, Wind Chimes came. He really hated it to death. This Lin Xian, there were a lot of beautiful women around him, right? Even if they weren't his girlfriend, at least the one beside him must be his girlfriend, right? With such a beautiful girlfriend, why did you come here to find Wind Chimes? The world was so big and there were so many fun places. Why did you have to come to Feng Country in Feng City? And then he watched as Lin Xian brought those two beautiful women and played in Feng City for an entire day. It was really purely for fun. However, if you had something to do with Wind Chimes, he could still accept it. But if you really just played for a day, he really couldn't accept it. The woman he liked had never played with him, but she kept playing with this Lin Xian. Even the money was paid by Wind Chimes. He couldn't stand it. He decided to do something. Lin Xian, since you're heartless, then don't blame me for being unrighteous. He's eyes narrowed. At this moment, his phone rang. He glanced at it and then answered the call. What's the matter? He asked faintly. Ha ha ha, young Master Chu, it's nothing. I just called to ask about you. A familiar voice came from the other side. Duan Lingxiao. Young Master Duan, if you have something to say, just say it. There's nothing to hide between us. He said. Alright, do you have anyone around you? My own people. He said. Duan Lingxiao hesitated and said, it's like this. I heard that Lin Xian came to Feng City. Chapter 14-16. Many people were concerned about Lin Xian's whereabouts. Perhaps it was to protect him, or perhaps it was to kill him. He then asked, yes, I've been here for 2 days. What's the matter? I need young Master Chu to do something for me. After it's done, Duan Lingxiao said a series of words. He frowned. To be honest, he was tempted by Duan Lingxiao's words. After all, Duan Lingxiao's position was much higher than his. The things he could offer were definitely the best. Moreover, he was going to do it anyway. If I'm not mistaken, what you want me to do is to kill Lin Xian, right? Duan Ling Xiao asked calmly. Actually, this was what he wanted to do anyway. When Duan Ling Xiao said this and gave him something that tempted him, he felt that this was the will of the heavens. That's right. Young Master Chu's Chu family is a famous family of assassins. For the Chu family, killing a person should be easier than any other family or power. You have the best experience. Although Lin Xian is difficult to kill and he's strong, it's different from the Sky Martial Conference. In the Sky Martial Conference, the 7 of them were strong. But now, there are only 2 of them. Duan Ling Xiao said. Are you thinking that you can enter the top 10 after killing him? Chu, he said. That's right. This was Duan Ling Xiao's idea. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. First, he could kill Lin Xian. Second, he was in the top 11. The God's Awakening door required 10 people. Once Lin Xian died, he would be in the top 10 and could enter the God's Awakening door. Actually, killing Lin Xian wasn't the best choice because Lin Xian was the strongest. There were many people in the top 10 who were weaker than Lin Xian. For example, Wang Xintong. However, if Wang Xintong died, most people would suspect Duan Ling Xiao because he was the one who benefited the most. However, if Lin Xian died, there might be people who would suspect him, but not that many because Lin Xian had too many enemies. Moreover, he really wanted to kill Lin Xian. Don't worry, I'll definitely work with you in the God's Awakening door. Although no one knows what's inside, you'll need someone to work with. If Lin Xian goes in, he'll have 7 out of 10 people in his team. Zhuge Feng is very close to him. As for Feng Ling, if I'm not wrong, she should be quite close to Lin Xian right now, right? Then tell me, if that's the case, out of 10 people, 9 of them are on the same side, what do you get in the end? No matter how confident you are, you won't be able to compete with 9 people. It had to be said that this was the main point. Lin Xian was indeed powerful, but it shouldn't be that hard to kill him. Previously, Xiaoyun failed because the Xiao family was trash. Moreover, Lin Xian and the other 7 people were together. Everyone's laws and domains were very strong, but it was different now. Lin Xian was alone and without help. Chu, he nodded, yes, I can do it, but you have to fulfill your promise to me. Of course, compared to me being able to enter the God's Awakening door and changing my life, those things aren't worth mentioning. All right. I'll find an opportunity to do it. Then, Chu, he hung up. Opportunity. Opportunity. How could he find such an opportunity? He definitely couldn't do it in a place with people, but... A place with no people? Why would they go to a place with no people? Wait. Xiaoyun raised his eyebrows. Why couldn't they go to a place with people? His Chu family had the ability to do so. If they did the opposite, they would feel that there were many people, so they could relax their vigilance and be safe, but in reality, that wasn't the case. Now, there was only one condition: they had to go to a place where they could stay for a period of time and be relatively spacious. Only then would they be able to do it. The sky was already dark, and he had been paying attention to the whereabouts of Lin Xian and the others. He had already begun to make arrangements for the people. As for his father and the others, they didn't care, because they knew what kind of person their son was. He did things very carefully and methodically, so there wouldn't be any mistakes under normal circumstances. They only asked a little and found out that their son wanted to kill Lin Xian. How should they put it? They were a little worried. This Lin Xian was after all the first place of the Sky Martial Assembly. But after worrying, it didn't matter. He was indeed the first place of the Sky Martial Assembly, but he was only the first place of his generation. The people who went to kill him weren't from his generation, and they were all at the absolute void stage. Moreover, they were from the Chu family, so they definitely had top-notch assassination techniques. Illusions, formations, and so on, they were all very good at using them, and could create multiple illusions to kill people. How should they put it? For the Chu family, it was definitely a good thing that there was one less person on the continent who was stronger than the future successor of the Chu family. Young master, they went to the riverside park. A person walked over and said, "Oh. Riverside Park. Is it the park and amusement park that just opened?" That person nodded. Good chance. Shoo, he raised his eyebrows. As long as they went to the Riverside Park, they would definitely stay there for a long time. The Riverside Park was very, very big. Although there would be a lot of people when it just opened, because it was too big, there would always be some places where there would be no one. Moreover, it was very spacious, so they would stay there for a long time. The conditions were met. Gather, prepare to ambush at the Riverside Park. Young master, what's our plan? We don't have a plan for now. Let's go there first and see the situation. However, we will definitely take action tonight. Yes. On the other side, Lin Xian and the other two arrived at the Riverside Park. There are so many people, so lively. Wu Yuhan glanced at the lights and crowd in front of her. Laughter, all kinds of stalls, all kinds of delicious food, young couples, families with children, and the elderly with their families. It was very lively at night. The park that just opened has an amusement park inside. It's the largest amusement park in the entire Feng country. Because it just opened, it's all free. Moreover, it's so big and beautiful. It will definitely be full of people. Feng Ling said. The food and other things are also free. What nonsense are you thinking? Feng Ling then said, all the entertainment facilities inside are free, but although it's good to be free, there are too many people. If you don't line up for a while, you won't be able to play. Then why did you bring me here? Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Shut up. Feng Ling gritted her teeth. This man was really infuriating. But it's really lively. Let's go in and play, Wu Yuhan said. Indeed, it was rare to be so relaxed. Today, they really had a lot of fun. If only they could find out the culprit from that year. Let's go in and play. Then they walked in. Chapter 14-17. In Lin Xian's memory, it had been a long time since he had come to such a place. He could still vaguely remember the happiest period in the past. It was when he was in Tianhua City, when he had just obtained the Adonis system and could cultivate. He was really happy during that period of time. Everyone who should be by his side was by his side. Riverside Park was very beautiful. It was really big. There were even small forests, lakes, and a big river passing through. There were too many attractions to play. The lights were shining, and the laughter of children could be heard everywhere. What do you want to play? Lin Xian smiled and looked at Wu Yuhan. Anything is fine. Wu Yuhan glanced at it. She probably hadn't been to such a place for more than 10 years. Feng Ling was about the same. She might have only been here when she was young. After she grew up, she was completely uninterested in such places. However, weren't all humans like this? When in a special place, in a special environment, with special people around, they might do some special things. Then let's just play casually. There's a haunted house over there. Shall we go there? Boring. Feng Ling rolled her eyes. They were not even afraid of heavenly venerables and great void realm beasts. Why would they go to a haunted house? It was really boring. Lin Xian glanced at Feng Ling. I say, you're silly. According to what you said, aren't roller coasters even more boring? We can walk casually in the air. Isn't the speed faster than roller coasters? Come here and think of yourself as an ordinary person. You. Feng Ling gritted her teeth, but she felt that it was quite reasonable. What about you? Hurry up and get the tickets. Lin Xian glared at Feng Ling. Just you wait. She swore that she would go to Lin and City. When they left, she would go to Lin and City together. She wanted this Lin Xian to feel what despair was. Scamming her of her money. He wanted her to pay, right? When the time came, she would, then, Feng Ling went to get the tickets unhappily. Because there was a limit to the number of people in the haunted house, the main thing was that there were too many people tonight, so they had to control the number of people. After getting the tickets, they just had to line up. Fortunately, it was late at night, and there were not that many people in the haunted house. Those adults with children would basically not go to the haunted house. Those who went there were mostly bad friends, and couples rarely went there together. The three of them didn't line up for long before they walked in. Young master, they went to the haunted house. At this time, a person spoke into the headset in his ear. At this moment, there was no telling how many members of the Chu family were gathered in the Riverside Park. They were perfectly disguised as ordinary people in the crowd. Even the couple you saw were members of the Chu family. That's right, this Lin Xian was involved in too many things, and Chu he was well aware of it. Therefore, in order to kill him, he had to mobilize such a large force to ensure that he would die. Chu he pondered for a moment. Can we fight inside the haunted house? Actually, it was not a bad choice to fight inside the haunted house. It was extremely dark inside, and there were very few people. Perhaps something that happened would be thought to be the work of a ghost, and the people outside would not know at all. It's possible, but it requires time to prepare. Moreover, Miss Feng is with them, and they all have spatial attributes. It's a little difficult. Chu he pondered for a moment. Then we'll act according to plan. Arrange the entire Riverside Park into a formation, wait for them to go to a few places, activate the illusion formation, and take action immediately. Chu he said. Yes. On the other side, Lin Xian, Wu Yuhan, and Feng Ling walked in. Needless to say, this haunted house was really a little scary. Feng Ling was originally very brave, but when she came to this place, the atmosphere, the movements, and the sounds in the air would make people unconsciously feel scared. Moreover, to be honest, for martial artists, no matter how scary the demonic beasts were, they were not scary. What was scary? Ghosts. Ghosts had not been proven until now. All the wraiths were actually not considered ghosts, and ghosts were unknown. The unknown was the scariest. Moreover, every child would be instilled with the thought that ghosts were scary from a young age, whether it was by family or television. This kind of influence was subtle and deep-rooted. After entering, Feng Ling and Wu Yuhan shrank their heads and followed beside Lin Xian. It seems quite scary. Lin Xian said. Tisk, what's so scary about this? You're really embarrassing men. Feng Ling clicked her tongue. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside her, and there was a scream that was quite scary. What was Feng Ling's first reaction? She turned her head to look at the ghost, and then let out a scream that was even louder than the ghost. After screaming for 2 seconds, bang, she smashed the ghost into pieces with a single punch. Lin Xian, ha ha ha, Lin Xian laughed until his stomach hurt. What the fuck, what are you laughing at? Feng Ling's face was red as she gritted her teeth and looked at Lin Xian. Bastard. Damn it. Aren't you not afraid? You screamed louder than the ghost just now. Is it Xiao Yuhan? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Feng Ling said stubbornly, "Who says I'm scared? I'm not afraid of ghosts at all, but I'm scared because of the voice that suddenly appeared beside me, and not because it's a ghost. Do you understand? If you do that, you'll be scared too." Then, a ghost that was similar to the one Feng Ling had suddenly appeared behind Lin Xian, and it was screaming. Feng Ling subconsciously shrank back, but Lin Xian was indifferent. "You! Damn it!" Feng Ling was really going to be angered to death by this bastard Lin Xian. Wu Yuhan smiled and said, "Actually, if you instill the thought that everything here is fake, then you won't be afraid." Ah! Screams suddenly came from behind her, and Wu Yuhan teleported to the other side of Lin Xian to hide. Wu Yuhan, ha ha ha, Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. Her pretty face was slightly red. Damn it! Why was she scared of this kind of thing when she wasn't even afraid of virtualized realm beasts? "I think you guys don't dare to go deeper. I saw on the poster that this haunted house is the scariest haunted house in the entire Feng country. I think you two top experts will be scared. Let's go out and play something else." "Who says I'm scared? Go." Feng Ling gritted her teeth and said. "Are you sure?" "I'm not scared." What a proud woman. "Okay, go." 20 minutes later, the three of them walked out of the haunted house. I said I'm not scared, right?" Feng Ling said. "Your face is pale." Lin Xian smiled. "That's because I'm white." She wasn't scared at all. Definitely not scared. She was just scared by the voice that suddenly appeared, not scared of ghosts. "Let's go and play over there." And Lin Xian's every move was already under the attention of others. Chapter 14-18. Lin Xian and the rest came to a lake. They rowed their boats and looked at the starry sky. After they were done, the roller coasters and the like were no fun. They did not go and play. Instead, they wandered around and enjoyed the beautiful scenery of the park. Soon, they came to a road. There were few lights on this road and it was a little off. There were trees on both sides and a smooth cement road in the middle. There were very few people because there was nothing fun here. "Feng Ling, why don't you go to the hotel room with us and play cards with us tonight?" Lin Xian said with a smile. Feng Ling. Play cards. She was stunned. No one had ever asked her to play cards in her life. Wu Yuhan. What was Lin Xian trying to do? Asking her to go to the hotel room to play cards? Was he thinking of, "Wow, what a beast"? Bah. "Yes, playing cards is very interesting," Lin Xian said with a smile. "Then why should I go to your place? We can go to the coffee shop or my house." Feng Ling said. No. That's different. Sitting in a circle on the bed in the hotel room, wearing pajamas, and then playing cards. That's a kind of enjoyment. Feng Ling, go to hell. Feng Ling directly kicked Lin Xian. Then, she kept chasing Lin Xian. Lin Xian ran forward. As he ran, Lin Xian suddenly felt that something was not right. He looked back. Where was Feng Ling? That's right. A second ago, she was shouting and chasing after him. Then, she suddenly disappeared. Did the space attribute disappear? No. Lin Xian did not feel any fluctuation of spiritual power. Moreover, Feng Ling. Xiao Yuhan. Lin Xian shouted, but there was no response. Pfft, the next moment, Lin Xian sneered. Sigh, as expected, handsome people will be targeted wherever they go. Lin Xian shook his head helplessly. He really didn't expect that someone would make a move on him. He was truly convinced. However, to be honest, no one knew that he was at the Great Void stage. Moreover, he was already at the Great Void stage 3 stars. If they had known, they might have considered whether or not to make a move. There was a high chance that they would not have made a move. However, who would have thought that Lin Xian would advance to the Absolute Void stage in such a short time? As for who it was, Lin Xian had a guess, but he wasn't sure. Xiao Yuhan is already at the Great Void stage. She shouldn't be in any danger. As for Feng Ling, I don't think she's looking for him. Lin Xian knew that these people were looking for him. Come out. Lin Xian replied. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, dozens of clowns suddenly fell down from 2 rows of trees with ropes dangling from them. Then, they turned around in mid-air and looked at Lin Xian with sharp eyes, deliberately mystifying things. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and activated his Eye of Cave Spirit. He instinctively felt that this should be an illusion. When Lin Xian activated his Eye of Cave Spirit, he saw it. Feng Ling was not far away. She looked very puzzled and kept looking around. She walked around as if she was looking for something. However, she had already seen Lin Xian and the clowns, but she still acted as if she saw nothing and continued to search. She seemed to be shouting something, but her voice could not be heard. Then, Lin Xian looked to the other side. Wu Yuhan was also searching there. The two of them might be 20 meters apart, but they could not see each other. This was a trap that had been prepared in advance. Lin Xian laughed in his heart. Then, he looked at the dozens of clowns surrounding him. Somewhere in the distance, Chu He put his hands in his pockets and looked over with a cold smile. Lin Xian glanced over, and Chu He's brows furrowed. He could see him. Or, he just happened to look at others and his gaze passed by him. It should be the latter. He was all too familiar with this illusion array. Even Feng Ling couldn't break free from it, so how could Lin Xian see him? Even a 10th level absolute virtual stage warrior would not be able to break free from the illusion easily. Little did he know that although the illusion was powerful, Lin Xian's Eye of Cave Spirit was even more powerful. Lin Xian also saw that person. Chu He. Of course, Lin Xian knew Chu He. But he pretended not to see him. It seemed that some things had to be settled tonight. Since Chu He wanted to kill him, Lin Xian did not know the reason and did not want to know. He did not need to know either. He only needed to know that since Chu He wanted to kill him, he would kill him tonight. Lin Xian could not be bothered to talk to these people. Obviously, these people were from the Chu family. Why did they have to be so flashy? Lin Xian glanced around. 23 people, all in the absolute virtual stage. They really thought highly of him, Lin Xian. There were from 1 star to 10 stars of the absolute virtual stage. Of course, there were more of those with lower realms. Go! One of them shouted. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Their silhouettes were extremely fast, worthy of being assassins. However, what happened next? In front of Lin Xian, all the flashy moves were useless. Because, Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. This formation could even restrict the power of space, so they were fully prepared. However, Lin Xian did not even think of running. Activate the domain. Whoosh! In an instant, Lin Xian activated his own domain. Now, Lin Xian, who was at the absolute virtual stage, could lower the opponent's realm by 4 stars with his domain. In other words, even if the 23 people present were at the absolute virtual stage, they would be reduced to 6 stars of the absolute virtual stage. As for Lin Xian, he was at 3 stars of the absolute virtual stage. This gap was very small for Lin Xian. and some directly fell to the heavenly venerable stage. Although you know my laws and have dispatched so many experts, there are 2 points that you may not be very clear about. First, my realm is now at the 3rd level of the absolute virtual stage. Second, you still don't know the effect of my domain. Destruction law. Lin Xian's eyes narrowed and released the terrifying destruction law. Puff puff puff, 23 people, this was their domain. Before they could release their laws, 18 of them instantly vomited blood and fell to the ground. They were either all dead or seriously injured and had completely lost their ability to fight. As for the other 5 people, because their realms were above Lin Xian, the destruction law was not very effective. However, creation law. Double strength, double spirit. Spatial lock. Lin Xian directly released the power to seal the space around them. Void killing eyes. Blue water droplets appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Then, he reached out and grabbed them, throwing them over. 5 people's bodies were pierced. It was not that they did not want to attack, but Lin Xian's power was too brainless. In the next instant, Lin Xian looked at the dumbfounded Chu He through the illusion. Chapter 14:19. Chu He was completely stunned. What did he just see? He only saw Lin Xian use a few seconds, then he didn't know what ability he used. Maybe it was the law of destruction. After all, he knew that Lin Xian had the law of destruction, but he also knew that the law of destruction had a limit. You're just a 10th order heavenly venerable. Your law of destruction would at most have an effect on a 10th order heavenly venerable, but a great virtual realm? It might be possible, but the effect was minimal. Then how did you kill all these people in an instant? On what basis? Could it be that his realm was higher than theirs? How was that possible? As a 10th order heavenly venerable, he knew how difficult it was to reach the great virtual realm from the 10th order heavenly venerable realm. Even a top powerhouse would need a certain amount of time to do so. What made him even more confused was that although these people were dead, the illusion array was still there. Why did Lin Xian keep looking at him? How could this be? Whoosh! In an instant, Lin Xian's figure appeared in front of Chu He. Young Master Chu, long time no see. Come to the amusement park to play. Lin Xian stood in front of Chu He and asked with a smile. Chu He. He could fucking see him. What was going on? How did he manage to kill all of his men in an instant? There were even great virtual realm 10 stars among his people. However, Chu He could only remain calm. He, yes, I came to play. I heard that the largest amusement park opened here. I didn't expect young Master Lin to be here too. What a coincidence. Chu He squeezed out a smile with difficulty. Yes, young Master Chu doesn't have the space attribute, right? Lin Xian asked. Space lock. Lin Xian then used space lock to seal their space. Great virtual realm. It was only now that he realized that Lin Xian had really advanced to the great virtual realm. However, even if he had advanced to the great virtual realm, how the fuck did he kill a 10th order heavenly venerable realm expert in an instant? What does young Master Lin mean? Chu He squeezed out a smile with difficulty. What do you mean? Lin Xian lowered his head and lit a cigarette. He blew out a smoke ring and said faintly, let me ask you. 20 years ago, the Wu family was exterminated. Was it your Chu family that did it? Chu He's eyes narrowed. Did he come over for the Wu family's matter? He was wondering why this Lin Xian would come to Feng country. Was it really for the Wu family's matter? But why? Wait a minute. Wu Yuhan, could she be the Wu family's? Young Master Lin, what do you mean? The Wu family extermination case is a secret in the entire Wind City. How could I possibly know? Bang! In the next moment, his right arm exploded without any warning, flesh and blood flying everywhere. Ah! His blood-curdling screams were heard. This illusory array could be used as a cover for Lin Xian's crimes. Say it, or you'll be in pain. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Still not speaking. Bang! In the next instant, his left arm also exploded. Ah! He was a 10-star heavenly venerable. In front of Lin Xian, a 3-star great void stage, he was nothing. Especially when Lin Xian had the law of destruction. If there was no law, they could try to fight. However, the law of destruction was absolutely brainless and invincible when facing someone of a lower realm. Tell me, the next one to break the laws of nature will be your life. Lin Xian smirked and said. I'll speak. I'll speak. His face was pale. Lin Xian laughed. Speak. 20 years ago, He lowered his head and his eyes narrowed. Whoosh. In the next instant, he charged directly at Lin Xian. Lin Xian could not help but sneer. If it were anyone else, they might really be in danger. However, he had the spatial attribute. Whoosh. In the next instant, Lin Xian disappeared on the spot. The law of destruction was released and He was directly erased. There was no need to ask him. He probably could not say it out loud. He had to admit that he was rather impressed by He. Even in such a situation, He still insisted on perishing together with Lin Xian. It was just that he had met Lin Xian. Now, Lin Xian felt much better. At least there was one less person who wanted to kill him in this world. At the same time, there was also one less person who was not weak. As for the Wu family, Lin Xian still didn't have any news. From what he had shown, Lin Xian really couldn't tell if the Chu family was involved or not. Sigh. Lin Xian sighed. Then, he released the law of destruction and destroyed the surrounding illusion array. Lin Xian. At the same time, Wu Yuhan and Feng Ling suddenly saw Lin Xian and quickly ran over. At the same time, they also noticed the blood on the ground in front of Lin Xian and frowned. What happened just now? Wu Yuhan asked. The Chu family made a move, Lin Xian said. What? The Chu family? Feng Ling frowned. Yes, they sent out more than 20 people. They were all in the Great Void stage. However, I killed them all. Feng Ling, Wu Yuhan, more than 20 Great Void stage cultivators. How could you say it was so easy to kill them all? This was because Lin Xian did it relatively easily. Mainly, these people did not even have time to release their most powerful laws and domains. Then, Lin Xian destroyed the laws. It was too brainless. If they had released their laws and domains to fight with Lin Xian might have died. Why does the Chu family want to kill you? Feng Ling asked, puzzled. Lin Xian should not have any grudges with the Chu family, right? That means he wants to kill me. He. Feng Ling muttered to herself. Could it be that he cooperated with someone else and after killing you, one of the top 10 in the God Awakening door will be empty? That person can then enter. Duan Ling Xiao. Feng Ling's words made Lin Xian's eyes light up. That's right. It seemed to make sense. Duan Ling Xiao was ranked 11th. If he, Lin Xian, died, Duan Ling Xiao would enter the top 10. It was really possible. If it was just because he liked Feng Ling and came out to play with Feng Ling, wouldn't it be a little too extreme? After all, he had not investigated anything clearly. Where's He? Feng Ling asked. Dead. Feng Ling, you're amazing. The corner of Feng Ling's mouth twitched. This person was too ruthless. She and Chu He only knew each other and could not be considered friends. He wanted to kill Lin Xian and was killed by Lin Xian instead. There was no problem with that. Let's go home. I think there will be more later. Lin Xian said. With Chu He dead, how could the Chu family not know why he came out? And with him dead, could the Chu family have a good ending? Of course not. Therefore, they were still waiting for Lin Xian. But what did that matter? Could the Chu family produce a heavenly Dao realm expert? Absolutely impossible. Without a heavenly Dao realm expert, even the Great Void 10-star was nothing. Chapter 1420. The three of them left the amusement park with their own thoughts. Lin Xian, I have to remind you of something. The Chu family is very powerful. Their assassination methods are very powerful. You must not be careless. Chu He is dead. More than 20 great virtual realm experts are dead. Of course, they will know that you did it. Even if they are afraid, they will definitely not have a good ending. Feng Ling reminded Lin Xian. I know. Do I need you to remind me? Scram. Feng Ling rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. However, she was truly shocked. He killed more than 20 great virtual realm experts alone in such a short period of time. How did he do it? She was not at the 10-star great virtual realm. Go back and have a good rest. I'm tired after playing for the whole day. Lin Xian said. Are you still playing tomorrow? Feng Ling asked. Oh. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows and looked at her. Don't misunderstand. I'm going to sleep in tomorrow, so don't bother me. With that said, Feng Ling released her spatial attribute and disappeared. Lin Xian. What about the Chu family? Wu Yuhan asked. Lin Xian shook his head. I'm not sure. Let's play for another 2 days. If it doesn't work, we can only use the last resort. But, isn't that too dangerous? Lin Xian said with a smile, don't forget that I have the law of creation. In 2 or 3 days, I'll constantly release the law of creation to create things. The strength will definitely not be low. All right. Wu Yuhan nodded. Let's go and have some fun. Wu Yuhan. Then, she was having sex with the hooligan, Lin Xian, that night. These days, Wu Yunhua would occasionally come out. Wu Yuhan was the one taking the lead. The next day, the Chu family was in complete chaos. What's going on? Where's Xiaohe? Xiaohe hasn't returned. Chu He's father, Chu Jingyun, was extremely anxious. Chu He was just too important to the Chu family. He was a rare genius in the Chu family, and he even had a chance of advancing to the heavenly Dao realm. After returning from the mystical realm, he was bound to be at the Great Void realm. It probably wouldn't take long for him to reach the heavenly Dao realm. Of course, he knew that Chu He had brought people to kill Lin Xian last night. Of course, he didn't think it was a big deal. Lin Xian was very important, but if he wanted to kill someone, how difficult would it be for the Chu clan? As long as it was done secretly enough, it would be fine. Moreover, his son was also very meticulous. He believed in him. However, he did not know if Lin Xian was dead or not, but it had been an entire night. Chu He and the 20 or so great virtual realm warriors of the Chu clan had not returned. Not only that, they could not even be contacted now. For some reason, he began to panic. Father, don't worry. Maybe they are still fighting. Chu Feng said. Still fighting. More than 20 great virtual realm martial artists killed a 10 stars heavenly venerable realm martial artist. Even if that Lin Xian advanced to the great virtual realm, how long can he last? Chu Jingyun gnashed his teeth in anger. He had a very uneasy feeling. Please don't let anything happen, please don't let anything happen. That Lin Xian has the spatial attribute, as well as the laws of destruction and creation. He has the opportunity to escape from the spatial seal. Perhaps he has already escaped to the ends of the world. Big Brother and the others have also chased him to the ends of the world. That's why we can't get through to him. Chu Feng said. I hope that's the case, I hope that's the case. Chu Jingyun sat there smoking a cigarette. Master. At that moment, a person ran in. Is there any news from Little He? Chu Jingyun hurriedly stood up and asked. No, but I just discovered that Lin Xian was shopping with that girl. Chu Jingyun. My son brought 20 or so great virtual realm experts to kill you. Right now, I don't know whether my son is dead or alive. There's no news, and I can't contact him. You're shopping. At that moment, he was completely panicking. Lin Xian still hadn't run away. Furthermore, he was still shopping. In other words, his own son. Chu Jingyun's body staggered back repeatedly. Then, he fell onto the sofa. Father. Chu Feng hurriedly ran over to support Chu Jingyun. Actually, he was feeling very happy. Why? With that being the case, his older brother had been killed by Lin Xian. In that case, the future of the Chu family would fall into his hands. Otherwise, it would definitely be Chu He's. Nice. Little He. Little He. Chu Jingyun's body was trembling. He truly couldn't understand. With over 20 great virtual realm experts, and even a rank 10 great virtual realm expert, why wasn't Lin Xian injured? Why was he shopping today? Why were all his people dead? Why? He couldn't understand at all. Father, we must avenge Big Brother. Chu Feng had a very sad expression. Crack, crack, crack. Chu Jingyun tightly clenched his fists. Yes, they must avenge him, but the strongest person in the Chu family was a great virtual realm expert. Last night, they had sent out a great virtual realm expert as well. However, they were still uncontactable. In addition, Lin Xian had appeared in the Wind City and was happily shopping. He had reason to believe that no matter if it was the 20+ experts or his son, they were all dead. This Lin Xian must have some experts secretly protecting him. Only then did Chu Jingyun realize that. It must be. Otherwise, with his cultivation, how could it be possible? Perhaps it really is. Chu Feng nodded. Then it's really not easy to make a move. At least, it's not easy to make a move openly. Then, how can we make a move? How can we kill him? How can we avenge my son? Chu Jingyun's eyes were blood red. Assassination. Last night, the 20+ people were assassinated. However, none of them survived. Father, can we try poison? Poison. Of course, no problem. But how? Chu Jingyun gritted his teeth. At that moment, an old man next to him said, Master, there will be a grand banquet in the Imperial Palace tomorrow night. Perhaps there will be a chance to make a move at the banquet. As long as that person participates. Chu Jingyun's eyes suddenly lit up. Right. There were plenty of ways to make a move at the banquet. If it really didn't work, he would go find the emperor and ask the emperor to cooperate with him. After all, the Chu family had been the imperial palace's dog for a very, very long time. That's right. The Wind Nation was the same as the Ice Nation. They had an emperor. The Hua nation was more similar to Earth. However, the emperor might not have much power, but he was still an emperor. But now, the important thing is, how do we make that Lin Xian participate? Chu Feng said. That's easy. Hasn't he been quite close with the Feng family's Feng Ling recently? Feng help send the Feng family's invitation. Send 2 more. Also, I don't think you need me to teach you how to hint, right? Chu Feng nodded, I understand. Go. Chu Jingyun waved his hand weakly, then leaned on the sofa. His entire person seemed to have aged 20 years in an instant. Lin Xian. His eyes flickered with killing intent. You will undoubtedly die. I will kill you. Chapter 1421. My waist hurts. Lin Xian massaged his waist. Wu Yuhan. This is so infuriating. You took advantage of me, yet you're still acting innocent. Scram. Little Yuhan, you're too much. You don't understand men at all. Men are really bitter creatures. Lin Xian sat up and stretched his back. Wu Yuhan put on her clothes and wanted to give Lin Xian a kick. Are we going to start our plan today? Wu Yuhan couldn't be bothered to talk to Lin Xian about this topic. Bastard. Lin Xian pondered for a moment, why don't we wait a little longer? Wu Yuhan nodded, anything is fine. I'll listen to you. Lin Xian said, I think that the Chu clan will make a move soon since I've just killed Chu He. They must know that I was the one who killed him. Let's make use of this opportunity to find out if the Chu clan is the culprit. Wu Yuhan nodded. Of course, she would listen to Lin Xian. Women were born to rely on men. When a woman chose a man, it was definitely because the man attracted her and gave her something to rely on. Thus, no matter what, a woman would feel a sense of security around a man. Then, what should we do today? Let's continue playing. Lin Xian grinned. All right. It had been a long time since he had played for so many days. Lin Xian took it as an opportunity for himself to relax. Meanwhile, in the Feng clan, Chu Feng arrived with a smile on his face. Feng Ling and the others were discussing something in the main hall when Chu Feng walked in. Uncle Feng, Big Brother Feng. Chu Feng bowed respectfully. Oh, it's little Feng. What brings you here? Feng Qingyang asked with a smile. It's like this. Chu Feng took out some invitations and placed them on the table. There's a banquet at the Imperial Palace tonight. I believe everyone should know about it, right? Feng Qingyang nodded, of course. It's the Emperor's birthday tonight, so we'll definitely be there. This is an invitation. The Emperor's birthday must be as lively as possible. Therefore, there will be a lot of invitations. There may be a lot of people that the Emperor doesn't know, but he wants it to be lively. As long as it's a big clan, the people that are brought by outstanding people should be more outstanding people. Therefore, His Majesty specially instructed my father, and my father also instructed me to specially inform the major clans when sending the invitations, that if there are some relatively powerful or outstanding people, it would be best for any of the clans to bring any of them. It would be more lively, so everyone should go. Chu Feng said with a smile. Of course, we'll definitely be there. Then I'll take my leave first. I still have to deliver the invitations to the other families. Then, Chu Feng walked away. Feng Qingyang glanced at the stack of invitations. He has an ulterior motive. Feng Qingyang shook his head. Feng Ling frowned. The Chu clan was here to deliver the invitations, and Chu He and the other experts were killed by Lin Xian. Now that Lin Xian was close to her Feng clan, she couldn't help but think that they were trying to lure Lin Xian over. Feng Ling didn't tell anyone about what happened last night, not even Feng Qingyang. So, Feng Qingyang didn't even know that Chu He was dead. To be more precise, other than Feng Ling and the Chu clan, no one else knew about Chu He's death. However, Feng Qingyang was an old fox. He could tell that there was an ulterior motive behind Chu Fang's words. However, he couldn't figure out what it was. There wasn't such a situation in the past, and it was only this time. What was different about the Feng clan this time? Lin Xian. Feng Qingyang frowned. The only difference was that his daughter was very close to Lin Xian. Was it really because of him? Lingling, did Lin Xian do something? Feng Qingyang asked. Ah. Feng Ling was stunned. Looking at Feng Ling's expression, as her father, Feng Qingyang knew that something was wrong. His daughter was swift and decisive. She would never act like this. Unless she had something on her mind. What did you do with Lin Xian? Feng Qinghao and Feng Qingyu glanced at one another. Dad, you can't be suspecting that big sister has slept with Lin Xian, right? Feng Qingyu asked. Feng Qingyang, Feng Ling, get lost. How did I give birth to such a foolish son like you? Feng Qingyang glared at him. Feng Qingyu lowered his head in grievance. He felt that he was right. His father was asking his sister what she had done with Lin Xian. What did that man and woman do? The only thing that came to his mind was that they went to bed. Feng Ling lowered her head and hesitated for a moment. Last night, Lin Xian killed Chu He, and more than 20 absolute void stage experts from the Chu clan. Gasp. Feng Qingyang and the others could not help but gasp. Lin Xian killing Chu He wasn't something to be shocked about, because Chu He was inferior to Lin Xian in the first place. As for why Lin Xian would kill Chu He could think of a few possibilities. What he needed to take note of was that Chu He was the eldest son of the Chu clan and a top-notch genius. However, the most shocking thing was that Lin Xian had killed more than 20 absolute void stage experts. What happened? Feng Ling shook her head. I'm not sure. We were playing in the riverside park when we were tricked by the Chu clan's illusory formation. When I walked out of the illusory formation, Lin Xian had already killed all the experts. They must have come to assassinate Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian's strength is too terrifying. Is he at the absolute void stage? Feng Ling nodded. Although he's at the absolute void stage, there are more than 20 absolute void stage experts in the Chu clan. He even took less than 2 minutes to kill them all. Feng Qingyang could not help but be shocked. There's a reason why he could get first place in the Tianwu conference. There's a reason why you can't beat him. Wind Chimes also sighed helplessly. Yes, she really could not beat him. However, I'll work hard. This God's Awakening door is my chance. I have a high chance of surpassing him. Feng Ling said, unwilling to admit defeat. It seems like their target this time is Lin Xian. Feng Qinghao said. That's right. The Chu clan is very close to the imperial family. They're just a dog of the imperial family. However, you can't say that. The imperial family is not as powerful as you think. They're only slightly stronger than the Chu clan and the Feng clan. If the Chu clan and the imperial family discuss this banquet might be a trap for Lin Xian. Feng Qingyang said. Then I won't talk to him. Speak. Feng Qingyang said. Ha. Feng Ling looked at him in confusion. It's up to him. He's definitely not here for a vacation. You can talk to him and let him decide for himself. Feng Ling nodded and then contacted Lin Xian. Hey, little Ling Ling, do you miss me? Muah. Feng Ling was speechless. Chapter 1422. In the Feng family's hall, those people were embarrassed. Because they had all heard it. Feng Ling was definitely the most embarrassed person. Bastard. Speak human language. Feng Ling gritted her teeth and said. Was he crazy? Why did he open the conversation with her like that? She had caused her father and brother to misunderstand her. That's human language. I love you. Lin Xian said with a grin. Feng Ling was speechless. Cough, 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 Feng Qingyang coughed dryly. Could it be that his daughter had developed a romantic relationship with Lin Xian in the past 2 days? You. Feng Ling gritted her teeth. Bastard. Bastard. I'm on speaker. I have people with me. I still love you. Feng Ling was speechless. Cough, 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 Feng Qingyang could not help but cough dryly again. My father and the others are with them. Lin Xian was speechless. Cough, cough, what's the matter? Lin Xian then coughed dryly and asked. Damn it. Feng Ling really wanted to kick him to death. Then, Feng Ling roughly told Lin Xian some things. Are you going? Feng Ling asked. Of course, how can I not go? I'm eating grilled fish with Yuhan at Subei Square. Do you want to come? It's my treat this time. Also, help me send the invitation. Thank you. With that, Lin Xian hung up the phone. Feng Ling was speechless. Damn it. If she remembered correctly, she did not say that she was going, right? This kid has you in his clutches. He's a smart person. No wonder he has so many beautiful and outstanding girls around him. Sure enough, go. Feng Qingyang said. I'm not going. I'll get someone to send it to him. Didn't he say that he wanted to treat you to grilled fish? You should take advantage of him. Feng Qinghao said. Feng Ling's beautiful eyes lit up. Yes. I'll go then. Then, Feng Ling disappeared in a flash. At the grilled fish shop in the mall, Wind Chimes took a picture of the invitation and gave it to Lin Xian. You said it was your treat today. Windling confirmed and said. Lin Xian glanced at the invitation and then put it away. He smiled and nodded. Okay, it's my treat. Order whatever you want. All right. Then, Windling glanced at the menu and realized something. Oh. She was going crazy. She suddenly realized something. This was not a 5-star hotel. This was not a luxurious restaurant. It was just a grilled fish shop in a shopping mall. The average cost per person was 150 to 200 yuan. Even if she ordered the most expensive thing, would she be able to get 2,000 yuan? Wow! This person was a real dog, a real dog. What's wrong? Lin Xian smiled as he looked at Windling. I suddenly lost my appetite. I want to eat something else. Feng Ling said. Alright, you can choose from this shopping mall. Feng Ling was speechless. Not in this mall. Lin Xian smiled. Alright. Anyway, little Yuhan and I are almost done eating, so I'll accompany you to eat something else. Let's go. Windling's evil plan succeeded. Her beautiful eyes lit up. Then, they walked out. Damn. Is there anyone selling pancakes here? Xiao Yu, do you want to roll a pancake? Lin Xian saw the entrance of an alley. Sure. Wu Yuhan nodded. Feng Ling took a look. Frankly speaking, it was very fragrant. However, she had never eaten pancakes from roadside stalls. It felt very dirty. Lin Xian and Wu Yuhan ran over there directly. Feng Ling followed them in surprise. She looked at the various vegetables and meat on the table. However, she could not stand the pot of oil. Lin Xian and Wu Yuhan chose and passed it to the boss. Add more chili and roll 2 pancakes together, Lin Xian said. All right. Lin Xian then looked at Feng Ling and asked, You're not eating. Is this good? Cut the crap. When I was young, the happiest time was when I went to roll a pancake with my sister. Lin Xian said. Feng Ling glanced at Lin Xian. Boss, I want one too. Choose your own dish. Soon, Lin Xian held a pancake and took a bite in satisfaction. Feng Ling glanced at it and then tried it. To be honest, although it was not as exquisite as the food in restaurants and hotels, it had a deliciousness that she had never tasted before. It was indeed delicious. Especially with the addition of chili and sauce. How is it? Not bad. Feng Ling nodded. There's a rujiamo over there. Want one? Sure. Then, each of them had a rujiamo. After the rujiamo, there was a serving of stinky tofu. Feng Ling had never eaten it before, but it felt really good. I'm full. I'm not eating anymore. Feng Ling saw Lin Xian buy another pancake and quickly shook her head. You're full. Do you still want to go to the hotel? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Feng Ling was speechless. She was dumbfounded. Ah! Lin Xian. You. Feng Ling was so angry that she pointed at Lin Xian and was speechless. She was fooled. She was full. Did all the food he ate add up to 30 yuan? She lost. If she had known earlier, she would have eaten grilled fish. That way, she could have cheated Lin Xian more money. Now, it was only 30 to 40 yuan, wow. How could someone be so obnoxious? Wu Yuhan just realized this. Really, she wanted to laugh. This Lin Xian, he was really. Just you wait. Anyway, you agreed. When we go to Lin and City, you'll treat us. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Yes. Then let's play together today. Let's go to the banquet tonight. Feng Ling glanced at Lin Xian. You know it's a Hongmen banquet. Why do you still want to go? What's the difference if I go or not? It's dangerous if I go or not. I might as well go and take a look. Maybe I can solve some problems. Lin Xian smiled. But some dangers are unknown. At a banquet with all kinds of people, you have to be more careful. Lin Xian nodded. I know. I want to see what tricks they have up their sleeves. I hope they're a little better and not too stupid. Otherwise, it won't be fun at all. Then be careful. Are you worried about me? Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Feng Ling was speechless. You're finished. You're starting to worry about me. That means you're not far from falling in love with me. Humph. Women are just as so. Lin Xian laughed. Feng Ling was speechless. Fuck your sister. She couldn't help but swear. I'm only doing this because if you're dead and I go to Lin and City, who's going to treat me? Fengdu, this young miss will definitely get it back from your hands in Lin and City. Feng Ling said proudly. Let's go and play. Humph. Time slowly passed and the sky slowly darkened. Tonight's Fengdu was especially lively. Because it was the emperor's birthday, the streets of Fengdu felt like they were celebrating the new year. All the major shopping malls and the like had a lot of discounts today. Lin Xian and the others had already arrived at the entrance of the imperial palace. Chapter 1423. Lin Xian was speechless as he looked at the bustling and humongous imperial palace. This upper-class society was indeed quite impressive. However, even if you were an emperor, in this era, the emperor was no longer the only emperor. An emperor was merely a representative of an empire, similar to the president of Heavenly Blue Planet. He had power, but he could not do whatever he wanted. However, there were times when everyone had to give face. Lin Xian had already made some preparations. All that was left was to see how they would make their move. Be careful. Wu Yuhan reminded Lin Xian. I know. Feng Ling did not walk with them. She was following the Feng family. In fact, under normal circumstances, she did not like to come to this banquet. It was fine if the elders came. But today, Lin Xian was here. She also knew that this was a feast at Hongmen. He wanted to see what would happen. Let's go in. Then, they took the invitation and entered the imperial palace. Tonight, the imperial palace was simply beautiful. All kinds of lights were shining. Although it was night, there wasn't any dark place in the imperial palace. From the first step in, you couldn't find a place without people. Everywhere you looked, there were people. Most of them were those who had already arrived and were walking towards the banquet. However, there were also some waiters and the like in the imperial palace. The two went to the depths of the plaza. It was a very large open-air plaza, but at this moment, the plaza was decorated like an open-air party. It was very beautiful. There were all kinds of tables and chairs in the surroundings. All of them were filled with food and wine. The lights were flickering, and everyone was chatting with each other while holding a glass of wine. Lin Xian roughly scanned the place. There should be no less than 400 to 500 people here. Moreover, not all of them had arrived. He estimated that there would be more than 1,000 people. Is that him? Lin Xian glanced at a middle-aged man who was holding a glass of wine and chatting with a group of patriarchs. Feng Qingyang was also in the group of people who were chatting with him. The other men and women were looking for handsome men and beautiful women. To them, the banquet was actually an opportunity to hook up with rich guys. Feng Ling said that the Chu family has a very good relationship with the royal family. So, since they want to call you over, they might actually collude with the royal family to make a move on you. Wu Yuhan reminded him. I'd like to see how they're going to do it. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up, then he picked up a glass of wine and swirled it. What are you looking at? Wu Yuhan asked. I'm looking to see if there are any beauties. Lin Xian. Wu Yuhan was speechless. Then she walked away. Hey, where are you going? Find a man. Lin Xian couldn't help but smile. He guessed that this girl just wanted to walk around and see if she could get some information. When Lin Xian arrived, many people's attention was already on Lin Xian. Lin Xian. Chu Feng's eyes narrowed as he looked at Lin Xian. He had a bit of conflict with Lin Xian before. However, he was not on the same level as Lin Xian. How should he put it? Lin Xian killed Chu He. He was even grateful to Lin Xian from the bottom of his heart. However, feeling Lin Xian didn't mean that he had to repay Lin Xian. It only meant that he had no reason to kill Lin Xian. That's Lin Xian. A man was standing beside Chu Feng. Yes. First place in the Tianwu assembly. Amazing. Where's your brother? He's also in the top 10. That man asked. Oh, my brother probably didn't come. The news of Chu He's death had yet to be spread. Thus, no one knew about it. Then I'll go and chat with him. Hi, Lin Xian. That man smiled, waved his hand and ran over. Lin Xian. A sudden voice attracted the attention of some of the people in the surroundings. Which Lin Xian is that? Damn. It seems to be him. I've seen the live broadcast of the Tianwu assembly. Isn't he that brother Kuru? He's also here. I heard that the person who got first place in the Tianwu assembly was a person called Lin Xian, right? Where did you hear that? Didn't it not get exposed? I think He accidentally said it at some occasion after he came back. Anyways, I've seen the live broadcast and know this person. His results in the first 2 rounds were explosive. And he's Lin Xian. Then the first place of the Tianwu assembly is probably him. Wah. So he's actually the first place of the Tianwu assembly that suppressed Duan Lingxiao and Chu He. Little brother. Very inexplicably, Lin Xian didn't do anything here. He just sat there drinking red wine and occasionally glancing at the girls. Then, he was surrounded by a group of people. This Lin Xian is also here. Sima Yan frowned. Beside him stood Sima Lian. It's this Lin Xian. Sima Lian's eyes also focused. This Lin Xian had obtained the 10,000 evil lightning and snatched it from their hands. They also knew that the capable obtained it, but who would be willing to accept it? Liuzhou City, where the Sima family was located, was not far from here. Liuzhou City was within Feng Nation, but it was very remote. However, their Sima family was also a famous family, so it was normal for them to be invited here. This emperor was very concerned about his face, so he was as grand as possible. Lin Xian. Chu Jingyun's eyes focused as he looked at Lin Xian from afar. He gritted his teeth. He's that Lin Xian. Emperor Hai's eyes stared at Lin Xian, who was surrounded by people in the distance. Yes, Emperor. Tonight, please cooperate with me to kill him and avenge my son, Chu He. Chu Jingyun said. But this Lin Xian is the first place of the Tianwu tournament. If something happens to him, Chu Jingyun said, my son is also in the top 10. What's the difference between the top 10 and first place? Alright. Since we've already promised Chu family head, then let's act according to the plan. Sima Yan's eyes focused. He's actually the first place of the Tianwu tournament, Lin Xian. Only now did Sima Yan realize this matter. This is somewhat inconceivable. Fortunately, we didn't provoke him at that time. If the news is correct, this Lin Xian is even the Yixian group's Lin Xian. Sima Lian said. Then father, we make friends. Sima Lian said. Not to mention Lin Xian's potential, the Yixian group would definitely be a great power in the continent in the future. These people could see it clearly. Sima Yan nodded, understood. Then he walked over. Young Master Lin. Sima Yan smiled at Lin Xian. Lin Xian squeezed out from the girls and his gaze fell on Sima Yan. Isn't this Sima family Sima Yan? The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up as he looked at Sima Yan. I didn't expect to meet young Master Lin here. Nice to meet you. Everyone opened their mouths. Chapter 1424. Sima Yan's status in this banquet was very high because the Sima family was really powerful. Therefore, at first, there were still people who doubted Lin Xian's identity, but now, there was no need to doubt it. Even Sima Yan from the Sima family came to befriend him. There were some small conflicts before, but I think it's normal. After all, it's normal to fight for a heaven and earth spirit treasure, right? Sima Yan said with a smile. I think so too. Lin Xian nodded. I just didn't expect to see you here. If I had met young Master Lin earlier, I would have participated in the Tianwu conference no matter what. Sima Yan said with a smile. Then my face is really big. Lin Xian exchanged all kinds of pleasantries with him. Caw. On the other side, Chu Jingyun and the others stared angrily at Lin Xian, who was like a star surrounded by stars. Fuck your mother. Your Majesty, let the banquet begin. Chu Jingyun said. Hai Tianxia nodded, okay. Then, Hai Tianxia walked over, and everyone's eyes gathered on him. He, everyone, quiet down. Everyone quieted down. I'm very grateful to everyone for coming to my birthday banquet. Some of you even came from faraway places. I'm very grateful. Your Majesty, we will naturally come to your birthday banquet. That's right. Everyone agreed. Ha, good. Today, I also saw many young geniuses. I even found out that the champion of this year's Tianwu conference actually came to this banquet. Hearing this, many people who didn't know were stunned for a moment. Then, their eyes followed Hai Tianxia's gaze and looked at Lin Xian. Great! Your presence brings light to my banquet again. Now, let the banquet officially begin. Everyone, eat and drink well. Don't be restrained. Then, the banquet officially began. Lin Xian felt a little strange. You can't have poisoned all the food in the banquet, right? Then, if you did that, how did you make a move on him? You want to secretly approach him and poison him. Isn't that a little too low level? Even though Wind Chimes was also chatting with some people, she was also curious about this. After a while, a seemingly inconspicuous old man suddenly passed by Lin Xian's side. Then, with a superb technique, he stabbed a silver needle into Lin Xian at an unimaginable speed and pulled it out. It was so fast that Lin Xian didn't even feel it. That was right. Their methods might not be that great. They were just a single person that the Chu clan had spent a huge amount of resources to hire. And this person was called Black Wind Ghost Hand. He was a very powerful poison master from Feng Empire. In fact, he should be a villain, a wanted person by the three major powers. But if they could kill Lin Xian, who couldn't they invite? However, this person was invited by the Chu clan. Of course, the Chu clan also gave a lot of rewards to the emperor. The emperor's family might be above the Chu clan, but not by much. The Chu clan still had a lot of things that caught Hai Tianxia's eye. Then, the old man passed by Lin Xian's side and gave Hai Tianxia a look. Then, he smiled and greeted a person that had already been planted there. They drank and chatted. However, this scene was seen by Wu Yuhan. She had been worried about how these people might make a move on Lin Xian, so her attention was actually on Lin Xian from another direction. Bastard! You're still chatting with a girl. You've been tricked. Wu Yuhan secretly gritted her teeth and walked towards Lin Xian. You've been tricked. She transmitted a message to Lin Xian. At such a close distance, it shouldn't be discovered. Lin Xian froze for a moment. The old man behind you used a very fast technique to attack you. It might be poison. Wu Yuhan said. She was a large success in the dark attribute. A powerful dark attribute cultivator definitely had one strong point, and that was their eyesight. Lin Xian's expression didn't change as he transmitted a message to Wu Yuhan. I got it. Actually, if it was poison, Lin Xian wouldn't be afraid. However, he was still very grateful for Wu Yuhan's warning. Indeed, there was always someone better than you. He had been tricked without even realizing it. Then, Lin Xian took a pastry and casually swallowed an antidote pill that he had refined earlier. This antidote pill was a very high-grade antidote pill. Lin Xian didn't believe that in terms of medical skills and poison, you could compare to him. Chu Jingyun revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. Humph. So what if you're the champion of the Tianwu conference? So what if you've advanced to the virtualization stage at such a young age? Aren't you still going to die? Time slowly passed. However, Lin Xian was still smiling calmly as he talked about life and dreams with the girls. Of course, Lin Xian also did something along the way. Didn't you want to poison me to death? Let's see who's going to be poisoned to death. Therefore, Lin Xian secretly used an extremely fast method to stab the old man with a needle. The old man also didn't realize it. Emperor, how long will it take for the poison to take effect? Chu Jingyun asked in confusion. 20 minutes had already passed. Logically speaking, it should have taken effect. I don't know either. That's Senior Black Wind Ghostly Hand's poison. Only he knows. However, I know that once he's poisoned by Black Wind Ghostly Hand, even if the King of Hell doesn't want him, he'll still have to crawl into hell. Hai Tianxia said indifferently. Feng Ling moved to Lin Xian's side and asked, how is it? Count to 10. Lin Xian smiled. Ah. She was stunned for a moment. Then, she followed Lin Xian's instructions and started counting. Black Wind Ghostly Hand was a little puzzled. Something was wrong. That person had already been poisoned by him. Logically speaking, 20 minutes should have been enough for the poison to take effect. When it did, his internal organs would have already been infiltrated by the poison. Therefore, he would have died within a few seconds of the poison taking effect. Therefore, there was no way he could have reacted. However, 20 minutes had already passed. Why was he still beaming with joy there? 10. Just as Feng Ling counted to 10, Black Wind Ghostly Hand's pupils suddenly shrank. Puff, a mouthful of black blood spurted out. His figure staggered a few steps back and then, plop, he fell to the ground and stopped breathing. Ah, this sudden scene made some people unable to help but scream. In an instant, that position had been vacated. What? Chu Jingyun and Hai Tianxia were completely stunned. What the hell was this? Why, was Black Wind Ghostly Hand the one who was poisoned to death? Why? That Lin Xian was still standing there happily chatting. How could this be? Hai Tianxia frowned. Chapter 1425. Hai Tianxia, Chu Jingyun and the other experts walked towards the corpse of Black Wind Ghost Hand. Due to the sudden death of a person, many people in the surroundings hurriedly ran far away. However, all of them were surprised and watched curiously. Feng Ling was stunned. Lin Xian asked her to count to 10, and when she counted to 10, a person died. What was going on? Lin Xian, did that person attack you? Feng Ling was not a fool. Lin Xian would not kill someone for no reason. Lin Xian nodded gently. They really did attack. Feng Ling secretly gritted her teeth. Lin Xian curled his lips. So what? An old man squatted down to investigate and frowned. He's dead. The old man said. Chu Jingyun and Hai Tianxia frowned. Why? Didn't he want to poison Lin Xian to death? Why did he die? How did he die? Chu Jingyun hurriedly asked. Poison. Chu Jingyun. What the fuck? He poisoned himself to death. Who did it? Chu Jingyun then pretended to stand up and glance at the crowd. Maybe he did it himself. Lin Xian said with a smile. Humph. Someone poisoned himself to death. What do you mean? Lin Xian said with a smile, what I mean is, maybe he poisoned others and accidentally poisoned himself to death. Of course, it's just a guess. That's all. Chu Jingyun's eyes suddenly narrowed. Hai Tianxia's eyes also narrowed. What did he mean by that? His words were clearly meant for Chu Jingyun. Could it be that he knew that they wanted to poison him to death? Could it be that Lin Xian was the one who poisoned Black Wind Ghost Hand to death? Lin Xian wasn't afraid anyway. Unless they took out a Heavenly Dao realm expert, Lin Xian wouldn't be afraid as long as it wasn't a top-notch 10th stage Great Void realm expert. Then I'll tell you today, I did it. So what? Men, take his body away first. We can't let it affect the banquet. Wait. Lin Xian said at this moment. Anything else? Hai Tianxia glanced at Lin Xian. Since this person is dead, shouldn't we investigate his identity? What was the meaning of this? Are you worried about exposing his identity in front of everyone? Lin Xian said with a smirk. He didn't give Chu Jingyun and Hai Tianxia any face. Nonsense. You guys wanted to kill yours truly. Do you think yours truly would show you any mercy? Bullshit. What did you say? Do you mean that I have something to do with him? Hai Tianxia's eyes narrowed as he looked at Lin Xian. I didn't say that. What I meant was that the process was wrong. That's right. I think so too. Someone was poisoned to death for no reason at this banquet. How can we just let him stay here? There are still murderers here. Perhaps this old man has nothing to do with us, but since this happened here, we can't just stand by and watch. Sima Lian walked out and said indifferently. Yes, I also agree. May I ask if anyone here knows him? Or did someone else come with him? Feng Qingyang asked, but no one answered. Then it seems that no one here knows him. But why would someone poison him? Then family head Feng might have to ask someone who was in a hurry to take him away. Lin Xian said with a smirk. Brat, what do you mean? Are you saying that I poisoned him to death? Hai Tianxia glared at Lin Xian angrily. This was not good. Since he had already suspected him, he must have suspected Chu Jingyun as well. His suspicion might not have any effect on him, but it was still not good. That's not what I meant. I just felt that there was something wrong with His Majesty's hurry to take him away. That's because this emperor didn't think it through. After all, this is this emperor's birthday banquet. How can a dead person be present at my birthday banquet? Hai Tianxia said. That's why I said that I was only suspicious. I have the right to be suspicious, right? Humph. Feng Qingyang said, then let me see if he has anything that can prove his identity. Feng Qingyang then checked the corpse. In any case, Lin Xian did not have to worry about anyone finding out that he was the one who poisoned him. Feng Qingyang glanced at him, but he didn't see anything on him that could identify him. There was no identity card, no bank card, and no wallet. He did not even have a spatial ring. He doesn't even have a spatial ring. Looks like he really came prepared. This person was clearly a cultivator whose cultivation was not too low. How could he not even have a spatial ring? He could only come prepared. Hai Tianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed. What did he see? There's nothing that can prove his identity. As for the cause of death, it's indeed poison. There's no other way. We can only carry him away. Feng Qingyang said. Wait. Lin Xian shouted and pointed at an inconspicuous crescent-shaped necklace on the old man's chest. What's wrong? Feng Qingyang asked curiously. I saw a red switch on the necklace earlier. It might be some kind of device. Hai Tianxia's eyes narrowed. He subconsciously put his hand into his pocket. Lin Xian saw this. Lin Xian smiled inwardly but did not say anything. Oh. Feng Qingyang picked up the necklace and looked at it. It's a microphone. Feng Qingyang's eyes lit up. Hey, hey, hey. He came to the banquet alone with a microphone. He must have some secrets. There must be someone behind him. This person might be one of us. As for why he's here, I have no idea. However, I think it's necessary to find the person behind him and ask him. Lin Xian. Everyone nodded. What was this person here for? Although they did not know, and although he was the one who died in the end, everyone knew that what he was here for was definitely not something good. There's only one number on it. Feng Qingyang said. Lin Xian said with a smirk, then, everyone here, please take out your phone and keep it switched on. Anyone who doesn't take out their phone is guilty. Emperor, where's your phone? Lin Xian looked at Hai Tianxia with a smile. This emperor's phone. It's in your pocket. Look, isn't it bulging? Lin Xian said with a smile. Hai Tianxia. I took it out. Hai Tianxia said. Switch it on. Isn't it already switched on? No, you can press the switch and see. Everyone's attention was on him. Hai Tianxia pressed the switch, but it did not light up. Ha ha ha, so it turned off when the battery ran out. Hai Tianxia said with a smile. Chapter 1426. Of course, everyone was suspicious of Hai Tianxia. Why did this old man come here? Obviously, it wasn't a good thing. Who killed him? No one knew. It was very likely that the person he wanted to kill found out and killed him. That wasn't important. What was important was who was the person behind him, although no matter who it was, everyone had no evidence to convict him, but it was good to know. I'll go charge it. Hai Tianxia said. It should be charged. I used to repair mobile phones. You can tell whether the phone is charged or not just by looking at the color. If it's charged, it's probably full. Emperor, I'm afraid you've remembered wrongly. Turn it on. Lin Xian smiled. Everyone, looking at the color of a phone can tell if it has battery. Their brains were probably not good. But, no one was a fool. Everyone could see that this Lin Xian was targeting Hai Tianxia. Could it be that Lin Xian actually knew something? Hai Tianxia's mouth twitched. Let me see. He then turned it on and took a look. Ha ha ha, sure enough. I don't know why it turned off automatically. I'm usually too busy and forgot about it. Hai Tianxia laughed. That's fine. Then now, family head phone, make a call. Call the number above. Let's see whose phone is ringing. I think, since there might be a person behind the scenes, then this person would have his phone on him, right? Lin Xian smiled. Okay. Then I'll make a call. Hai Tianxia clenched his fist tightly. Caw caw caw. Wait. Hai Tianxia then shouted, and everyone's gaze turned towards him. Actually, this person was found by this emperor. Hai Tianxia said faintly. What? It's emperor. Then why didn't emperor say it before? Everyone looked surprised. They were thinking about something in their hearts, but they didn't show any signs of hostility. Hai Tianxia then coughed and said, before, this emperor didn't say it. At that time, I didn't think it was necessary. Everyone should know this person's name, Black Wind Ghostly Hand. What? He's our phone country's Black Wind Ghostly Hand. I didn't expect it to be Black Wind Ghost Hand, the person who has been wanted by the three great powers for a long time. Then why are you here? Everyone looked at Hai Tianxia. Hai Tianxia said, I lured him here and took advantage of this banquet to poison him to death. It was that simple. It was only for the sake of getting rid of evil for the people. As for his contact information, that's right. His contact information is mine. Why would I have his contact information? That's my plan. There's no need to tell everyone about it. Everyone was suddenly enlightened. Hai Tianxia also heaved a sigh of relief. So this person was actually summoned by the emperor. After all, you have his number, right? Lin Xian suddenly asked. That's right. But asking him to come here is just the premise of executing the plan to kill him. Hai Tianxia said indifferently. Then you followed the original plan and poisoned him to death, right? Lin Xian asked. That's right. Hai Tianxia nodded. What else could he do? Should she tell others that she was in contact with him and that he was the one who hired her to kill him? That could only be the case. That's not right. Lin Xian smirked. Hai Tianxia suddenly frowned. This person was clearly killed by me. How did it become the emperor's people who poisoned him to death? Hai Tianxia's eyes suddenly focused. Was it really Lin Xian who killed him? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What was going on? So exciting, so exciting. Lin Xian smiled and said, Emperor, you said that he was tricked by you. Then can you tell us about the plan? You're not going to kill me, right? Just now, this person poisoned me. If you don't believe me, there are still traces of being pricked by poison needles on my body. Lin Xian then lifted his shirt, revealing a very small dot. As for why I didn't die, it's simple. I'm a doctor, so I'm quite proficient in medicine. After discovering that I was poisoned, I neutralized the poison and secretly poisoned him to death. Then, according to the emperor's words, what happened? Was your plan to trick him into coming here to poison me? Lin Xian smirked and looked at Hai Tianxia. Nonsense. Do you think you can say that he poisoned you just because there are traces of being pricked by needles on your body? Do you think you can accuse me of getting him to poison you? Lin Xian, you've been targeting me since the beginning. Do you have any grudges with me? Lin Xian smiled and said, Hey, Emperor, don't change the topic. You said that he was poisoned by your people. Then who was the one who poisoned him? Heavenly Master Li. Then, an old man took a step forward. That's right. I was the one who poisoned him. The old man said. Good. Then let me ask you, what kind of poison did you use? Lin Xian asked with a smirk. There's no need to say anything here, right? This is the result of my many years of research. If I tell you, will my many years of research go to waste? Heavenly Master Li stood there and said calmly. That's strange. This person is already dead. What kind of poison was he poisoned with? We can find out with a simple examination. How is it related to your research? Everyone knows. I'm just asking you, what kind of poison did you use? If you don't say it, any doctor can tell after a simple examination. What I'm asking now is to see if you're the one who poisoned him. You just need to tell me one of the main ingredients of this poison. Speak. Lin Xian. Heavenly Master Li said calmly, this is related to my research. Heavenly Master Li, Lin Xian is right. This has nothing to do with your research. We can know the formula after an autopsy. Everyone will still know. You just need to tell me one of the main ingredients. Lin Xian could not help but laugh. It seems that you don't know. It seems that you didn't poison him because I know very well that I was the one who poisoned him. I know the poison's effect and the formula. It seems, Lin Xian looked at Hai Tianxia and said, "Emperor, why do you want to kill me?" "Damn it! You want to kill me? Then I'll expose your true colors to the world." "Nonsense. Why would I kill you? We have no enmity between us." "Then you've completely broken down. Do you still need me to tell you what the formula of this poison is? The rest of you will know if I'm telling the truth after you appraise it." Lin Xian's lips curled up. Chu Jingyun was dumbfounded. "How did things turn out like this? I came here to celebrate your birthday with good intentions, but you want to kill me. He, everyone, can I report this matter to the three major forces and have them arrest him for attempted murder?" Lin Xian pointed at Hai Tianxia and said to everyone. Chapter 14:27. In any case, Hai Tianxia was completely exposed. Even if many people did not say it out loud, they knew it in their hearts. Hai Tianxia did not know if it was for himself or someone else, but he was the one who found this old man and the reason was to kill Lin Xian. If Lin Xian was someone else, then this matter would be easy to handle. However, he was Lin Xian and had the backing of Yixian Group. Yixian Group was in existence that even the three major forces had publicly praised and requested to cooperate with. Moreover, he was the champion of the Tianwu Assembly. No matter what, no matter how Hai Tianxia explained, he could not explain it. No matter how reasonable it was, no one would believe it. Perhaps on the surface, they were neutral, but in their hearts, they did not believe it. Hai Tianxia clenched his fists tightly. "Fuck you, Chu Jingyun. You've caused me so much trouble." Lin Xian could not help but laugh. "Everyone, do you still need me to explain this poison? Forget it, let's wait for the three major forces." After speaking, Lin Xian took out his phone and spoke in front of everyone. "Hey, Uncle Murong, it's me. I'm in Feng Country. The Emperor of Feng Country wanted to kill me and I caught him red-handed. Everyone saw it. Send some people over." "What? Evidence?" "I have it. Just come over." Lin Xian then put down his phone. The corner of his mouth curled as he looked at the Emperor in front of him. The so-called Emperor was actually a slightly larger family or a slightly larger force. He was only the representative of Feng Country and was not that powerful. The most powerful forces were still the three major forces. Of course, he was under the control of the three major forces. Since he had committed a crime, he would naturally be arrested like everyone else. Murong. Hearing Lin Xian's address, those people were slightly stunned. "Lin Xian, this Uncle Murong you're talking about is?" Feng Qingyang asked. "Master of the Holy Sanctuary, Murong Feng." Lin Xian said with a smirk. Boom! In an instant, Hai Tianxia looked like he was struck by lightning. Murong Feng, Master of the Holy Sanctuary, and the evidence here was enough to convict him. He was the only contact the old man had. Lin Xian overturned his previous explanation of tricking the old man into coming over to capture him and bring him to justice. That was because Lin Xian claimed that his men had poisoned the old man to death. Who would have known that it was Lin Xian who had poisoned the old man to death? Naturally, they couldn't reveal the poison's formula. The only way to turn the tables was that Lin Xian wasn't the one who poisoned him. Lin Xian was trying to trick him because he didn't know the formula. But this possibility was not high, because he said on the phone that he could produce all the evidence, which meant, when the people from the sanctuary arrived, he would show them all. Gulp, Hai Tianxia swallowed his saliva. No one spoke. At this moment, no one was willing to take the lead. "I'm sorry, Your Majesty. It was such a nice birthday, but since you want to kill me, it doesn't matter even if you die, right?" Lin Xian grinned at him. Feng Ling was speechless. This Lin Xian was able to capture someone like that. She was confused at first. Fuck. What's going on? But now, she seemed to understand. Indeed, she knew that this was Lin Xian's Hongmen banquet, but she didn't expect that they would want to kill Lin Xian. But after thinking about it, it made sense. So many people from the Chu family had died. Even Chu he was killed by Lin Xian. It was normal for them to want to kill Lin Xian. She just didn't expect that they would dare to kill someone at this banquet. Serves him right. Feng Ling couldn't help but say this. Feng Qingyang glanced at his daughter. The Feng family wasn't afraid. Sigh, I didn't expect something like this to happen. Everyone, let's wait for the people from the sanctuary to arrive. Sima Lian faintly said. That's right. Before the people from the sanctuary arrive, no one is allowed to leave. Feng Qingyang glanced at the crowd and said. Hai Tianxia clenched his fists tightly and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, I admit that I was the one who did it. But there's something that I want to tell you. At the same time, I hope that you can say a few words for me in front of the sanctuary. Hai Tianxia looked at Lin Xian. Chu Jingyun paused for a moment. Fuck. 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 He guessed what this person was going to do. Lin Xian had also guessed it. But he needed Hai Tianxia's testimony to get rid of the Chu family. Hai Tianxia also knew that although this crime wouldn't lead to death, he would have to stay in prison for at least 20 years. How could he be willing to do that? He could only try to get his sentence reduced or, if Lin Xian was willing, he wouldn't even have to go to prison. He really didn't dare to go against the three major forces. Even 10,000 Hai family wouldn't dare. As for the Chu family, they were just his business partners. They might even be a slightly more noble dog. Why not sell them out in exchange for his freedom? Moreover, it was the Chu family who asked him to do it. He had no enmity with Lin Xian. Oh. Your Majesty means that you were ordered by someone. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. That's right. This emperor was ordered by someone. If this emperor says it, Lin Xian, can you? Lin Xian smiled and said, I don't have any enmity with your Majesty. I understand your Majesty's meaning, and so do everyone. Your Majesty, don't worry. If you say it, I'll make it clear to the sanctuary that your Majesty, the Hai family has nothing to do with this matter. Lin Xian knew that he didn't have any enmity with the Hai family. On the contrary, if he did that, the Hai family would owe him a big favor. Hai Tianxia definitely wouldn't dare to not return this favor. Why wouldn't he do it? Hai Tianxia's eyes suddenly lit up. Good. If he did that, he would lose his prestige. In fact, he had already lost his prestige. Whether he would go to jail or not, he knew in his heart. However, if he didn't go to jail, the common people wouldn't know. Then, Hai Tianxia pointed at Chu Jingyun and said, actually, it was the Chu family who asked this emperor to do all this. Chu Jingyun, fuck. 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 Oh. The Chu family. Lin Xian looked at Chu Jingyun of the Chu family. Many others were shocked. So it was the Chu family. The Chu family was a top-notch family. Why did they have to spend so much effort to kill someone? Wasn't it an assassin family? In fact, Chu Jingyun really wanted to put all the blame on Hai Tianxia. However, he had no choice because Hai Tianxia had evidence. Feng Qingyang was well aware of this. Patriarch Chu, what do you have to say? Lin Xian looked at Chu Jingyun and asked. Humph. A debt must be repaid with money, and a life for a life. You killed my son, Chu He. As a father, can't I avenge him? Chu Jingyun pointed at Lin Xian and said angrily. What? Chapter 1428. Everyone was flabbergasted. Chu He was killed by Lin Xian. To be honest, this was a little exaggerated. Chu He, in the eyes of the elders, was a very powerful model representative. He was actually killed by Lin Xian. He died just like that. Lin Xian picked his ears. I killed your son. What a joke. When did I kill your son? Do you have any evidence? You. If you didn't kill my son, why would I touch you? There is no enmity between us. Chu Jingyun pointed angrily at Lin Xian. Where's the evidence? Lin Xian asked. He didn't have any evidence. However, the others might also know that it was Lin Xian who killed Chu He. But without evidence, it was impossible for Lin Xian to be convicted. They would only convict Chu Jingyun. Patriarch Chu, without evidence, no words are convincing. Sima Lian looked at Chu Jingyun and said. Oh, I remember now. Lin Xian suddenly said. It seems like last night or the night before, when I was playing in the riverside park, an illusion array suddenly appeared around me. Although I was still in the same place, the people outside couldn't see what was going on inside. After that, I was surrounded by more than 20 experts, all of whom were at the great virtual realm. From the looks of it, they seemed to be assassins. All of them were very agile. They wanted to kill me. Lin Xian then continued, but they were too trashy, really trashy. I killed them all alone. Could it be that your son was inside? Or were those 20 or so people from your Chu family? They wanted to kill me, but I killed them instead. Even if your son was inside, how could it be my fault? Oh, I should have stood there and been killed by them, right? Wu Yuhan and the daughter of the Feng family, Feng Ling, can testify to this matter. At that time, the three of us went out to play together. The surveillance cameras on the road also saw it. Hearing Lin Xian's words, no one could say anything. The credibility of what he said was extremely high, so what if it wasn't? Without evidence, what Lin Xian said was true and correct. Lin Xian looked at Feng Qingyang and said, actually, there should be evidence for what I said. The Chu clan should have about the same number of Great Void stage cultivators as the Feng clan, right? Feng Qingyang nodded. Less than 3 people. Since Patriarch Chu still thinks that I'm guilty, I killed his son. It's simple. The people from the Divine Temple are here. Go to the Chu clan and check the number of Great Ethereal stage cultivators. I killed 23 Great Ethereal stage cultivators. Basically, the Chu clan doesn't have any Great Ethereal stage cultivators, right? Then we'll be able to find out the truth. Lin Xian said with a smirk. Then Lin Xian looked at Chu Jingyun and said, I really don't understand. What kind of grudge do we have? Your son wants to kill me and even sent more than 20 cultivators in the Great Void Realm. Everyone was truly shocked. If what Lin Xian said was true, then he alone killed more than 20 virtuous realm experts. How strong was he? I can testify. After the illusion formation ended, I saw the corpses. There were more than 20 of them. However, in order to avoid making a big deal out of it, we didn't know that they were from the Chu clan, so we destroyed the corpses. However, if we use fluorescent powder at that location, we should be able to find a large amount of blood. My suggestion is that if you don't believe me, we can do a DNA test with the blood stains there. The evidence was enough. Pudong, Chu Jingyun staggered back. His eyes were dazed. Run. He couldn't run. There was no way he could run. There were so many experts here, including those with spatial attributes. He didn't have the ability to escape. Even if he escaped, the entire Chu clan wouldn't be able to escape. And now, he could only bear the burden alone. This is my problem. It has nothing to do with the rest of the Chu clan. Chu Jingyun gritted his teeth and said. Father, Chu Feng looked at Chu Jingyun. Nice. In other words, he could directly sit on the seat of the Chu clan's patriarch? Hai Tianxia heaved a sigh of relief. His problem shouldn't be too big now, right? Soon, the people from the sacred temple arrived. Lin Xian took out all the evidence. They sent people to that location to do a blood test and a DNA test. In the end, Chu Jingyun was directly taken away. As for the consequences, he might not necessarily die. However, his cultivation would definitely be crippled. It didn't matter anymore. Lin Xian didn't care anymore. Even if Chu Jingyun was released, he would likely be a heavenly lower realm expert. What was there to fear? There was nothing to fear. As for Chu Feng, he was trash. He wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. What Lin Xian needed more was to destroy the Chu clan's reputation. Furthermore, with such a thing happening to the Chu clan, the Feng clan would be able to monopolize the Chu clan. The Feng clan would be able to annex many of the Chu clan's territories and businesses. The Chu clan had lost over 20 absolute void realm experts. They would no longer be able to contend against the Feng clan. Thus, Feng Qingyang actually hoped that this matter would succeed. And indeed, it succeeded. Lin Xian's arrival had brought enormous benefits to the Feng clan. Young Master Lin, where is this monarch? A middle-aged man stood in front of Lin Xian and asked respectfully. Firstly, Lin Xian was an honorary vice-temple master of the temple. It was the position that Qin Feng had given him. Although he didn't have much power, he at least had some status. Secondly, Murong Feng had made a phone call and clearly said that Lin Xian was his son-in-law. He understood everything. Naturally, he would handle it properly. Why? Lin Xian and Murong Yu hadn't established a relationship. However, Murong Feng had discovered that his daughter liked Lin Xian. After that, Murong Feng's mother had a heart-to-heart talk with Murong Yu a few times and found out that they'd already had sex. Therefore, Murong Feng had already regarded Lin Xian as his son-in-law. Hai Tianxia's body trembled. Lin Xian smiled and said, "The monarch matter is a misunderstanding. Then, if there's nothing else, I'll be taking my leave. Sorry for the trouble." Lin Xian cupped his fists. No. Young Master Lin, you've eradicated a scourge for the human race. We'll meet again. After that, he led his team and left. Hai Tianxia heaved a sigh of relief. It's all a misunderstanding. I was also blinded by the Chu family. Chu Jingyun said that his son was killed and that he had smeared Lin Xian's name. That's why I believed his nonsense. After all, I've always treated Chu Jingyun as my brother. However, I didn't expect that he didn't tell me the truth. He almost caused me to commit a grave mistake. Hai Tianxia hurriedly explained. Ha, it's all right. You guys continue with your birthday party. We'll take our leave first. Lin Xian hugged Wu Yuhan's waist. Take care. Then, my Feng family will take our leave first. Feng Qingyang cupped his fists and left with a few people from the Feng family. Lin Xian, now that the Chu family is in such a state, how are we going to investigate if they are the people from back then? Wu Yuhan asked. Chapter 1429. After this incident, Lin Xian felt that the possibility of the Chu family being involved was very high. After all, the the members of the Chu family were not good people. Therefore, it was reasonable for them to annihilate the Chu family. Let's use the method I told you before, Lin Xian said. That would be the last resort. However, there was no other way. He could only forcefully use the power of the fog of darkness to lure those people over. Are you ready? Wu Yuhan asked. Tomorrow. The so-called preparation was to use the law of creation and spend time to create a series of powerful things to deal with unknown powerful opponents. Okay. Wu Yuhan nodded. Lin Xian still needed time to prepare. After all, the law of creation was strong enough. There was nothing that could not be done. Lin Xian, who had reached the Great Void stage, could do many things with the law of creation. He could even create small life forms. The so-called small life forms here were low-level life forms such as bugs. They could be created. However, do you think that the Great Void stage could only create a bug? That's right. Even Lin Xian could not create a cat or a dog. That was life. The creation of life should be the highest level of difficulty in the law of creation, right? If even the Great Void stage could not create a cat or a dog, one could imagine, say, Chu He is dead. Does that mean that Duan Lingxiao is going to enter the God's Awakening door? Wu Yuhan followed beside Lin Xian and asked. It's possible because 10 people enter each time. However, it's not certain. If that's the case, does it mean that after every Heaven Marshal Conference, the other forces would secretly kill the top 10? Lin Xian said. That's true. Wu Yuhan nodded. Go back and have a good rest. We'll work tomorrow night. A day passed just like that. Feng Ling was very uncomfortable at home. She was really restless. There was nothing to be uneasy about. It was just so boring. So boring. It was really boring. This was the first time in so many years that she had felt this way. In the past, if you let her stay at home for a month, she wouldn't feel this way. If you let her go out to the demonic beast domain for 2 years, she would be happy. But now, she didn't want to stay at home, she didn't want to play games, she didn't want to watch TV, and she didn't want to go to the demon beast domain. She didn't even know why she was like this. It was simple. She wanted to go out and play, but she didn't want to play alone. She wanted to go out and play with Lin Xian and the others. There was nothing she could do about it. Lin Xian had piqued her interest and then stopped looking for her. She felt terrible. Lingling, do you want to go to the demonic beast domain? Before going to the God's Awakening door, I'll see if there's a chance for me to advance to the great virtual realm. If that's the case, I'll be more at ease when I enter the God's Awakening door. Feng Qingyang said as he walked into Feng Ling's room. No. Not going. Feng Ling lay on the bed and kept kicking her legs. Feng Qingyang. Was this still the daughter he knew? It was too strange. It was too strange. Lingling, what's wrong? You usually go to the demonic beast domain by yourself. Why don't you go now? Feng Qingyang smiled and sat beside her. I just don't want to go. You don't even want to advance to the absolute void stage. Feng Ling sat up. Lin Xian is already at the absolute void stage, but you haven't. When will you have a chance to defeat him? Feng Ling pulled her little head. I just don't want to go. Okay. Then, are you going to look for Lin Xian to play? Feng Qingyang asked. Maybe he wants to go too. You can go together. Feng Ling's beautiful eyes lit up. Look for Lin Xian to play. Who wants to play with him? He's so boring. Also, I'm his enemy, Dad, don't misunderstand that we're friends. Archenemy. Feng Ling gritted her teeth and said. Sigh, maybe Lin Xian has already left Feng country. After saying that, Feng Qingyang sighed and walked away. Feng Ling, she quickly took out her phone and found her friend with the nickname. Did he leave? That's possible. If he didn't leave, he would have asked me to go out to play with him. Then, why didn't he tell me that he left? Damn. Damn it. Feng Ling then sent a message to Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian was in the luxury hotel's kitchen making seafood noodles for Wu Yuhan. Of course, he was also using the law of creation to create something he needed. Your phone is ringing. Wu Yuhan, who was dressed loosely, was lying on the sofa and playing with her phone. Of course, her sister, Wu Yunuo, came out. She smiled and walked over with her phone. Lin Xian took it. Kiss me and I'll give it to you. Wu Yunuo closed her eyes and pouted. Don't force me. If you force me, you'll regret it. Lin Xian glared at her. Here. Lin Xian glanced at it. Oh, this chick actually took the initiative to look for me. Lin Xian then replied with a voice message, yes, I've already gone back. The other side quickly replied with a voice message, bastard. Stupid bastard. Big idiot. Did you run away because you don't want to treat me to a meal? Lin Xian, tisk, tsk. Wu Yunuo clicked her tongue. Looks like you're about to take down another beautiful girl. What a beast. Lin Xian, nonsense. Just you wait. I'm going to Lin City now. Don't you dare. Then, Wind Chime sent another vicious voice message. Lin Xian shrugged and replied, okay, actually I didn't leave. I'm at Tianfeng Hotel. Are you coming? Feng Ling, bastard. Why are you coming? She then asked. Actually, she really wanted to go over, but she was a proud woman. I'm treating you to a meal. Get lost. Hearing that Lin Xian was treating her to a meal made her angry. How much did she pay him for a meal? He paid 30 yuan for a meal. Fuck. Really, I'll cook for you. Lin Xian, I'm not done with you. Damn pervert, stinking hooligan, scumbag, bah. Lin Xian, I'm really cooking. Seafood noodles, mantis shrimp meat, prawns, crab roe. Do you want to eat? I made it myself. Feng Ling glanced at the picture that Lin Xian sent her. Needless to say, it looked quite decent. Humph. You're considerate. I'm coming now. Tisk, tsk. Wu Yunuo leaned against the door and looked at Lin Xian with a smile that was not a smile. What are you looking at? I asked her to come over to be a tool. Lin Xian laughed. Tool. She was slightly surprised. Don't forget, this Feng Ling, Miss Feng, she also has the ability to create laws. Lin Xian revealed a smirk. Chapter 1430. Feng Ling soon arrived at Lin Xian's place. The moment she entered the room, she smelled a very fragrant smell. Wu Yuhan and Lin Xian were sitting there and sucking noodles. You're here. Get it yourself. Lin Xian grinned at Feng Ling, is this how you treat your guests? Feng Ling rolled her eyes. I'm already doing a good job by making it for you, okay? Get it yourself. Feng Ling then glared at Lin Xian and walked over. She scooped a bowl of noodles and sat beside them. Looking at Wu Yuhan, who seemed to be enjoying the food, was the food cooked by this man really that delicious? Wind Chimes tentatively took a bite. Damn. She could not help but exclaim in her heart. This taste was so delicious. She was a person who liked to eat noodles. This noodles even made her feel that it was the best noodles in her memory. How's the taste? Lin Xian asked with a smile. It's so-so. Feng Ling said indifferently. Then, she lowered her head and continued sucking noodles. Don't eat it if it's so-so. Lin Xian said as he was about to snatch it. Go to hell. Feng Ling rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Then, she lowered her head and sucked the noodles crazily. After a while, the soup was gone. It must be very delicious. This was Lin Xian's treasure. He relied on this seafood noodles to pick up girls. Just ask, how many girls did he pick up with this seafood noodles? Do you still want to eat? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Feng Ling paused for a moment. Then give me another half a bowl. Feng Ling handed the bowl over. Is one bowl okay? It's quite a lot. Then it's barely okay. Feng Ling licked her lips. Lin Xian held back his laughter in his heart. You don't say, although this chick is rude and unreasonable, her tsundere is also quite interesting. Lin Xian brought her another half a bowl. When are you going back? Feng Ling sucked the noodles and asked. In 2 days. I'll go back after I'm done here. I knew you were here for something. Lin Xian smiled and said, didn't I ask you to help me? Wind Chime's noodles hung there and did not suck in anymore. Then she bit off the noodles. Bastard! I knew you were up to no good. Ha ha ha, you've already eaten the noodles. Aren't you embarrassed to not help? Lin Xian laughed. Humph. Feng Ling snorted and asked, what help? Use the law of creation to create something with me. Then, at night, be my hired thug. Hit who? The person who destroyed the Wu family back then. Feng Ling was speechless. You came here too. Suddenly, Feng Ling realized something and turned her beautiful eyes to Wu Yuhan. That's right. Wu Yuhan was a member of the Wu family. Lin Xian. Feng Ling looked at Wu Yuhan with her beautiful eyes and said, you don't say, it's quite difficult to guess. Even though we're both surnamed Wu, I never expected that someone from the Wu clan would survive. I'll help you, but... Feng Ling looked at Lin Xian and said, do you know who destroyed the Wu family? Lin Xian shook his head. We should know tonight. All right. Actually, I'd like to know too. Feng Ling nodded. A day passed just like that. Late at night, Lin Xian, Feng Ling, and Wu Yuhan arrived at the Wu family's old residence. What should we do? Feng Ling asked. Lin Xian glanced at Wu Yuhan. Wu Yuhan nodded and focused her eyes. The power of the dark fog rose from her body. In the void, a terrifying black fog power entangled, exploded, and condensed. Even though it was night, the phenomenon attracted a lot of attention. In the Feng family, Feng Qingyang was drinking tea in the courtyard and enjoying the night breeze when he suddenly saw the scene in the distance. That's the Wu family. Feng Qingyang's eyes focused. Could this be the Wu family secret? Why did it appear? Feng Qingyang was extremely puzzled. Should we go and take a look? Feng Qingyang was in a dilemma. He had a rough understanding of what happened in the past, but he didn't know much. The Wu family had a good relationship with the Feng family. The main reason was that Wu Yuhan's father had a good relationship with Feng Qingyang. They weren't close friends, but they were really good friends. Therefore, Feng Qingyang had investigated a little over the years. Although he couldn't find much, he had locked onto some forces. However, he didn't have the capital to do anything. He didn't have the obligation to do so. Moreover, he had the entire Feng family. He wouldn't take such a risk. Now, such a force had appeared above the Wu family. He was curious. At this moment, in another place in Feng City. It was a mysterious place that was relatively difficult to discover. This place was located in a remote suburb. It was a mountain that had been renovated. In the eyes of others, this mountain was very famous because it was called Dragon King Mountain. There was a temple on the mountain, a temple for monks. There were quite a number of monks in the temple, about 100 of them. During festivals, some rich and powerful people would come to the mountain to pray for good luck. However, there were a few forces that knew that this mountain wasn't what it looked like on the surface. In fact, the true power of this mountain was called the Dark Alliance. What did the Dark Alliance mean? It was the strongest assassin organization in the continent. Although it didn't have the most members, its assassination success rate was the highest. The Chu family and the Feng family used to be members of this organization. Later on, the Feng family and the Chu family grew stronger and left the Dark Alliance. To be precise, the ancestors of the Chu family and the Feng family were among the founders of the Dark Alliance. One of them was the current leader of the Dark Alliance. Therefore, the members of the Dark Alliance also knew some of the movement techniques of the Chu family and the Feng family. Later on, they didn't know anything about the Dark Alliance because they no longer had any contact with each other. After destroying the Wu family, Feng Qingyang went there a few times. He vaguely saw a few traces of battle on the ground and walls. Based on these traces, he felt that it might be the Chu family and the Dark Alliance. However, he didn't investigate further. There was no need for that. The Chu family and the Feng family were about the same size, but the Dark Alliance had more experts. Moreover, the leader of the Dark Alliance should be the Tian Dao. This was the reason why Feng Qingyang didn't dare to provoke them. His ancestor was still around, but it had been 1,000 years since his ancestor broke through to the Tian Dao. He didn't know if his ancestor had reached the Tian Dao because his ancestor hadn't come out for 100 years. This was the difficulty of reaching the Tian Dao realm. Your talent might not be weak, but you might not be able to reach the Tian Dao realm. At this moment, an old man in the Dark Alliance suddenly opened his eyes. His figure disappeared on the spot and appeared on the mountain peak, looking in the direction of the Wu family. Dark fog. The dark fog has appeared. A look of surprise and confusion appeared on his face. Men. Chapter 1431. At this moment, in the messy courtyard of the Wu family, Lin Xian, Wu Yuhan, and Feng Ling were waiting in the dark. They would definitely come. As expected, in about 5 minutes, a few figures appeared in the sky above the Wu family and landed in the courtyard. The dark fog had already dissipated. It was kept by Wu Yuhan. Swish swish swish, the three of them landed in the courtyard and scanned their surroundings. Where's the dark fog? Wasn't it here just now? Why did it disappear? I can't feel any aura at all. Strange. Could it have been taken away by someone else? Impossible. To take away the dark fog, one must absorb it before taking it away. Otherwise, no one can take the dark fog away. It's impossible to absorb it in a short 5 minutes. Bu. At this moment, Lin Xian and Wen Qim, who were hiding in the shadows, shot out silver needles at 2 of the 3 people. In fact, this was something they created from the law of creation. It was similar to a pistol, but it did not seem powerful. In fact, even a level 10 great virtual realm would die instantly. Did you think that the things they created after spending more than a day creating the law of creation would be simple? Moreover, it was absolutely silent and had no aura. So, thud, two of the three figures fell to the ground and died. Who? There was only one left. He suddenly showed a horrified expression and his aura exploded. He subconsciously lowered his head to take a look. How did these two people die? How did they die? Swish, swish, swish. In the next moment, Lin Xian and the other two appeared beside him. It's really not easy to find you. Lin Xian stretched and looked at the man in front of him. Who are you? The man's eyes narrowed as he looked at Lin Xian. He was ambushed. However, did that mean that the dark fog was in their hands? Lin Xian and the others clearly heard the conversation between these three people. They must be the people from that year. Moreover, they came here with a purpose. They came here to talk about the dark mist. They also knew about the dark mist. Lin Xian then released a spatial lock, sealing the space around him. As for the realm of this person, he was at the 8th level of the Great Void Realm. To be honest, he was already a top-notch expert. However, in front of Lin Xian, he was nothing. Tell me who you are. Lin Xian sat there, then stretched out his hand and made a, yeah, gesture. The two women behind him remained indifferent. Hey, give me a light. You guys are making me very embarrassed. Lin Xian said. Wind Chimes rolled her eyes. Wu Yuhan obediently lit a cigarette for Lin Xian. So, the dark mist is in your hands. The man narrowed his eyes and asked. Law of destruction. Bang! Ah! In the next moment, his arm exploded, and a scream pierced through the air. Please pay attention to the situation now. You are a prisoner. Who are you to ask questions? Lin Xian smirked. Speak. Who are you? Lin Xian took a puff of his cigarette and asked calmly. Wu Yuhan stood there with her fists clenched. Was this the culprit who massacred the Wu family back then? She really did not know what she was feeling now. She did not expect him to be standing right in front of her. Ha ha ha. You are not worthy. In the next moment, he bit the poison pill in his mouth. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth and he died. Lin Xian, damn. It can't be. Men of sacrifice. Lin Xian's head hurt. No. They are assassins. Wind Chime stared at the three corpses and said. Assassins. The rule of an assassin is to not become a prisoner and not expose any information. This is the rule that has been trained since young. They are even willing to die to not expose themselves. Wind Chime said. Feng family and Chu family too. No. Not anymore. Feng family and Chu family are assassin families. Everyone knows that there is no need for this. Moreover, Feng family and Chu family's assassins are from their own families. Our rule is to try our best to preserve our lives even if we are exposed. Except for that place. Wind Chime's eyes narrowed. What place? Dark Alliance. Have you heard of it? Lin Xian shook his head. Dark Alliance. I know. Wasn't it disbanded? Wu Yuhan nodded and looked at Wind Chimes doubtfully. Feng Ling shook her head. No, many years ago, Feng family and Chu family's old ancestor was one of the founders of the Dark Alliance. Later, the two families left the Dark Alliance and established Feng family and Chu family. With the help of their deep foundation, they became the top families in Feng country. However, the Dark Alliance still exists. Wind Chimes then said, the Dark Alliance has always maintained some of the rules. Of course, we can't rule out the possibility that other forces are the same. This is a relatively common situation. Actually, I have also suspected the Dark Alliance. After all, the Dark Alliance has the capital to do so. However, there is no evidence. Lin Xian walked over to investigate. It's useless. It's impossible for them to leave behind anything that could expose their identities. But it's precisely this point that makes me suspect the Dark Alliance, said Wind Chimes. Where is the Dark Alliance? Asked Lin Xian. Wind Chimes pointed in a direction. There's a monk temple on that mountain. On the surface, there are some monks inside, but in fact, it's the Dark Alliance. Lin Xian, let's take a look. Wind Chimes hurriedly shook his head, don't go. If it's the Dark Alliance, it's best we leave first. That's because the Dark Alliance's leader is at the Heavenly Dao realm. Gasp, Lin Xian drew a gasp. That was a little exaggerated. Heavenly Dao realm. Wu Yuhan clenched her fists. At that moment, a figure suddenly landed. Father. Wind Chimes saw Feng Qingyang. Feng Qingyang was taken aback when he saw the three of them. Nonsense. Quickly return. Let's go. We'll talk at home. Feng Qingyang hurriedly said. Following that, they vanished from the spot. Among the Dark Alliance, a figure came in front of the man. Alliance leader. Speak. They're dead. The man frowned. Is it a trap? Looks like it. The Dark Alliance's alliance leader would normally head there himself, but if this matter was exposed, he would be in danger. The Dark Alliance appeared to be very powerful, and he was a Heavenly Dao. However, if the three factions had evidence, even if it was the Dark Alliance, someone at the Heavenly Dao realm would come to end him. What about the target? Have you locked onto them? Asked the Dark Alliance's alliance leader. The fog of darkness was too powerful. He had to obtain it. Not at the moment. When I went over, I happened to see a few figures vanish. There were a total of 4 of them, but I can't be sure. Space. Yes. Yeah, that's relatively easy to find. Investigate. Yes. Alliance leader. And on the other side, Lin Xian and company were sitting in the living room of the Feng family's villa. Chapter 1432. Feng Qingyang had smoked 2 cigarettes in that short period of time. Other than the 4 of them, there was no one else in the living room. They had all been sent away by Feng Qingyang. Dad, do you know something? Feng Ling asked with a frown. That's right, Uncle Feng. Actually, I'm not afraid to tell you that Xiao Yuhan is from the Wu family. Feng Qingyang nodded. I know. When he went over and saw Lin Xian and the others, and also learned of Wu Yuhan's name, he knew that Wu Yuhan was definitely a member of the Wu family. This was likely the reason why Lin Xian was here. I guessed it, so I asked you to come back quickly, Feng Qingyang said. Dad, is the faction that you are so afraid of the Dark Alliance? Feng Ling asked. Feng Qingyang took a puff of his cigarette and nodded. Yes. I've done some research over the years, and I'm basically certain that it's the Dark Alliance. He looked up at Lin Xian and said, I'm quite familiar with the Dark Alliance. Although I can't tell anything from the 3 corpses, the location of the calluses on their hands convinced me that they are from the Dark Alliance. Is that so? Feng Ling frowned slightly. That'll be troublesome. She looked at Lin Xian. Feng Qingyang said, the most powerful thing about the Dark Alliance is that they have a Heavenly Dao realm. In this world, there are many Heavenly Dao realm demons, but most of them are neutral or even friends of the human race. Only a few are enemies. As for the human race, there aren't many Heavenly Dao. One Heavenly Dao is already a heaven-defying existence. Actually, that's not necessarily the case. We don't know the existence of so many heavenly Tao, but the number of heavenly Tao is definitely beyond our imagination, Lin Xian said. Yes, that's true. But there's no doubt that the heavenly Tao is extremely powerful and terrifying. That's why I'm worried that someone saw you. Hurry back. Feng Qingyang said. So it's the Dark Alliance. Lin Xian pondered for a moment before looking at Wu Yuhan. Don't worry. Even if there's a heavenly Tao, I'll avenge you. Wu Yuhan looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Lin Xian, your strength is heaven-defying. You can even kill more than 20 higher void stage experts. However, the heavenly Tao is terrifying beyond your imagination. Don't be reckless. Feng Qingyang hurriedly reminded. I understand. The gap between the heavenly Tao and the 10 stars of the Great Void stage was truly unimaginable. To put it simply, Lin Xian had personally witnessed the scene of Linglong Shui ascending to the heavenly Tao. That scene was simply unimaginable. Just that lightning was too terrifying. Even if it was Lin Xian, he wouldn't be able to reach the heavenly Tao unless he could use his domain to pull the other party's cultivation level down to the heavenly Tao. However, Lin Xian was only at the Great Void stage 3 stars. He definitely couldn't do it. However, don't forget that Lin Xian has someone backing him up. Can we ask the 3 major forces for help? Wu Yuhan asked. No. There is no evidence. Feng Qingyang said. Moreover, the 3 major forces will have to pay a huge price. The Dark Alliance is also an organization of humans. They operate on the same principle as the assassins. Since the assassins are allowed to exist, the 3 major forces will also allow them to exist. Even if they have killed innocent people, the 3 major forces will turn a blind eye to it. As long as they don't threaten the civilians, they won't take action. The 3 major forces won't easily take action against any forces with the heavenly Tao. Wu Yuhan bit her red lips. Lin Xian smiled and said, Don't worry, I'll call for help. Feng Qingyang looked at Lin Xian. You. Could it be that you know the heavenly Tao? Lin Xian nodded. Of course. Wu Yuhan's beautiful eyes lit up. Then, a worried expression appeared on her face. There won't be any danger, right? Since the enemy already knows about it, it's fine to drag it out. There's no hurry to wait until we grow stronger. Wu Yuhan said. But what if by the time we grow up, they are gone? Don't worry, she's not an ordinary heavenly Tao. Lin Xian smiled. Since there's a heavenly Tao, I won't interfere in this matter anymore. The Wu family is a tragedy. The head of the Wu family is also my friend. Therefore, I've been secretly investigating this matter all these years. If I can take revenge, that's what I hope to see. Feng Qingyang nodded. Then, we'll take our leave first. Lin Xian stood up and said. Stay at the Feng family tonight. Feng Qingyang said. It's safer. Even if the heavenly Tao comes, the Feng family is not to be trifled with. The Feng family has a powerful formation that can at least block the heavenly Tao for a while. I'm worried that you'll be exposed, Feng Qingyang said. Lin Xian was very grateful. Thank you, Uncle Feng. All right. Lingling, go and tidy up a room for Lin Xian and Yuhan. Got it. Feng Ling glanced at them and said, Follow me. The 3 of them went to the 3rd floor of the villa. Feng Qingyang was secretly amazed. This kid actually knows about the existence of the heavenly Tao. He even has the confidence to ask the heavenly Tao for help. He's really not simple. If Lingling has anything to do with him, it'll be good for the Feng family. Feng Qingyang muttered to himself. Go to this room. Feng Ling looked at Lin Xian and pointed at a room in front of him. Yuhan, you go to this room. Feng Ling pointed at another room. Hey, hey, hey. There's no need to trouble yourself. I'll share a room with Xiao Yu. Lin Xian hugged Wu Yuhan's slender waist. No. Feng Ling said. Lin Xian. Feng Ling was stunned for a moment. Then, she coughed and said, the room is very small. The bed is especially small. It can't fit 2 people. Lin Xian, Yuhan, why don't you sleep with me? I have a lot to talk to you about. Wu Yuhan nodded. Okay. Feng Ling glanced at Lin Xian. Then, she held Wu Yuhan's arm and led her away. Humph. You want to have sex with a girl in front of me? Dream on. I won't give it to you. I'll piss you off. That was Feng Ling's thought. Lin Xian. He shrugged helplessly and walked into the room. The bed was more than 2 meters long. Why the fuck did you say that it could only fit 1 person? Lin Xian lay on the bed and took out his phone. Xiao Linglong, DDD. Are you asleep? Are you asleep? Lin Xian sent a message to Linglong Shui. At home, although it was late at night, Linglong Shui and the rest were finally free. Little Shi and little Tianyi were asleep. Linglong Shui, Yiren Bing, Linglong Yue, Bing Lingyue, and Huang Shi were eating hot pot in the living room. Huang Shi realized that although this place was a little boring, it was really good. It was much more interesting than her place. Moreover, these 2 babies were so cute. Linglong Shui saw the message. Wow! This bastard actually knows how to contact you, sister, Linglong Yue mumbled. Chapter 1433. Linglong Shui sat there elegantly before accepting the video call. Xiao Linglong, I miss you. The first thing she saw was Lin Xian's despicable look. Why did she want to slap him so badly? Is there something? Linglong Shui asked lightly. Can't I video call you if there's nothing? What's the matter? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Let's eat. Hot pot. Everyone is here. Then, Linglong Shui picked up her cell phone and pointed the camera at Yiren Bing, Linglong Yu, Bing Lingyue, and Huang Shi. Ahem, then let me repeat myself. I miss you. Lin Xian grinned. Sure enough, people change. Huang Shi ate a mouthful of beef and said lightly. What? Pretend I didn't say anything. Huang Shi said lightly. Lin Xian then said awkwardly, it looks delicious. Then I'll wait for you to come back. Linglong Shui said. Why don't you eat at my place? Lin Xian said with a smile. I knew you had something to do. Linglong Yu rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. Ahem, it's a trivial matter. What is it? Yiren Bing asked lightly. Help me kill a heavenly Dao realm. The girls, how could killing a heavenly Dao realm be a trivial matter? If my realm was slightly higher, reaching the Great Void Realm's 7 stars, I would dare fight a heavenly Dao realm. Unfortunately, I'm only at the Great Void Realm's 3 stars. Lin Xian. You're at the Great Void Realm. Bing Lingyue asked in pleasant surprise. That's right. I accidentally absorbed 10,000 evil bolts of lightning and advanced to the Great Void Realm. 10,000 evil bolts of lightning from one of the 12 demon gods. Linglong Shui pondered slightly. Yes. All right. When? Linglong Shui asked. Tomorrow or the day after. Linglong Shui nodded. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't help Lin Xian. Under normal circumstances, Lin Xian wouldn't need their help either. That was because he wouldn't be able to improve himself. However, he had no choice but to ask for their help. Lin Xian really couldn't do it. The Heavenly Dao Realm. See you tomorrow then. Ling Longshui said. Wow. Bring little Tianyi and little Shishir over tomorrow. I want to spank them. Lin Xian said with a smile. The corners of the girls' mouths twitched. How could there be such a father? Then, Lin Xian video chatted with them all the way until little Tian woke up and wanted to drink milk. Yi Renbing wanted to feed him, but Lin Xian kept shouting that he wanted to watch. Then, Ling Longshui turned off the video. Lin Xian, holy shit. It seems like they're not afraid of me even though we're not at home. Lin Xian turned off his cell phone and said sadly. Then when I come out of the door of God's awakening, wouldn't they turn the world upside down? No way. I have to establish my dominance. The next day, Ling Longshui and company arrived in Wind City. They didn't need to take a plane or anything. They could just use Ling Longshui's spatial jump to easily arrive here. Holy shit. Where did this beauty come from? Heavens. Beauty. Beauty, you are humiliating them. She should be a goddess, right? That bearing, that looks. Holy shit. She's invincible. How can there be such a level of woman? When the few of them walked on the streets of the city, the number of heads turning was definitely incomparable. They were already keeping a low profile. The clothes they wore were rather ordinary, but could anyone withstand this bearing? This bearing was enough to make people fall deep into it and unable to extricate themselves. However, this group of noble and beautiful women were all stinky hooligans. They didn't know where they got their luck from. Ling Longshui carried little Shishir while Yi Renbing carried little Tianyi. The two little brats looked at the bustling surroundings with their big eyes. Want. Mommy. Want. Little Shishir looked at the cotton candy with her big eyes and then pointed with her cute little finger. This little Shishir was already 8 or 9 months old, and she was extremely smart. Basically, she could already say some simple things. Moreover, Ling Longshui really never taught her how to speak. She didn't even teach her how to call her mommy. She really called it by herself. Little Tianyi still couldn't speak, but his little finger also pointed at the cotton candy with an excited look. Ling Longshui rubbed little Shishir's little head dotingly and then carried her over. You can't eat it yet. Yi Renbing looked at little Tianyi's desire and said with a smile. Oh, little Tianyi immediately pulled his little head. Then, little Shishir raised the cotton candy and ate happily. Little Tianyi looked at the cotton candy in her hand longingly. Here. Little Shishir handed the cotton candy to little Tianyi. Little Tianyi happily reached out his hand and then, she pulled her hand back and ate happily. Her beautiful big eyes were filled with slyness. Little Tianyi, the few women couldn't help but laugh. When little Tianyi and little Shishir grow up a little Tianyi will probably be bullied to death by his sister. Yi Renbing couldn't help but laugh. Huang Shi looked at them with her beautiful eyes. To be honest, she was a little envious. She never thought that she would be envious of these things before, but after staying with them for a long time, she really liked and envied them. Humph. Anyway, I'm the boss. Ling Longshui wrinkled her cute little nose. You have to listen to me in the future. The surrounding people looked at them enviously. What kind of person could have such a woman? They were so envious that they even had a baby. Let's go. Lin Xian is waiting for us. Ling Longshui said. Following that, they walked to a private room in a particular hotel. Hey, Are you saying that a Heavenly Dao Realm expert will be here for a meal in a while? Fengling asked while swinging her legs. Lin Xian nodded. That's right. A Heavenly Dao Realm expert. As the host, shouldn't you express your sincerity? Fengling grunted. All right then. After all, it's a Heavenly Dao Realm senior. I'm still very careful. What sort of person is he? Heavenly Dao Realm. He should be very famous, right? Logically speaking, I should have heard of his name. Lin Xian pondered slightly. He's not very famous, but he's very beautiful. Very beautiful. That can't be, right? Shouldn't Heavenly Dao Realm experts be old men with white hair and beards? Lin Xian, who told you that? I've seen a few of them. Furthermore, all I know are like that. In that era, one had to be very old to reach the Heavenly Dao Realm. Only in our era can there be a young Heavenly Dao Realm expert. Fengling refused to believe it. You'll know when you see him, said Lin Xian with a smile. As for Wu Yuhan, she was puzzled as well. She knew of the existence of Linglong Shui and company, but she did not know that they were at the Heavenly Dao Realm. To be precise, few people around Lin Xian knew that they were at the Heavenly Dao Realm. Dong! Dong! There was a knock on the private room's door. Coming! Coming! Fengling excitedly ran over to open the door, and then, she was dumbfounded. Chapter 1434. Fengling's mouth was wide open as she looked in front of her. Why was she so stupid? Too beautiful. Every sister in front of her was so beautiful, so noble. She had never seen such a beautiful sister before. More importantly, it didn't seem like anything to see one, but why were they all so? For super beautiful, super noble immortal sisters, and a young girl, but also very pretty. I knew it, there must be girls. Ling Longyue looked at Fengling and said with a pout. Hello, we're here to look for Lin Xian. Ling Longyue said. Okay. Fengling nodded in a daze, then hurriedly made way for them to walk in. Wow! Why are all of you here? Lin Xian looked at the group of beautiful and noble women, and he really wanted to have some group sports. We're here to play. Yi Renbing said indifferently. She hugged little Tian Yi and sat down. He. Lin Xian laughed awkwardly. Wu Yuhan looked at them in shock. So beautiful, so noble, and was the Tendo that Lin Xian was talking about really her? She didn't look at Linglong Shui, who she knew. Fengling came back to her senses. They shouldn't have much of a relationship with Lin Xian, right? Although they were very beautiful, it was obvious that such a noble woman must have a special identity. Moreover, if she was the Tao of Heaven, how could she have a relationship with Lin Xian? How could Lin Xian be able to pursue such a woman? Also, they were all carrying babies. It couldn't be Lin Xian's baby, right? Unless he was the one who took over, it was impossible. Sisters, you're all so beautiful. Fengling sat down obediently and looked at them with her beautiful eyes. Really, wow. All of them were super beautiful, so beautiful that it was sickening. You're also very beautiful. Linglong Shui smiled at Fengling. Wow, they were even more beautiful when they smiled. Even a woman like her was about to fall in love with them. Wow! So cute. Fengling's beautiful eyes looked at Xiao Shi and little Tianyi, and couldn't help but exclaim. Do you want a hug? Linglong Shui asked with a smile. Can I? Wind Chimes blinked her big eyes and asked in anticipation. Of course. Yeah. Then, Feng Ling hugged little Shusher, and little Shusher obediently reached out her hand to let her hug her. She's so obedient. Feng Ling's impression of children was that once they left their mother's embrace, they would make all sorts of fuss. However, this beautiful little girl actually took the initiative to reach out and let her hug her. She's actually not a good girl, Ling Longshui said with a smile. Good girl. Feng Ling hugged little Shusher and swayed her gently. Do you want this? She took a piece of watermelon. Shiko looked at the watermelon expectantly. Sister, can she eat it? A small piece will do. Before Feng Ling could react, little Shusher took a bite and ate it happily. He hadn't grown teeth yet, but watermelons were fine. So cute. I like you so much. Feng Ling rubbed little Shusher's cheeks. Wu Yuhan really liked these two children very much. She was carrying little Tianyi. Sister, what's his name? Little Shusher. Ling Longshui said. Sounds good. You'll definitely be super beautiful when you grow up. Lin Xian coughed dryly and said, well, let's eat. Then, as they ate, they introduced themselves to each other. Ling Longshui and company knew that this beautiful girl would probably be one of Lin Xian's bed members in the future, so it would definitely be very special to her. They were also used to Lin Xian's fickleness. Only Huang Shi needed some time to get used to it. She still didn't know of the existence of many other girls. Against who? Ling Longshui ate a mouthful of food and looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. A heavenly Dao realm, Feng Ling. How many heavenly Dao stars does she have? Lin Xian asked Feng Ling, probably 2 stars at most. Feng Ling said before looking at them with her beautiful eyes. Don't tell me. Sister is really at the heavenly Dao realm. Feng Ling looked at Ling Longshui in astonishment. So beautiful, so young. Wow. It can't be, right? Lin Xian said with a smile, guess how many heavenly Dao there are among these few? Feng Ling. And there's more than one. She gaped her tiny mouth. When do we take action? Ling Longshui said lightly. Since we're here, let's do it tonight. Okay, sure. Feng Ling looked at them in astonishment. What sort of man was worthy of such a woman? Furthermore, it was a heavenly Dao. Then, shall we go out and have some fun after dinner? Lin Xian asked. Anything is fine. After dinner, they had fun the entire afternoon. Then, they booked 2 rooms and went in to rest. Lin Xian, Lin Xian, Lin Xian. Feng Ling secretly called Lin Xian out. What's the matter? Who are they? Feng Ling asked curiously. She was too embarrassed to ask while eating and going out to have fun. Guess. Bastard. Tell me. She glared at Lin Xian. My wives. Pfft, Feng Ling felt like she had heard the world's greatest joke. Die. Quick, tell me. In this day and age, no one believed the truth. Guess for yourself. Lin Xian then walked into the room. Humph. If you don't want to tell me, I'll ask. Feng Ling then went to another room. On the bed, little Shusher was extending her hand to Tianyi's mouth. The silly Tianyi was still moaning with his tiny mouth. Wu Yuhan was sprawled there as she looked at them curiously. Lin Xian and Huang Shi were in another room. As for what they were doing, it looked like they were chatting. Sister Ling Longshui, how did you get to know Lin Xian? Feng Ling asked out of curiosity. It's been quite a while. As for how we got to know each other, I guess you won't get to know each other without a fight. Ling Longshui said. It's quite fascinating. He actually knows several heavenly Dao realm existences. Furthermore, all of you are willing to help him. Feng Ling said. Bing Linghua said with a smile, it's nothing if we're a family. Ah. A family? Feng Ling was taken aback. Don't you know? Bing Linghua looked at her. Feng Ling shook her head in a daze. Actually, when Lin Xian invited them over and even allowed them to take care of the baby, they knew that Lin Xian wasn't afraid of her finding out. Then take your time to figure it out. Bing Linghua said with a smile. Feng Ling, it can't be, right? It can't be, right? It can't really be, then this baby, it's his. Yi Rinbing said with a smile. Feng Ling. Wu Yuhan. That's right. Even Wu Yuhan was dumbfounded, much less Feng Ling. This. Hey. What's the matter? Lin Xian looked at Huang Shi in front of him. Nothing. Let me see the myriad evil lightning. Huang Shi said. Lin Xian then extended his hand as black lightning coiled around his palm. Why are you looking at it? Huang Shi shook her head. It's nothing. Let's go to the other room. Lin Xian. Baffling. Chapter 1435. There was nothing wrong with Huang Shi asking this question. It was just that the demon god who controlled the 10,000 demonic lightning was a friend of hers. This friend of hers, how should she put it? She had gone astray, but there was nothing she could do about it. She had only heard that Lin Xian had obtained the 10,000 demonic lightning, so she came over to take a look and reminisce about it. In the other room, Feng Ling was dumbfounded. They were all Lin Xian's women. They really were. These beautiful sisters were all so noble and powerful. They were all Lin Xian's women. This might not be a big deal, but they had all given birth to a beautiful daughter and son for Lin Xian. Wow. Why? She did not understand where Lin Xian got his charm from. How could he attract such women? Oh my God. Hello, beautiful ladies. Lin Xian and Huang Shi walked into the room. Little Shir, hug. Lin Xian smiled and carried little Shir. Little Tian Yi blinked his eyes as he watched Lin Xian carry little Shir. Then, he stretched out his hand and asked for a hug. You don't want a hug. Lin Xian glanced at little Tian Yi. Then, little Tian Yi pouted. Wow. It can't be. He's so young. Why do I feel like he can understand Lin Xian's words? Feng Ling and Wu Yuhan were shocked. It was true. He acted as if he could understand everything. They're very smart. Yi Rinbing looked at her precious son and said, Little Tian Yi, do you like him? Yi Rinbing pointed at Lin Xian. Little Tian Yi shook his little head. Feng Ling. Oh my God. This is too scary. He can really understand. He's only a few months old. This. It's too scary. And they were already used to it. Big brother, little Tian Yi ate little Shir's cock just now. Dragony flew out from Ling Longyue's embrace and said. Feng Ling and Wu Yuhan also saw Dragony. They didn't see her earlier because she was sleeping in Ling Longyue's arms and in her backpack, so they didn't notice her. When Feng Ling saw Dragony, she was even more dumbfounded. Dragons, these are dragons. Oh my God. Just what kind of monsters were by Lin Xian's side? Dragons and little girls. She was stunned. Really? Did you put your foot there on purpose again? Lin Xian pinched little Shir's cheeks. Little Shir snorted proudly. Feng Ling secretly opened her small mouth. It was too frightening. Seriously. His worldview was about to collapse. The two little ones looked like they were 5, 6, 7 or 8 years old, or maybe even older. Feng Ling, can we kill anyone from the Dark Alliance? Lin Xian asked. Feng Ling thought for a while and said, according to father, although the Dark Alliance isn't an evil organization, but 90% of them are puppets. They have lost their souls and only have battle power. They listen to orders and are death warriors. Only a small number of them still have their own consciousness and can be killed. Then there's no problem. Let's rest and set off at night. Wu Yuhan stood up and bowed to them. Thank you for your help. The corners of Yi Renbing's mouth curled up as she said, then you should properly serve this person on the bed. Lin Xian, Feng Ling was shocked. These beautiful and noble sisters were Lin Xian's girlfriends. She could accept it for now, but they all accepted Lin Xian having multiple wives. Wow! Is this world crazy? Late at night, in the Dark Alliance, did you find anything? The leader of the Dark Alliance sat there and asked. Leader, we haven't found anything yet, but we have some clues. We've narrowed it down to a small area. We should be able to find the target in less than a day. If you suspect anyone, capture them all. As long as they have the fog of darkness in them, there shouldn't be a problem. Yes. At this moment, Lin Xian and his group walked up the mountain in the middle of the night. Leader, there's a group of people walking up the mountain. Another person ran over and said. Are they here to pay their respects? Don't they know that it's forbidden to pay respects in the middle of the night? You can settle this small matter. The leader of the Dark Alliance didn't take it to heart. Actually, many people came because of the reputation. Some people didn't know the rules here and might come at night. To him, this was normal and didn't need to be too concerned. Leader, they don't look simple. The leader of the Dark Alliance frowned. Not simple. No, there are a few women who are especially beautiful and noble. They don't look like ordinary people. They probably have cultivations too, and not too low. For example, why would some martial artists with high cultivation come here to pay their respects? Be careful. Yes. Outside, they walked up just like that. Gentlemen, you're not allowed to pay respects in the middle of the night. Halfway up the mountain, a few people who looked like monks stopped them. I'm not here to pay respects. Lin Xian looked at them and said. Who are those people? In the next moment, they fell to the ground. Lin Xian smirked, I'm here to kill. Xiao Linglong. Linglong Shue's delicate body exploded with a powerful force. Her eyes focused and her hair danced wildly. Then, a terrifying spatial seal completely sealed this place. If you want to break through the seal of the Void Fox, you'll need to be much stronger than her. Or you'll need to spend a lot of time and energy. Wah! 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 Wu Yuhan, who was hugging little Shishir, seemed very excited at this scene. She clapped her tiny hands happily. Little Tianyi, who was in Feng Ling's embrace, was the complete opposite. He looked a little scared. Lin Xian expressed his helplessness. Bro, you're a man. Although you're the younger brother, why do I feel like the two of you have opposite personalities? It was probably as Yi Renbing said. When they grew up, little Tianyi would be bullied to death by little Shishir. And this aura was sensed by everyone in the Dark Alliance. A strong enemy has arrived. The leader of the Dark Alliance narrowed his eyes. And it was a strong enemy with spatial attributes. Whoosh! More than 100 Dark Alliance experts leaped up in the night and stood in the void. Wu Yuhan's eyes focused as she stared at the people above. She secretly gritted her teeth. She did not know who did it, but there was definitely an enemy of hers here. The enemy who killed her parents, her entire family's enemy. Gentlemen, what's the meaning of this? As a heavenly Tao realm existence, the leader of the Dark Alliance naturally sensed that the spatial seal was a heavenly Tao. To be honest, he did not expect a heavenly Tao realm existence to come to his Dark Alliance. It was best if he did not take action. Even if he admitted defeat, he would not take action. The spatial heavenly Tao was too powerful. Chapter 1436. Lin Xian looked up at the person who spoke. You're the leader of the Dark Alliance. That's right. And you are? Lin Xian asked, were you the one who wiped out the Wu family? The leader of the Dark Alliance frowned. Were they here to investigate the Wu family? I'm a heavenly Tao realm cultivator. Why would I touch the small Wu family? Are you guests from the three major factions? The leader of the Dark Alliance said with a smile. The people who were here to investigate were likely from the three major factions. However, the possibility wasn't high. Because the fog of darkness appeared yesterday and they were here today. Could it be that the fog of darkness was in their hands? If that was the case, he was willing to fight this battle. It was just Tian Dao. Although he was very strong, he should not forget where he was. This was the headquarters of the Dark Sect. This was his territory. The Dark Sect had existed for so many years. It was not as simple as just having a few experts and some people. We're not from the three major factions. We're here for revenge. You're here for revenge with your entire family. Interesting. But what feud do we have? The leader of the Dark Alliance laughed. Xiao Yuhan. Wu Yuhan nodded and her aura exploded. The fog of darkness exploded. So now, do we have a feud? The leader of the Dark Alliance's eyes lit up the moment he saw the fog of darkness. Ha. Fog of darkness, you were the people from last night. So, you admit it. To the leader of the Dark Alliance, the temptation of the fog of darkness was too great. They should be the heavenly Tao. How could a heavenly Tao be so easily obtained? Did they think that one heavenly Tao with the space attribute was enough? In fact, everyone thought so too. But, it wasn't that simple. Ha. Activate the array. The leader of the Dark Alliance sneered. The next moment, the entire mountain lit up with a powerful array. This array trapped them all. This is the spirit-devouring array. Huang Shi smiled in her heart. That's great. Bing Lingyue glanced at her. What a pity. If it was the complete Great Spirit-devouring array, we might have died here. As the most terrifying array for the heavenly Tao, we still have to pay attention to it. But what a pity. In this world, other than me, no one else knows the complete Great Spirit-devouring array. Huang Shi said. Then it's fine. Yi Bing said lightly. However, the leader of the Dark Alliance didn't know anything. That's right. Back then, the Wu family was indeed exterminated by this old man personally. So what? You are a surviving member of the Wu family. The Dark Alliance master looked at Wu Yuhan. Wu Yuhan put away the dark mist, and Bing Lingyue took little Shishir and held her in her arms. Tonight, I will have my revenge for the extermination of my sect. Ha. Just a spatial heavenly Tao realm. You guys are thinking too simply. Have you heard of the Great Spirit-devouring array? Not to mention one heavenly Tao, even if there were 5 heavenly Tao in this spirit-devouring array, all of you would still die. The leader of the Dark Alliance laughed out loud. Oh. Is that so? Huang Shi curled her lips and came to a spot as her aura surged. Boom, she threw a punch at that spot. At the same time, the leader of the Dark Alliance's pupils constricted. What the hell? What the hell was that? Your incomplete version of the Great Spirit Devouring Array is gone. What about now? Huang Shi looked up at him with a curl of her lips. How can that be? How is that possible? How can you know of the Great Spirit Devouring Array? In this world, other than me, how can anyone else know of the Great Spirit Devouring Array? He roared in horror. Then, do you know that the person who created the Great Spirit Devouring Array is a person named Lin Mo? Huang Shi curled her lips. Lin Xian scratched his head and glanced at her. She looked strangely familiar. I see. Yi Renbing curled her lips slightly. Bing Lingyue also glanced at Lin Xian. Everyone, attack. The next instant, his gaze landed on Linglong Shui. Let this sovereign experience the strength of a heavenly Dao realm spatial expert. Lin Xian secretly shook his head. My wives, do your best. Lin Xian sat there. So, Yi Renbing, Huang Shi, and Bing Lingyue charged forward together. Wah wah wah. Dragony and Xiao Shi were clapping their hands excitedly while Ling Longyue and Bing Lingyue were standing there. Bing Lingyue had yet to reach the heavenly Dao realm and there was no need for her to do anything. What? Sensing the three auras, the Dark Alliance experts were dumbfounded. 3 heavenly Dao. 3 heavenly Dao. Soaring phoenix wings. Roar, a phoenix let out a long cry. Dragon roars to the 9 heavens. Roar, the illusory image of a black dragon also appeared. The dragon and phoenix merged into one, spiraling as they charged straight up. Spatial blast. Boom, the crowd that rushed over was easily killed by the spatial blast. Spatial seal. The next instant, Linglong Shui released a spatial seal on the heavenly Dao. He had no way to dodge. Boom, the dragon and phoenix slammed into his body. Pft, a phenomenon appeared in the sky, attracting the attention of many commoners in Wind City. At the foot of the mountain, Feng Qingyang stood there with his mouth agape at the scene. These are the people Lin Xian found. He was dumbfounded. The fact that Lin Xian could find a heavenly Dao was already shocking enough. Furthermore, there was more than one heavenly Dao. The reason why they had to attack in the middle of the night was because Feng Ling said that there would not be any ordinary people near the mountain. Otherwise, it would not be easy to attack in the day. Plop, the Dark Alliance leader's charred body fell to the ground. It was that simple. It was really that simple. Actually, it was not simple. The main reason was that they were too strong. They were not ordinary heavenly Dao realm experts. Furthermore, the main reason was that they had space. Otherwise, he would have been able to dodge. Seriously, this sucks. Yi Renbing landed and clapped her hands. Feng Ling. The heavenly Dao was gone just like that. Fascinating. Fascinating. Lin Xian clapped his hands. To think you can escape from Sister Spatial Seal. How young. Ling Longyue grumbled. Lass, I'll leave it to you. Huang Shi landed and glanced at Wu Yuhan with her beautiful eyes. Schwa, Wu Yuhan conjured her spirit artifact. Cough, cough, cough. The Heavenly Dao's Dark Alliance leader coughed out a mouthful of blood as he lay there with heavy injuries. He attempted to struggle up, but he had no strength at all. He could not even open his eyes. There was nothing he could do. Huang Shi and Yi Renbing's realms were above his. It was normal for their combined attack to injure him to such an extent. Spare me. The Dark Alliance leader said in a muffled voice. Shwa, Wu Yuhan's eyes turned red as she slashed off his arm. Ah, with another slash, his other arm was chopped off. Shwa, another strike. Left leg, right leg, shwa shwa shwa, die. Wu Yuhan roared as tears streamed down her face. She constantly slashed at his body in a frenzy. Chapter 1437. Wu Yuhan slashed the corpse with all her might as if she had gone mad. The corpse was already beyond recognition from her slashes. Lin Xian and the rest stood not far away, not making a sound. Lin Xian knew that Wu Yuhan was venting her anger. After so many years of hatred and searching, the culprit who had annihilated the Wu family was here. The anger, hatred, and grievances that she had suppressed in her heart for too long all exploded at this moment. They all understood. After a long time, Wu Yuhan stabbed the sword in her hand into the ground. She half knelt there and panted heavily, tears dripping down her face. Feng Ling bit her red lips and looked at her. She couldn't understand Wu Yuhan because she had never experienced this before. However, she could understand and understand. At this moment, Lin Xian walked over and gently patted her on the shoulder. It's over. Wu Yuhan stood up and wiped her tears. Then, she buried herself in Lin Xian's arms and sobbed. Lin Xian patted her back lightly. Let's go back first. Yi Renbing said. Okay. Linglong Shuel looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. We'll go back first. After speaking, they disappeared on the spot, leaving Feng Ling alone. Okay. Lin Xian smiled and wiped the tears on her face. It's over. Wu Yuhan nodded. Yes, it's over. Sorry, I forgot myself. On the contrary, I'm more relieved now. Lin Xian smiled and hugged her shoulder as he looked into the distance. Come here. Lin Xian waved at Feng Ling, and Feng Ling walked over. What? Shouldn't we hug at this time? Lin Xian smiled and hugged Feng Ling with his other hand. Feng Ling was speechless. Go to hell. She stomped hard on Lin Xian's foot. Xiao Yuhan, you haven't paid your respects to your parents since you came here. As their son-in-law, I should go, right? Lin Xian said as he looked at Wu Yuhan. Let's go then. Then they walked down. Dad. Below them, they saw a stunned Feng Qingyang. Ah, cough cough, I'm just here to take a look. Have you taken your revenge? Feng Ling nodded. Yes, the Dark Alliance is gone from today onwards. All right. Feng Qingyang glanced over. What about the seniors? They left, Lin Xian said. So be it. Go back and rest, Feng Qingyang said. I will go with Lin Xian and the others to visit Wu Yuhan's family. Feng Ling said. Okay, go ahead. After paying their respects, the three of them went to a 5-star hotel and ordered a bunch of delicious food. Wu Yuhan seemed to be in low spirits. Even though she had taken her revenge, she still needed some time to get over it. It's on me tonight. Feng Ling said. Oh. Needless to say, you actually took the initiative to treat me. I'm Qing Jia. Get lost, I'm treating Yuhan. It's none of your business. Also, I'll settle the score with you for hugging me earlier. Feng Ling glared at Lin Xian. All right, I'll wait. Lin Xian nodded. Xiao Yuhan, cheer up. Lin Xian looked at Wu Yuhan. Wu Yuhan nodded. Smile. I won't. If you don't smile, I'll kiss your lips until they're swollen in front of everyone. Wu Yuhan was speechless. Get lost. She rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. I'll tickle you. Lin Xian smiled and stretched out his hand. Ha ha ha. Don't tickle me, don't tickle me. Wu Yuhan couldn't help but laugh. Feng Ling looked at this scene and sighed inwardly. This is good, right? Lin Xian pinched her pink cheeks. Hey, Lin Xian, how did you get to know Sister Ling Longshuan Company? They are so beautiful and noble. Furthermore, they are very powerful demons at the heavenly Tao realm. You, not only did you woo them, you even little Tianyi and little Shishir. Feng Ling was truly dumbfounded. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. It's fate. It's really fate. Scram. You managed to woo so many noble sisters just because of fate. Quick, tell me. It's really fate. It's mainly shamelessness. Wu Yuhan said. That makes sense. I think shamelessness is definitely an important factor. Feng Ling nodded. If I woo you, won't you know how I woo them? Lin Xian smiled at Feng Ling. Scram. Darn scumbag. Yuhan, I don't know what you're thinking. This person probably has many women. Can you accept it? Feng Ling looked at Wu Yuhan. It's all the same. Wu Yuhan said. Feng Ling gaped her tiny mouth. How did Lin Xian train them to be so reasonable and magnanimous? Lin Xian really didn't do anything. If anything, it was his charm. He got them to be willing. Sigh, charm sure is troublesome. Lin Xian, tell me. How many women do you have? Feng Ling asked. Lin Xian, how many? That was really too many, 20. If you ask Lin Xian to think now, Lin Xian might even want to forget some people. Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, Ling Long Shui, Yi Renbing, Huang Shi, Bing Lingyue, Murong Yu, Wu Yuhan, Lan Xingxing, Lu Yufan, Miao Xiaomiao, Bai Xianxian, Luo Chenxi, Wang Xintong, Leng Wuxin. They could be counted. Xiao Runing should be counted too. Then, there were some who were predetermined but not counted. Yi, Xiao Xinyue, and Xayan, Murong Qing, Zi Qiyue, Ling Longyue, Xiao Yinqi. That should be enough. Anyway, there were too many. Oh right, there was Feng Ling. Oh right, there was one more. Wu Yunhua should be counted too, right? There were two more. Yi Renbing's Palm, Xue Bingxin and Xue Binglan. Oh right, there was also little fairy Linya. What? Little longer. No. She was too young. Damn. 20 was not enough. There were more than 20. Feng Ling, Wu Yuhan, to be honest, when Lin Xian thought about it, he was dumbfounded. Damn. So many. Does this mean that all the beautiful girls I know are the same? Wu Yuhan glanced at Lin Xian. Did this mean that all the 6 girls in her team who were participating in the Tianwu conference were the same? What the heck? Cough, Lin Xian coughed dryly. Feng Ling. Why? Was this Lin Xian really that good? Can your body do it? Feng Ling looked at Lin Xian in shock. Xiao Yuhan, tell him if my body can do it. Lin Xian smiled. No. Wu Yuhan shook her head and said. Lin Xian. Pfft, ha ha ha, Feng Ling could not help but laugh out loud. So it can't, ha ha ha. Feng Ling laughed until she was convulsing. Just you wait. Lin Xian glared at Wu Yuhan. However, Feng Ling was really shocked. This Lin Xian was simply invincible. Are you going back tomorrow? Feng Ling asked after she finished laughing. Chapter 1438. The matter here was already over. Lin Xian really didn't come here to play. It was really for Wu Yuhan's matter. Go back. I'll go back tomorrow. Lin and City still has a group of beautiful girls waiting for me. Every day they say they miss me. Sigh, being too charming is really a troublesome matter. Lin Xian sighed. Get lost. Feng Ling rolled her eyes in displeasure. The most displeased person was actually the happiest man. Are you going? Lin Xian asked. I'm going. You said you would treat me to a meal. Feng Ling said. Of course, I'll introduce you to a friend. Feng Ling also wanted to know. She wanted to see if the girls around Lin Xian were all beautiful. Anyway, Murong Yu, Ling Ying, and Han Chushua were all super beautiful. Humph. Feng Ling snorted. On the other side, Duan Ling Xiao couldn't contact Chu He anymore. However, the matter in Feng Nation had already happened. It was impossible for him to know instantly unless it was reported on the news. What's going on? Why isn't Chu He replying? Duan Ling Xiao frowned and kept pacing. He was even a little scared. He was worried that something had happened to Chu He. If something happened to Chu He, something might happen to him too. Although he was already very careful to contact Chu He and didn't leave any loopholes, he didn't use the method of chatting. Instead, he used a voice message. Unless Chu He recorded it. So he was worried. If this Chu He wasn't human, if he was caught and something happened to him, if he was exposed, would he be in danger? The key point was that it was very strange that he couldn't contact Chu He. It made him feel uneasy. Young master, young master. At this time, a young man ran into his villa. What's the matter? Duan Ling Xiao asked. Young master, quickly look at the news. Duan Ling Xiao then opened the news. Today's report, Feng Nation's Chu family's head is suspected of attempted murder and has been arrested by the temple. What? Duan Ling Xiao frowned. Such a big matter actually happened to the Chu family. Could it be Lin Xian? What about Chu He? Did you find out anything? Duan Ling Xiao hurriedly asked. This. Young master, we don't have anyone over there, and we haven't received any news. Unless we go over there, or if someone over there knows about it, then we will know about it. Ha ha ha. Son, good news, good news. At this moment, Duan Tianming walked in with a smile. Father. Duan Ling Xiao stood up. What good news? You've entered the God's Awakening door. Duan Tianming looked at Duan Ling Xiao and said. Duan Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly lit up. What? Is Lin Xian dead? Duan Ling Xiao asked excitedly. It's not Lin Xian. Duan Tianming frowned when he heard Lin Xian's words. That is. Chu He. Duan Ling Xiao, Chu He is dead. Yeah, Lin Xian killed him. Duan Ling Xiao, to be precise, Chu He and more than 20 Great Void stage experts from the Chu clan tried to assassinate Lin Xian, but they were all killed by Lin Xian alone. Duan Tianming said. What? Duan Ling Xiao revealed an expression of disbelief as his eyes widened. How is that possible? It's impossible. Someone else might have interfered, but Chu He's death is a fact, and the Chu clan is basically finished. Duan Tianming said. Because Chu He is dead, and the one handling this matter is coincidentally the sacred temple, the news came quickly. There are 10 spots in the God's Awakening door. Since he is dead, you are naturally the 11th to enter the 10th place. Duan Ling Xiao took a deep breath. It was a pity. It wasn't Lin Xian who was dead, but Chu He was dead. He was also in the top 10. It was a pity that it wasn't Lin Xian who died. But he was already very satisfied. It was just that, damn it. Was this Lin Xian really that hard to kill? I got it. I will prepare for the God's Awakening door and try to step on Lin Xian when I come out. Duan Lingxiao clenched his fists and said. Did you interfere in this matter? Duan Tianming asked. Duan Lingxiao quickly shook his head. Why would I interfere in this matter? I guess there was some conflict between Lin Xian and Chu He. Coincidentally, Lin Xian went to Feng Nation and gave Chu He this opportunity. And, it's best if it wasn't you. Remember, don't provoke that Lin Xian. He's definitely not as simple as he looks. Moreover, he has advanced to the absolute void stage. You are not his match. Advance to the absolute void stage. Duan Lingxiao clenched his fists. I don't care what happens to you in the future, and I don't care what you can obtain in the God's Awakening door. Once you enter the God's Awakening door, you must remember not to make an enemy of that Lin Xian. Of the 10 people who enter the God's Awakening door, 6 of them are women, including Zhuge Feng and Feng Ling. They are basically Lin Xian's friends, and you will be alone and helpless. Duan Lingxiao nodded. I know. After I go, I will do everything to improve myself. And, you must remember. No matter where you are, you must control your emotions. If you can't endure small things, you will mess up big plans. Understood, Father. And, prepare for the God's Awakening door. During this period of time, see if you can break through to the absolute void stage. If you can, I will be more at ease when you enter with your absolute void stage cultivation. Okay. Duan Tianming then walked away. Duan Lingxiao clenched his fists. Lin Xian. This young master doesn't believe that you will survive in the end. He really wanted to kill Lin Xian. However, he felt that this person was a fucking cockroach. He felt that if it were him, he would have died a long time ago. However, Duan Tianming was completely fine. Everyone, stop for a moment. Lin Xian is coming back. Let's make a feast together. In the Gale mercenary group, Lu Yufan clapped her hands and said. They did a lot of things together now. They leveled up together, ate, drank, and had fun together. In any case, Lin Xian's women were divided into a few groups. They played with each other the most and were often together. Lu Yufan's group, Ling Longshue's group, Ling Ying's group, Bai Xuanchuan's group, Murong Qing's group, and so on. Lan Xingxing was, of course, in Ling Ying's group. However, she often came here to play because there was a big celebrity that she liked very much. Zi Qiuyue really liked this kind of life. As their big sister, she also got along very well with them. Wow! Lin Xian is coming back. Zhao Yinqi's beautiful eyes lit up. Then I'll go buy ingredients. Yi Yi said. I'll accompany Yi. Zi Qiuyue smiled. Then what should I do? An Xan asked. Big sister and then accompany me to knead the noodles. Lin Xian likes to eat handmade noodles, Zhao Yinqi said. Okay. An Xan nodded happily. Miao Xiaomiao, Lu Yufan, and the others also began to practice. Chapter 1439. Lin Xian brought Feng Ling and Wu Yuhan here. The group of beautiful girls had already prepared a meal and were waiting for Lin Xian's arrival. Hello, everybody, I'm back. Lin Xian ran in. Then, all the girls were pleasantly surprised. Until Feng Ling and Wu Yuhan, who were behind Lin Xian, appeared. It wasn't that they were hostile. Damn, he brought beautiful girls back again. When Feng Ling walked in, she was dumbfounded. So many beautiful girls, so many. At first, she thought that Lin Xian wanted to bring her to see Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and the others. Only now did she realize that there was another group. Wait. You're an Exian. Feng Ling opened her mouth and looked at an Exian. I remember you. I saw you when I watched the live broadcast of the Tianwu conference. An Exian looked at Feng Ling and said. Wow. It's really an Exian. At this moment, Zichiyue walked out with soup. The soup is here. Heavenly. Heavenly consort Zichiyue. Feng Ling opened her mouth wide. An Exian and heavenly consort Zichiyue were here too. Could they also be Lin Xian's women? Impossible, right? What the fuck? Hello. Zichiyue smiled and nodded at an Exian. Heavenly consort, you're also Lin Xian's woman. Everyone was stunned for a moment. Zichiyue smiled and said, no, I'm here to play. I'm temporarily staying here and improving my realm with everyone. After all, if I don't improve, I'll be old. Fortunately. Feng Ling let out a long sigh of relief. She was almost scared to death. However, if someone is willing, I can consider it. Zichiyue said as if she was joking. Feng Ling. Cough, cough, cough. Let's eat. Lin Xian said with a smile. Then, Lin Xian looked at Feng Ling and said, this is the meal I'm treating you to. Feng Ling. Bastard. You. She pointed at Lin Xian. Humph. There will be a next time anyway. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. Yes. There will be a next time. Next time. The next time this young master brings a dozen or so girls to eat together, you still have the nerve to order a bunch of expensive things there. You still want to trick me. Maybe in the next life. They then sat together. Who made this seafood noodles? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Me, little Meow Meow, and Sister Chiyue. Xiao Yinchi said with a red face. Not bad. The handmade noodles are chewy. You put a lot of effort into it. Tisk, who made it for you? We knew that a friend was coming over, so we made it for our friend and gave it to you to eat. Meow Xiao Meow said with her cute little nose wrinkled. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. Then, Lin Xian glanced at everyone's cultivation. They had all improved quite quickly. Feng Ling was scared to death. An Exian was also here, Zichiyue was also here. Oh my god. Lin Xian, are you bringing us to grind levels tonight? An Exian asked. Me? I'll pass. Let her bring us. Lin Xian pointed at Feng Ling. She's an expert who's almost at the virtualization stage. Moreover, she has the spatial attribute. She can protect you guys. Lin Xian smiled. Wow. Is that okay? An Exian looked at Feng Ling. Feng Ling nodded repeatedly. Of course, no problem. I'm also here to make friends. Let's go together. Okay. We won't bring this stinky hooligan. Even if he wants to go, we won't let him go. Lu Yufan glared at Lin Xian. Yi held back her laughter. They then chatted happily. It was even difficult for Lin Xian to interrupt. By the way, Lin Xian, do Sister Linglong Shui and the others also live in Linpan City? Feng Ling suddenly asked. Lu Yufan nodded. Yes. Feng Ling, you know them too. Let's go play with them tonight. We haven't seen them for a long time, but we often play games together. Lin Xian, damn. No, no. Lin Xian hurriedly said. Feng Ling knew that they had given birth to his baby. Lin Xian didn't care about it. Even if he didn't pursue her, Lin Xian didn't think it was a problem. However, if these girls knew, then he... Wow! Why? They looked at Lin Xian in confusion. They went on a trip. Nonsense. Yesterday, Sister Linglong Shui said that she welcomed me to her place as a guest. I just forgot to ask her where she was. Since she said so, how could she go on a trip? Feng Ling rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. I know why this person is here and is afraid to let us go. Miao Xiaomiao said. Why? They all looked at Miao Xiaomiao curiously. Because this person made Sister Linglong Shui pregnant. She even gave birth to a baby. So it's because of this. Damn hooligan, scumbag, Tui. Tui, 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 Tui. Lin Xian, damn. Why did it feel like they all knew? You're still hiding it from us. Damn scumbag. Lu Yufan glared at Lin Xian. No, Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Last time, Sister Linglong Shui and the others went out to play. Coincidentally, we also went out to play and bumped into them. Everyone knows, Miao Xiaomiao said unhappily. Seriously, why did you tell us such a big thing? We didn't even have time to buy gifts. The baby is already so big, and we only know about their existence. But they're so cute. They're really cute. It's true. Little Shishir is so smart. Little Tianyi is also super smart. I was shocked at that time. Zhao Yinchi nodded and said. Then Ling Ying and the others, Lin Xian coughed dryly and asked. We all know. They rolled their eyes. How could they not know why Lin Xian didn't tell them? But, many of them actually knew some things in their hearts. For example, those girls might be Lin Xian's women. Since they didn't choose to leave even though they knew, it meant that they had thought it through and didn't care about these things. Lin Xian, damn. He's really a scumbag. Feng Ling mumbled. But didn't these girls blame him? Actually, if there were fewer girls, they might blame Lin Xian. But if there were more girls, they wouldn't blame him. Why? They would think that if so many girls could accept this, why couldn't she? Moreover, they were all good friends and played very well, therefore, Lin Xian didn't do anything at all. It was all these girls' own strategies. Lin Xian was indeed embarrassed and coughed dryly. Then let's find a chance to gather everyone together. Lin Xian said. Then tonight? Zi Qiyu asked with a smile. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. Since everyone knew, what was there to be afraid of? In the afternoon, Lin Xian played with them for the whole afternoon. At night, he went to Linglong Shui and the others' place. Chapter 1440. Ling Ying and the others were basically at home and had not returned. Originally, they didn't plan to go home. However, since that bastard Lin Xian went somewhere else, they felt that it would be better to stay in Lin and City for a while. After all, they would be away from home for 3 months. 3 months in the God's Awakening door, so it was better for them to accompany their family. Xiao Xinyue, Xiao Runing, and the rest also went back. Wu Yuhan was the only one here. Wang Xintong also went to accompany Qin Feng. Where's that Huang Shi? Lin Xian asked in surprise. She went back. Bing Lingyue said. She went back. Isn't it good to stay here? Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Maybe she still likes that place. But she said that she would come here often. It's easy for her to come here. Okay then, let's go out for dinner. Lin Xian laughed. Okay. Oh, my little sweetheart. Lin Xian carried little Shir. Hey, little Tianny, aren't you going to carry her? Yi Renbing glared at Lin Xian. I like daughters. Lin Xian scratched little Shir's nose. Ugh. Little Tianny pouted. You favor girls over boys. Lin Xian laughed. Not really. I like all of them. How can I not like my baby? It's just that girls need to be spoiled while boys need to be independent. Little Dragony thinks that little Tianny needs to be spoiled. Little Dragony flew to Lin Xian's shoulder. Oh. Why? Little Shir bullies little Tianny every day. Ha ha ha. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. You're not tough at all. Next time little Shir sticks out her tongue, bite her. Lin Xian pinched little Tianny's cheeks. Even if I bite her, she has no teeth. Ling Longyue said. That's true. Lin Xian laughed. Let's go out and play. Chenxi, Lin Xian wants to have dinner with us. Let's go. Murong Qing put on her coat. Luo Chenxi closed the contract and nodded. I'll be there soon. Let's go and get Bai Xianxian and Leng Wuxin. Bai Xianxian and Leng Wuxin were in charge of the Azura Palace, while Murong Qing and Luo Chenxi were in charge of the Arch Xian group. There was a huge connection between them. Although they were in charge of two departments, they were a family. In a huge private room, among a group of beautiful girls, there was only one man, Lin Xian. Oh, no, there was one more person, little Tianny. Order. Feng Ling, you're the guest. You order first. Lin Xian smiled and handed the menu to Feng Ling. All right. Feng Ling glanced at it and thought about it. Wow. Damn you bastard Lin Xian. This was indeed a 5-star hotel. It was true that there were many expensive things, but, looking at the dozens of beautiful people around her, who were all Lin Xian's friends or women, how could she have the nerve to cheat him like this in front of this group of people around Lin Xian? She was completely embarrassed. Wait, were they sure that some of them were Lin Xian's friends? Were they sure that not all of them were women? That was not the case. After all, there were still some that were not in her hands. Not in her hands did not mean that she could not get them, but Lin Xian had not confessed yet. Or rather, he had not really made a move yet. Ahem, whatever. You can order. I'm fine with anything. I'll just order the dishes and soup. Feng Ling handed the menu to Lin Xian and then secretly glared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian laughed in his heart. How dare she fight with him? Lin Ye and the others were in a room. Their team had already expanded to 5 people, and all of them had the power of a demon god. However, there were 3 demon gods on Lin Xian's side. Myriad evil lightning, void killing eyes, and dark mist. Their side could only have 9 at most. Zhao Mengyue walked over and looked at Lin Ye, who was sitting at the side and seemed to be in a completely different world from the other 4. Let me tell you a piece of good news. Zhao Mengyue's lips curled up as she looked at Lin Ye and said. Lin Ye opened her beautiful eyes. I also received the latest news. Your precious little brother already has a daughter and a son. Lin Ye's delicate body suddenly trembled. Little Xian. Little Xian is already a father. I want to go see them. Lin Ye hurriedly stood up and said. I'm already being extremely benevolent by telling you this news. You still want to see them. Lin Yue secretly clenched her fists. Work hard. The two of you will go with Lin Yue to search for the next demon god's power. As for the person who will inherit this power, I'll bring them over. Xiao Mengyue said lightly. Yes, boss. Xiao Mengyue then tossed 2 photos to Lin Yue. Work hard after you're done looking at them. Don't say that I'm not attentive to you. Xiao Mengyue left after saying that. She was only trying to win over Lin Yue's heart. At the very least, it would give her some motivation to continue working, right? Lin Yue hurriedly picked up the 2 photos. They were obviously secretly taken at a certain location. There were several people in the photos. Linglong Shui was hugging Shika-chan, and Yi Renbing was hugging little Tianyi. It wasn't very clear, but there were 2 photos that were especially clear. So cute. Lin Yue lightly rubbed the photos as a smile appeared on her face. Is this Linglong? I see. Lin Yue nodded slightly. That very, very beautiful Linglong Shui. But who was the other one? She should also be very beautiful. On the other side, Xiao family. Lin Xian is back. Xiao Yun asked. Yes, young master. He just came back during the day. Xiao Yun lightly rubbed his chin. Since he's back, then the people from Evil God Fire Palace should let him come over. At this time, Xiao Yun's father walked in. Father. Yes, that Lin Xian is back. I reckon that Evil God Fire Palace will let him come over in the next few days. Xiao Yun said, then how do we make a move? Lin Xian's value would be higher than theirs. Back then, a group of them had all reached the Heavenly Venerable Realm and the Great Virtual Realm in such a short time. It was somewhat unbelievable. Yes, the human race and the demon race will probably erupt into the second large-scale war soon. Even if the demon race doesn't make a move, the human race will definitely make a move. The human race may not necessarily want to destroy the demon race, but they definitely need to suppress the demon race's arrogance. At least make sure that the demon race doesn't have the energy and capital to attack the human race for many years. Bai Xian sighed. It couldn't be helped. This was the current situation of the continent. The war will probably start in at most 5 years, right? Leng Wuxin said. It's about time. Lin Xian's generation has already risen. When they reached the Heavenly Venerable Realm, they were already rising. It won't be long before everyone in this generation reaches the Great Virtual Realm. The weaker ones will stay in the Heavenly Venerable Realm, but that's enough. The next generation will also rise in 5 years. The human race is almost there, but before that. Bai Xian looked at Leng Wuxin with her beautiful eyes and said, the human race must eliminate the internal threat and eliminate the Evil Fiend Temple. The Evil Fiend Temple was indeed a big threat. If the human race and the 3 major forces fought the demon race with all their strength, and the Evil Fiend Temple took advantage of the situation to do something, it would be very troublesome. Isn't Lin Xian going to deal with the Evil Fiend Temple? Leng Wuxin said. Yes. At this moment, Lin Xian walked over. Hey, good evening. Lin Xian giggled as he sat between them. Then, he reached out and hugged both women. Bai Xian was used to it, but Leng Wuxin was still very unhappy. There are so many beauties here. Why did you come to accompany us? Bai Xian said with a smile. Because I like you guys the most. Lin Xian grinned. Perhaps he was a scumbag. It was mainly because Lin Xian had accompanied Lu Yufan, and Xan, and the others during the day. He had also accompanied Linglong Shui and the others previously. Therefore, he decided to come here tonight. On the other hand, Luo Chenxi and Murong Qing. Let's talk about it next time. Oh right, tell me more about the evil god Firehall's forces. Lin Xian said to Leng Wuxin. Leng Wuxin then told Lin Xian. This is only what I know, but there may be some deviations. However, there is only a possibility of more and not less. You have to grasp it yourself. Leng Wuxin said. Lin Xian nodded. All right, I got it. Are you going to make a move? Leng Wuxin asked. It's about time. Tonight, Lin Xian received a message that he did not know who it was, but it was definitely from the evil god Fire Palace. Since he had returned from the Wind Empire, he definitely had to make a trip to the evil god Fire Palace, which was also the Shao family. They still foolishly thought that they still had their poison in their bodies. In fact, it had long been cured. Moreover, the Yixian group was secretly developing an antidote for the poison pill. When the time came to cooperate with the three great forces, they would definitely be prepared to destroy the evil fiend Hall. Bai Xianxian looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Be careful. Yeah, I'll probably be leaving tomorrow. Let's have a chat before I leave. Lin Xian smirked. I'm on my period. Bai Xianxian stood up and silently walked away. Lin Xian then looked at Leng Wuxin. He didn't leave. After saying that, she got up and walked away. Lin Xian. Fuck you. Lin Xian had gone to look for Luo Chenxi. As for Murong Qing, he had not gotten her yet. In fact, Lin Xian really wanted to look for Little Bing Bing and Xiao Linglong. However, after thinking about it, it was also good to accompany Luo Chenxi. Well, that woman would probably be resentful. The next morning, Lin Xian was awakened by the sound of his phone. He pulled his hand out and Lin Xian answered the call. I'm already in Lin City. A voice came from the phone. I'll be there later. After saying that, Lin Xian hung up the phone. Luo Chenxi opened her beautiful eyes. Who is it? She also heard the voice on the phone. It did not sound like a good person's tone, and it sounded very careful. Chapter 1442. Lin Xian smirked and stretched out his hand. It hurts. She glared at Lin Xian. I'm from the evil fiend hole. Ah. Luo Chenxi was stunned. Why are you contacting the evil fiend hole? Because I'm a member of the evil fiend hole. Lin Xian smiled. Luo Chenxi. Fake, it must be fake. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. Lin Xian smiled. I'll make you some noodles, do you want to eat? Eat. Lin Xian pinched her hand and walked into the kitchen. Bastard, it hurts. Luo Chenxi gritted her teeth and looked angrily at Lin Xian's back as he walked away. As for the evil god Fire Palace, they probably wouldn't make a move this time. The evil god Fire Palace thought that Lin Xian was poisoned, so they definitely wouldn't dare to disobey him. They definitely wouldn't have thought that the poison pill that made the entire human race and the three great forces helpless would actually be cured. Eat, I'll be leaving first. Lin Xian looked at Luo Chenxi, who walked out in her pajamas, and put the noodles on the table. You're not eating. I'm not eating, I'm leaving. Lin Xian opened the door and walked out. He could go to Tiandu and meet Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and the others. He wanted to see if there was a chance to trick them into sleeping on the same bed. Nice. And then there was Murong Yu. Wow. Exciting. Soon, Lin Xian arrived at the coffee shop. Young Master Lin. A man stood up with a smile. Lin Xian walked over and sat down. I've ordered the coffee for you. Thank you. Lin Xian took a sip of coffee. Let me introduce myself, I'm Xiao Zhan. Xiao Zhan stretched out his hand to Lin Xian. Xiao Zhan. From the looks of it, this person should be from the Xiao family. This evil god fire palace was in the Xiao family, so it was normal for them to send the Xiao family to find him. Lin Xian nodded. Why are you looking for me? Let's talk about this when we get there. I don't know the details. I'm just someone who's going to bring you there. Xiao Zhan said. Let's go then. All right. Then, the two of them boarded the plane and headed for Heaven Capital. The evil fiend palace didn't send anyone around me over, did they? In the first-class cabin, Lin Xian asked calmly. We respect young Master Lin. Since young Master Lin said not to contact them before this, we will definitely not contact them, let alone let them go. Lin Xian was referring to Ling Ying and the others. Yes. Lin Xian nodded and didn't say anything. It didn't take long for the plane to land at the airport. There was already a car waiting for Lin Xian outside the airport. Young Master Lin, get in the car. Lin Xian walked in. Young Master Lin, long time no see. Xiao Yun sat in the back seat and smiled as he looked at Lin Xian who was sitting over. When Lin Xian saw Xiao Yun, he revealed a shocked expression. So the Xiao family is also related to the evil god Fire Palace. And even if for some reason they found out about it, Xiao Jiangwo and Xiao Yun had already prepared a foolproof plan. They would bring out a cannon fodder. This cannon fodder would say that he had a grudge with Lin Xian. He couldn't wait to kill Lin Xian and so on. As long as he could kill Lin Xian, he would be willing to die. In any case, Lin Xian's death had nothing to do with the Xiao family. And Lin Xian's side wouldn't make a move against the evil god Fire Palace for the time being. The purpose of Lin Xian's trip this time was to go in and take a look at the general situation inside the evil god Fire Palace. After understanding it, he wouldn't be in a hurry to make a move next time. There was no need to coordinate with the three major forces on his first time here. Ha ha ha, poor T, poor T. Xiao Jiangwo walked in and said with a smile. A beautiful girl poured tea for them. I heard that young Master Lin has advanced to the virtualized stage. Xiao Jiangwo took a sip of tea and asked with a smile. And the news spread so fast. Ha ha ha, who in the major families doesn't know about young Master Lin's matter in the Wind Empire? Lin Xian picked up the teacup and took a sip. The moment he drank it, Lin Xian knew that there was poison in the tea. Chapter 1443. Lin Xian's medical skills were simply too strong. It wasn't that he had learned medical skills himself, but that the system had given him this top-notch ability. It was a fusion of ancient and modern medical skills. Basically, he had everything he could possibly have. Therefore, when Lin Xian drank this cup of tea, he also roughly knew how poisonous this poison was. The poison was very strong, but it wasn't intense. With his cultivation, even if he couldn't cure the poison, it would take at least 2 to 3 hours for there to be a reaction. So, this Xiao family wanted him to die outside, so it had nothing to do with them, right? Lin Xian laughed in his heart. Then how could he let them do as they wished? The matter of the Wind Nation is also a farce. Lin Xian then drank the tea in one gulp and said, "This tea is pretty good." Xiao Yun laughed in his heart. It was very good. A tea that could make people die was definitely very good. Ha ha ha, if young Master Lin likes it, I'll bring you some when we go back. Lin Xian smiled and nodded, sure. Xiao Jiangwo laughed in his heart. It seemed that this Lin Xian didn't have any suspicions. Did he think that since they were all members of the evil god Fire Palace, everything would be fine? What is the approximate strength of this evil god Fire Palace? Lin Xian asked. This. They looked at each other. What? I'm also one of them. Am I not qualified to know? Or does Patriarch Xiao think that I can't get any position with any status? Lin Xian said with a smile. Xiao Jiangwo laughed. Of course not, this evil god Fire Palace is right below the Xiao family. Is it a cave? Lin Xian asked. Ha ha ha, of course not, it's a secret realm. Lin Xian suddenly realized. No matter how big the hole was, it would never see the light of day. It was a bit exaggerated for the evil god Fire Palace to live in a place where they couldn't see the light of day. Fuck. Ling Wuxin actually didn't tell him. However, she didn't say it because she felt that there was no need to say it, because it wasn't important at all. Cultivating in the secret realm. Not bad, Lin Xian said with a smile. Of course. Moreover, there is a teleportation array in the secret realm that leads directly to the demonic beast domain. Actually, our evil fiend temple doesn't mainly kill people to increase our cultivation. We mainly kill demonic beasts to increase our cultivation. They often go out to increase their cultivation. Xiao Jiangwo said. Lin Xian muttered to himself. Inside, there was a passage that led directly to the demonic beast domain. In other words, this was also their escape route. If he encountered any danger, he could directly enter the demonic beast domain through the teleportation array. This was something that Lin Xian had to resolve. The secret realm was a good thing, because everyone could fight in the secret realm. They didn't have to worry about the explosion of power that would harm the lives of the people around them. However, the premise was that Lin Xian had to cut off their path of retreat. This should be easy because Lin Xian had the law of destruction. When the time came, they would work together from the inside and outside. The evil fiend temple definitely couldn't be dealt with in a short period of time, but the evil god Fire temple had to be dealt with. However, to Lin Xian, he had to play a bigger game of chess, and that was to find the evil fiend temple, not just deal with the evil god Fire temple. And Lin Xian had the capital to do so. As long as he was doing well. Therefore, at least during this period of time, he would listen to the evil god Fire temple and win their trust. Then, he would find the location of the evil fiend temple. That's good. Where are we going to the demonic beast domain? Lin Xian asked. Ha ha ha, young Master Lin can go and ask. What I say here is not as clear as what the people of the evil god Fire temple can say. Xiao Jiangwo laughed. Alright, then I'll go. Young Master Xiao, let's drink together when you're free. Lin Xian laughed. Xiao Yun smiled and nodded, of course. Drink when you're free. Men, please bring young Master Lin to the evil god Fire temple. Young Master Lin, please follow me. Xiao Zhan said to Lin Xian. Following that, Lin Xian followed him and walked away. Father. Xiao Yun looked at Xiao Jiangwo. Xiao Jiangwo laughed and said, when the time comes, wait for the good news. That Lin Xian will at most stay in the evil god Fire temple for an hour or two. At that time, he will probably die outside. There is absolutely no one in the entire Sky Capital who can cure this poison. Even if there is someone in this continent who can cure it, it will be too late. Xiao Yun sneered in his heart. This time, could this Lin Xian still be fine? Could he still not die? Why didn't he die this time? His performance just now was that he didn't realize that he was poisoned at all. It was also because this poison was more powerful. On the other side, Lin Xian was brought by Xiao Zhan to a seemingly ordinary back garden of the Xiao family. Then, he walked in front of a rockery and pressed on a stone. The entire rockery, including the pool below, moved backwards and revealed a passage that led downwards. Young Master Lin, go down and you will reach the evil god fire temple. Someone will receive you below. Xiao Zhan said to Lin Xian. Got it, thank you. Lin Xian then walked over. He remembered all of this in his heart. As for obtaining evidence, there was no need. At least, there was no need for it now, nor did he dare to. No matter what method he used, they would be able to detect it. After all, this was the evil god fire temple. However, in their eyes, Lin Xian had eaten the poison pill, so there was nothing to worry about. This passage was about 20 meters underground, and then there was a straight underground passage. Soon, Lin Xian arrived at a space. In this space, there were about 20 people sitting there eating. They seemed to be a small team. When they saw an unfamiliar person walk in, they put down the food in their hands and looked at Lin Xian. You are? Lin Xian, I am here to find your hall master. Lin Xian said indifferently. Lin Xian. You are looking for the hall master. Who are you? One of them frowned and looked at Lin Xian. Shut up. At this time, an old man sitting in the corner opened his eyes and looked at Lin Xian. Then, he bowed slightly. Young Master Lin, this old man is the evil god fire temple's fifth elder. Lin Xian cupped his fists. Greetings, fifth elder. And, young Master Lin, please follow me. Then, he waved his hand and opened a teleportation door in front of him. Following that, the two of them stepped in. Who is this Lin Xian? Why is the fifth elder personally receiving him? The fifth elder has been here for half a day, right? Just to receive him. Those people discussed animatedly. That Lin Xian from the Yixian group. Someone said. It's him. First place in the Sky Martial Assembly. Hearing this, they took a deep breath. That is to say, he has joined the evil god fire temple. The evil god fire temple will definitely nurture him. Don't talk nonsense. His Yixian group is extremely useful to the evil god fire temple. At the same time, there is also a very strong Azura palace. With this Lin Xian's potential, I'm afraid it won't be long before he becomes a member of the main hall. Chapter 1444. Lin Xian arrived at the evil god fire palace. Needless to say, this secret realm was really not bad. In the entire secret realm, there were mountains, rivers, lawns, and birds singing and flowers fragrant. As far as the eye could see, there were many people sitting in certain corners and cultivating on certain mountains. This secret realm wasn't big, it was about the size of a small county, but the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here was still relatively dense. Although warriors could level up by killing monsters, they could also absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and meditate to increase their experience points. Otherwise, many years ago, when there was no God's child system, how could they cultivate? The entire space was relatively beautiful. There were more mountains, but they weren't too tall. One could see that there was basically a person sitting there cultivating on top of every mountain. Then, there was the most eye-catching existence that was similar to an ancient castle. About 20 to 30 meters tall, that was about 10 floors, but each floor should be very big. The fifth elder said to Lin Xian, this is our secret realm, and at the same time, it is the headquarters of the evil god fire palace. There are many spiritual items of heaven and earth in the secret realm, so the spiritual energy here is relatively dense. Not bad. Lin Xian said indifferently. Indeed, young Master Lin's Azura Palace is probably not bad either. More or less. The Azura Palace was relatively small, and the 9-colored holy lotus had already given birth to its own intelligence. That was why the Azura Palace's spiritual energy was so dense. Although the spiritual energy here might not be as strong as the 9-colored holy lotus, there should still be an existence similar to the 9-colored holy lotus. Thinking about it, the evil god Fire Palace was very strong, so it was reasonable for them to have such a thing. Normally, you can just find a place with no one around to cultivate, as long as you don't disturb others. There is a special martial arts arena there, and there are many rules in the evil god Fire Palace. However, young Master Lin probably won't stay here for long, so these rules aren't important. Over there. The fifth elder pointed to the castle in the distance and said, "This is the real evil god Fire Palace. Only a few special people and elders can enter the castle, and my evil god Fire Palace's hall master is inside. So are you going to bring me to see the hall master now?" Lin Xian asked. Ha ha ha. Of course, with young Master Lin's talent and status, not to mention the evil god Fire Hall, he might even have quite a bit of status in the evil god hall's main hall. Naturally, the hall master should be the one to receive him. The fifth elder smiled and said, "Come with me." Then they walked into the castle. The first floor was a very large hall, but there was no one in sight. "Hall master, Lin Xian is here," the fifth elder said as he clasped his fist in the air. "Yes, let him come up." A voice came from an unknown place. "Yes." Then, the fifth elder looked at Lin Xian and said, "Young Master Lin, go straight up. The hall master is at the top." "All right." Lin Xian nodded and walked up. On the top floor, there were two beautiful girls wearing revealing clothes standing there, smiling at Lin Xian. "Young Master Lin, please come in." They guided Lin Xian before pushing open a huge door. Lin Xian walked in. The entire space was very large and magnificent. A table was filled with food, and beside it stood a few beautiful women. On the other side sat a middle-aged man, and then there were 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men were old men, and the woman looked relatively young and somewhat seductive. She glanced at Lin Xian and licked her scarlet lips. Lin Xian gave them a cursory glance. He could not see their realms clearly. Lin Xian was now at the 3rd level of the Great Void Realm, which meant that they were at least at the 9th level of the Great Void Realm. They might even be at the Heavenly Dao Realm. Yes, the possibility of them being at the Heavenly Dao Realm was rather high. Ling Wuxin told herself that the evil god Fire Hall's Hall Master was at the Heavenly Dao. As for the others, she wasn't sure. There weren't any in the past, but it had been 2 years. Therefore, Lin Xian felt that the evil god Fire Hall might not be just that. "Ha ha ha, I've been waiting for you for a long time." The evil god Fire Hall's Hall Master smiled as he looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said with a smile, "I made a trip to the Wind Nation for some matters. I heard that you went to the Wind Nation and nearly wiped out the Wind Nation's Chu family. You're really young and promising." The Hall Master said with a smile, "Have a seat." "Thank you. Young Master Lin, come sit with me." The charming woman winked at Lin Xian. Ahem, Lin Xian coughed dryly before sitting beside her. She casually placed her leg on Lin Xian's lap. "Lin Xian, ha ha ha, young Master Lin, don't mind her. Mei Nyang is just like that. She can't move when she sees a handsome man." Lin Xian pushed her leg down with a smile and nodded, "I'm flattered. Let me introduce myself. I'm the evil god Fire Hall's Hall Master. You can call me Hall Master from now on." Lin Xian nodded. "This one." The Hall Master pointed to the old man beside him and said, "He's our great elder." Lin Xian nodded, "Greetings, great elder." The old man nodded, "Young Master Lin, you don't have to be so polite. This is the second elder. The Hall Master pointed to another person. Greetings, second elder. N. The second elder nodded. Mei Nyang, this is the third elder. Lin Xian glanced at the woman beside him. She was a bit powerful. These two were old men, and this woman was at most in her early 30s. Moreover, she was actually the third elder. Greetings, third elder. Chapter 1445. Lin Xian's words were rather pertinent, and in their eyes, Lin Xian had been poisoned by the poison pill, so they believed him. The main thing was that he was not hypocritical at all, and felt very sincere. Because this was the truth, but the most important prerequisite for this truth was that Lin Xian did not sincerely want to join the evil god Fire Palace. Although you are a member of the evil god Fire Palace, you have the freedom of an elder. The evil god Fire Palace won't interfere with what you do outside. You just have an additional identity. You should grasp your own freedom. Our evil god Fire Palace will also give you the resources you deserve. Moreover, the evil god Fire Palace will train you to enter the evil god Main Palace for the purpose of feeding you. Lin Xian rubbed the tip of his nose. Why should I go to the evil god Main Hall? I'll just stay in the evil god Fire Palace. I don't need any power or status, so troublesome. Ha ha ha, the evil god Fire Palace's Hall Master laughed out loud. Lin Xian, oh Lin Xian, it's really hard to find a second person with your mentality in this world. Others do everything for power and status, but you don't want it. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders, and said, that's what I think. To me, this is nothing, isn't it? Even if it's the evil god Fire Palace's Hall Master, to me, is this position very high? Ha ha ha, the evil god Fire Palace's Hall Master laughed and said, what you said is not without reason. To you, in the outside world, your position is indeed not too low, but if, the evil god Fire Palace's Hall Master looked at Lin Xian and said, what if one day, the evil god Fire Palace becomes the overlord of this continent, and the three great forces all bow their heads and submit to them? Lin Xian shook his head. Although I am also a member of the evil god Fire Palace, I only want to say that this is impossible. Ha ha ha, is it impossible? Then do you think that my evil god palace exists on this continent just to survive in the shadows among the three great forces? Just for this? Lin Xian glanced at him. Could it be that the evil fiend temple has some powerful plan? The Hall Master of the evil god Fire Hall smiled and said, you should know once you enter the main hall. To be honest, you've already been noticed by the people in the main hall. It might even be the Hall Master of the main hall. He might try his best to nurture you. Everyone had seen Lin Xian's heaven-defying prowess. In fact, many people were well aware of his ranking among all the young geniuses on this continent. Even if he wasn't at the top of the list, he was close. In some people's eyes, the first place of the Sky Marshal competition didn't mean anything, and that was indeed the case. However, Lin Xian's strength wasn't limited to the first place of the Sky Marshal competition. How much potential did he have? What were his attributes? How many realms could he cross? These weren't big secrets to those who had deliberately investigated him. Unless Lin Xian hadn't revealed them to the world. For example, the space attribute, the time attribute, the creation law, and the destruction law were all in one body. Just this reason alone was enough for any force to use all their resources to nurture him. Under normal circumstances, Lin Xian could directly go to the main hall and become a core member of the main hall. However, they would first leave Lin Xian in the evil god Fire Hall to train and at the same time check his loyalty before making a decision. Lin Xian nodded, all right then. Do you have any other requests for the evil god Fire Hall? The Hall Master asked. Yes. Previously, you didn't restrict my freedom, didn't force me to do some missions that I didn't want to do, didn't kill people, and so on. I still have one last request. Speak. I hope that the evil fiend temple will not disturb the people around me, including Ling Ying, Murongyu, and the others who have already become members of the evil god Firehole. Even if they are now members, I hope that the evil fiend temple will not have any contact with them. Lin Xian. That's not a problem. The whole master of the evil god Firehole nodded without hesitation. Although there were people like Murongyu, Ling Ying, and Han Chushue, and the others, who represented great forces behind them, if they could obtain them, it would be of great help to the evil fiend temple, but the time was not ripe. Whether it was the Ling family or the Han family, they were not under their control, so they could not give the evil fiend temple any benefits now. For example, Murongyu, although her father was the master of the temple and seemed to feel that it was very powerful to turn the master's daughter into a member of the evil fiend temple, what could he do? At most, he could let her steal some things from the temple. However, even if she was Murong Feng's daughter, it was impossible for her to know the secrets of the temple. Therefore, even Murongyu could not help the evil god Firehole much right now. Thus, they might as well agree to Lin Xian's request. In any case, they could not help the evil god Firehole right now, but they would be able to help one day. Good. If I hear any of them tell me that the evil fiend temple has asked them to do anything, then the evil fiend temple will deceive me. Even if I die, I will never compromise on anything for the evil fiend temple. Lin Xian said. Ha ha ha. No problem. The evil god Firehole master laughed. Then, it's time for my evil god Firehole to raise the conditions, right? The evil god Firehole master said. Lin Xian nodded. Speak. The Yixian group has the most abundant capital in the entire continent. Even if it's not the case now, it will be in the near future. No matter what force it is, it cannot escape the need for abundant capital. Therefore, the evil fiend temple needs the capital injection of the Yixian group. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. How much? It's not a question of how much, but when we need to do something and lack money, we need the Yixian group to pay. Lin Xian nodded his head. Paying is a small problem, but there might not be a way in the near future. After all, you should know that the Yixian group has taken out almost all of their money to buy over Lin and City, so they don't have a lot of money for the time being. I've heard about this, so there's no rush. So now, there's the second thing. Since Lin and City has become your territory, then I just happen to need to make Lin and City the second headquarters of the evil god Firehole. With you here, this shouldn't be difficult, right? It shouldn't be difficult to protect them. Lin Xian nodded. It's not difficult. To Lin Xian, this was a good thing. He could also grasp the whereabouts of the evil god Firehole in Lin and City, so why not? Alright, the third thing is, can your Azura Palace be used by the evil god Firehole? He asked. Lin Xian frowned. Chapter 1446. Lin Xian pondered for a moment, then said, the Azura Palace is mine, and I am a member of the evil god Fire Palace. Of course, there's no problem, but there's a prerequisite. Speak. I have many friends in the Azura Palace. If I do anything, I need to know first, and I have the right and qualifications to decide whether or not to do it, including the Yixian group. I will help, but there are some things that I will weigh, and how much I will help. Although I am a member of the evil god Fire Palace, at the same time, those are my lifeline. The evil god Fire Palace master nodded, of course. Including, I don't want anyone from the evil god Fire Palace to enter the Yixian group, enter the Azura Palace to take charge of anything, and operate anything. No matter what the Yixian group is like now, it's up to whoever manages it. The evil god Fire Palace Master hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Originally, this was his next condition. Although the Yixian group belonged to Lin Xian, he still hoped that there would be his own people in charge of the Yixian group. However, since Lin Xian had said so, he could only do so. What about the shares? You should at least give me some shares, right? I want it too. Mei Nyang's feet rubbed against Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "There's no problem with the shares. I will give you a portion of my shares, but it will not exceed 20%, 20%, isn't it a bit too little? Any more and you'll have real power." Lin Xian said. Ha ha ha, then there's still no trust between us. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and said, "What do you think, Palace Master?" Ha ha ha, straightforward. Alright, 20% is 20%. 20% of the Yixian group's shares is not a small amount. The evil god Fire Palace Master nodded. Men, bring the contract. Then, he looked at Lin Xian. You should have the company seal with you, right? Lin Xian nodded. All right. Don't worry, I'll leave a portion of the shares in my hands. I won't interfere in anything, and I won't sell these shares that will be more valuable in the future. Lin Xian nodded. Lin Xian didn't care. In any case, Murong Feng had already said that no matter what, he would first rely on the evil god Fire Hall if he could accept it. Finding the evil god Fire Hall's main hall was the most important thing. The temple would reimburse him for any losses. After signing the contract, the rest was up to them. It wasn't difficult at all. Is there anything else? Lin Xian asked. That's all for now. Happy cooperation. Lin Xian nodded. It's a pleasure working with you. From today onwards, you are the sixth elder of the evil god Fire Palace. Me? That's right. The sixth elder has fallen, and it just so happens that it's empty. Then, you'll be the one to sit in this position. You'll enjoy top-notch privileges and freedom. With your strength, you're qualified to sit in this position. Lin Xian nodded. Sure. Here. Then, he threw a token to Lin Xian. This is the symbol of your identity. From today onwards, you need to keep your identity a secret from everyone. This shouldn't be too difficult, right? Of course, if you don't keep it a secret, the poison in your body will detonate. You must keep it a secret as well. The evil god Fire Palace Master laughed. Then when can the poison in my body be removed? Lin Xian asked. Wait until you've obtained complete trust. This order needs to be given by the main hall master or the elders. This sovereign also doesn't have the qualifications to remove your poison. Lin Xian nodded. Understood. Then, there's nothing else I need to do next, right? No, you just need to focus on raising your cultivation. Lin Xian stood up. Don't touch Lin and City for the time being, because I'm about to go to the God's Awakening Door. I'll be able to make it in time after I return from the God's Awakening Door, right? Anything is fine. Your cultivation is the most important thing. The evil god Fire Palace Master said. Lin Xian nodded. Then, do you have any other questions about the evil god Fire Palace? Lin Xian pondered for a moment, then shook his head. No. Just as Lin Xian finished speaking, Lin Xian spat out a mouthful of black blood. Then, he clutched his chest and staggered backward. Zing. At this moment, the three of them stood up. What's going on? They suddenly frowned. He's poisoned. Mei Nyang glanced at him and said. What? The evil god Fire Palace Master frowned. Lin Xian then sat down cross-legged, as if resisting the poison. That's right. This was the poison that Xiao Yun and the others had put in the tea. Lin Xian had deliberately not removed the poison. Damn it! You poisoned me, do you think I'll let you live? Dream on. Quickly get the antidote. The evil god Fire Palace Master shouted. Yes. Then, Ming Yang hurriedly ran out. Nothing must happen to Lin Xian. After the antidote entered his stomach, Lin Xian's condition immediately improved. When Xiao Jiangwo and the others took action, they must have thought that the evil god Fire Palace would definitely detoxify Lin Xian. Then, the poison they used was definitely not something the evil god Fire Palace could detoxify. However, at this time, the poison seemed to have been detoxified, but it was actually removed by Lin Xian himself. Lin Xian wiped the black blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up. How is it? The evil god Fire Palace Master asked. He. Lin Xian chuckled and said, "All Master, this is a good show of strength. You must have poisoned the food, right? How is that possible? I came to negotiate with you with infinite sincerity. How could I poison you? And even if I could poison you, why would I detoxify you?" The evil god Fire Palace Master said. Not you. Then it must be outside. Let's cancel our cooperation. What do you mean? The Palace Master frowned. Lin Xian said with a mocking smile, "The evil god Fire Palace can't even guarantee my safety. There are even people in the evil god Fire Palace who want to kill me and poison me. How do you expect me to cooperate with you with peace of mind? You mean to say that you were poisoned here?" Lin Xian nodded. "Since I came here, I haven't eaten anything. Other than this meal, I only drank a cup of Xiao family's tea outside. So, since it wasn't you who poisoned me, I have reason to believe that I was poisoned when I was in the Xiao family. Tell me, how can I cooperate like this? How would I dare to cooperate?" "Don't worry." The evil god Fire Palace Master said, "Leave the Xiao family's matters to me. I definitely won't let them live. Give me some time and I'll give you an explanation." The evil god Fire Palace Master said. To them, the Xiao family was no longer of any value. Furthermore, they had almost ruined their plan and almost killed Lin Xian. If Lin Xian hadn't been poisoned here, he would have been doomed if he went out. Therefore, he was very angry at this moment. "All right. Then I'll wait for your good news, Palace Master. I'll take my leave first." Lin Xian smiled in his heart and turned to leave. Chapter 1447. Lin Xian walked out of the evil god Fire Palace's secret realm and arrived at the Xiao family. When the Xiao family saw Lin Xian, they were not surprised at all. It would be best if he didn't get poisoned in the evil god Fire Palace. As long as he got poisoned outside, no matter how he died, they wouldn't be able to link it to them, right? Even if they did, what evidence would they have? And how could Lin Xian let them have an easy time? How could Lin Xian not know that benefits were the most important to the evil god Fire Palace? Now that he had joined the evil god Fire Palace, the benefits that the Xiao family brought to them were no longer important. The benefits that the Xiao family gave to the evil god Fire Palace were the Xiao family's huge businesses, and no matter how big they were, could they be bigger than the Yuxian group? However, having a Xiao family was better than not having one. But since that was the case, he had to make a choice. It was impossible for him to kill everyone in the Xiao family, but at the very least, Xiao Jiangwo and Xiao Yun, who Lin Xian had mentioned, would definitely die. Lin Xian obviously knew that killing them was too easy for the evil god Fire Palace's hallmaster. However, he told him that if he gave him some time, he would definitely kill them. Why did he need time? That might be because he wanted to use a more silent method to kill them, and at the same time, not attract the attention of the Xiao family. Then, the other members of the Xiao family would take over, and he would still be able to control the Xiao family's business. Young Master Lin, are you done chatting? Xiao Yun saw Lin Xian walk out and asked with a smile. He felt so comfortable in his heart. There was nothing more comfortable than Lin Xian dying. I'm done. How was it? Xiao Yun asked with a smile. It's all right, I was only given the position of 6th elder. Nothing else. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and said. Xiao Yun. Xiao Jiangwo. As expected. 6th elder. This 6th elder had almost all the power in the evil god Fire Palace. Just like his Xiao family, who had worked hard for so many years and brought so many benefits to the evil god Fire Palace, Xiao Jiangwo had only become the 18th elder. What was the status of the 18th elder? To give the simplest example, the 6th elder had the qualifications to order some members of the evil god Fire Palace to do something, and the 18th elder might be the one who was ordered. Xiao Jiangwo let out a long sigh of relief. As expected. This evil god Fire Palace was indeed going to put Lin Xian in an important position. It could be seen from the power and status they gave him. Fortunately, they had poisoned him. Once Lin Xian died, the Xiao family would be fine. If Lin Xian didn't die, the Xiao family's status would definitely be suppressed. 6th elder is already very good. Xiao Jiangwo smiled and said. I think so. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. I still have some things to do. Lin Xian said. See you later, Xiao Yun said. All right. Lin Xian nodded and walked out. Humph. Xiao Yun snorted coldly. The next time they met would be when they saw his corpse. Father, it's fortunate that we poisoned him. Otherwise, with his immense power, our Xiao clan would be in grave danger. Xiao Yun said. I don't think he has more than 2 hours to live. As long as he leaves the Xiao clan and gets poisoned again, he can't blame it on our Xiao clan. Xiao Jiangwo sneered. Go, send someone to keep an eye on him. Xiao Jiangwo rode. Yes. On the other side, Lin Xian was happily walking on the bustling streets of Tiandu. He had only been to Tiandu 3 times. The first time was when he visited the Ling family and the Han family during the New Year. The second time was when he went to the Divine Domain and passed by this place on his way to the Sanctum. Lin Xian didn't have much interest in big cities. Damn it, he couldn't even find a remote place to pee at night when he had to hold his pee. It was really annoying. Lin Xian then took out his phone and sent a message in the group. He had Di Lingying, Han Chushue, and Murong Yu. Little Yingying, little Chushue, little Yu Yu, I'm in Tiandu. Come out and play. When the other girls saw this message, they were all very unhappy. They added Di Lin Xian and sent him emojis. For a moment, the group was in an uproar. What are you playing? Lingying then asked in the group. I'm not going. Family gathering. Murong Yu sent a message. Han Chushue also replied, family gathering. Lin Xian. Damn. What day is it? Why are you all having family gatherings? Little Yingying, why aren't you having a family gathering? Lin Xian asked. Today is the Qingming festival. I'm going to pay my respects. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Lingying said, I've already paid my respects. I'm almost done with my lunch. If it's not enough, I have to chat with Grandpa and Grandma for a while. That's why I have time at night. Lin Xian sat on the street. So boring. Then, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. Little Yu, can I go to your house? Murong Yu frowned slightly. She really didn't want Lin Xian to come to her house right now. Why? Her mother seemed to have discovered something a while ago and kept talking about the problem between her and Lin Xian. She kept trying to get information out of her. In the end, she had no choice but to tell her about the relationship between her mother and Lin Xian. Now, her parents were looking at Lin Xian as if he was their son-in-law. But she had a headache. Don't come. What are you doing here? Murong Yu refused. Lin Xian scratched his head. Damn. Little Yu actually refused him. Something was wrong. Little Yu, is there a man visiting your house? Tell me. Murong Yu, yes. Murong Yu replied. Damn. Wait for me. I'll go over right now. Murong Yu, she sighed helplessly and glanced upstairs. There was indeed a man visiting downstairs. Then do as you wish. Murong Yu shook her head helplessly. I don't know if it's true or not. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. It didn't matter if it was true or not. Lin Xian also wanted to tell Murong Feng about the situation in the evil god Fire Palace. Then why don't you come over tonight? Ling Ying asked. I'm not coming. I'll see tomorrow. I'll stay on little Yu's bed tonight. Murong Yu, you're dreaming. I don't care. Tonight, your bed belongs to me. Murong Yu, she then helplessly sent a "I'll strangle you to death" emoji and walked downstairs. In the living room downstairs, Murong Yu and Murong Feng's mother, Lin Yu, were sitting on the sofa. On the other side, there were two men. One of them looked to be around 26 or 27 years old. He was very handsome. Moreover, he also displayed a kind of superior quality. Beside him was a middle-aged man who also didn't look simple. Ha ha ha, we haven't seen each other for several years. Yi Haidao smiled as he looked at Murong Feng. Murong Feng nodded, that's right. Brother Yi, we haven't seen each other for several years. What have you been doing these past few years? Yi Haidao smiled and said, developing human forces in the demon beast domain. Chapter 1448. This Yi Haitao was a bit powerful. He was Murong Feng's cousin. He was a distant cousin. However, anyone who could establish a relationship with Murong Feng would definitely not be simple. On the continent, the three major forces were the pinnacle. The three major forces controlled the continent and ensured the safety of the people. Simply put, the three major forces were the national departments. Although the five major empires were five empires, they were actually one family. However, other than the three major forces and some individual forces, there were certainly other national forces that were similar to the three major forces. However, they were not as strong or as large as the three major forces. Yi Haidao's force was called the Anti-Demon Alliance. It was not under the jurisdiction of the three major forces and was an independent organization. It might be under the jurisdiction of the ultimate ruler behind the three major forces, such as the Radiant Association. The Anti-Demon Alliance could be understood as the most dangerous organization in the entire human race. This was because the responsibility of the members of their organization was to infiltrate the demon race. Simply put, their members might be in the demon beast domain every day. They might even steal information from demon beast organizations. They were dancing on the tip of a knife every day. It was indeed worthy of admiration. Oh. The human race is planning to establish a force in the demon race. How do they do it? Murong Feng asked curiously. If the demon race can rope in the human race, can't the human race rope in the demon race as well? Currently, the main mission of the Anti-Demon Alliance is to rope in some demon clans in various places in the demon beast domain and use them to form our organization. Murong Fong slightly muttered, "Is it that easy to achieve?" "It's not easy. However, it's slowly becoming a reality. Even if the probability is small, the reward is small, it's still useful," Yi Haitao said. "Actually, I feel that sometimes, there's no need to do things with small rewards." Yi Haitao laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, we need to eat. After all, there are so many people in the Anti-Demon League that need to be fed. Fortunately, everyone is in the demonic beast domain every day. Although it is more dangerous, the improvement it brings is also great. And, Fifin has also joined the Anti-Demon Alliance." Murong Fong smiled and looked at the 26 or 27-year-old Yi Fifin. "Yes, I feel that this is something I want to do." "Good." As expected of an expert from the God's Awakening Door. "Fifin, you should be about to break through to the Heavenly Tao, right?" Yi Fifin nodded, but the Heavenly Tao realm is too difficult. I don't know when I'll be able to break through. Ha ha ha, it's only a matter of time. You can advance to the way of heaven. The human clan will soon have another way of heaven. Congratulations. If you advance to the way of heaven, you will become one of the youngest people in the history of the human clan to advance to the way of heaven. Murong Fong nodded with satisfaction. Those are all false reputations. The most important thing is to improve myself, Fifin said. Ha ha ha, you're right. Wife, go make some food. Lin Yu nodded. Have some tea, I'll go cook. Brother, Murong Fong Yi Hai Tao looked at Murong Fong, then took a sip of tea and said. Brother Yi, please speak. Murong Fong nodded. My son, Yi Haitao patted Yi Fifin's shoulder and said, you also know that my son has liked Xiao Yu since he was young. After so many years, he still hasn't forgotten Xiao Yu. In order to be worthy of her, Fifin has been cultivating with all his might. He's preparing to break through to the heavenly Tao realm at such a young age. Murong Fong nodded. That's right. No wonder this kid can break through to the heavenly Tao realm at such a young age. Fifin has liked Xiao Yu since he was young. After so many years, he's not young anymore. He's already 27 years old. Xiao Yu, that girl, should be 22 or 23 years old, right? Murong Fong nodded. So, I don't know what Brother Murong means. Today, I've brought Fifin here to propose marriage. I also hope to give Fifin and Xiao Yu a better family. Yi Haitao said. Uncle Murong, I really like Murong Yu. Yi Fifin looked at Murong Fong and said. Ha ha ha. Murong Fong smiled and said, it's an open society now. It's not like the ancient times where parents' words were spoken. Children's matters should be decided by children. As a father, I don't care. I only care about one thing, and that is Xiao Yu's future husband. Whether he's a good person or not, I won't meddle in other matters. However, this girl Xiao Yu should be very obedient to you, Brother Murong. Murong Fong nodded. Yes, this girl is indeed very obedient. However, this kind of matter depends on the children's own choice. I won't meddle. Fifin is also very outstanding. If my daughter likes him, I'll be very happy. Then I'll work hard. Yi Fifin said. Ha ha ha, good. At this time, Murong Yu came down from upstairs. Xiao Yu. Yi Fifin looked at the extremely beautiful Murong Yu. He was so excited that he couldn't express it with words. Too beautiful. If his wife was her in the future, he would have enough in this life. Uncle Yi, cousin. Murong Yu shouted and then sat beside Murong Fong. Ha ha ha, Xiao Yu is becoming more and more beautiful. Yi Haitao said with a smile. Many thanks for Uncle Ye's praise. What realm is Xiao Yu in? She just reached Taisu. Murong Yu said. Not bad. It's very good. You're stronger than my Fifin. When you come out of the God's Awakening door, I'm afraid you'll be in Tian Dao. Yi Haitao said with a compliment. Murong Yu said, that won't happen. It's already very good to be able to improve a little. Unfortunately, although I came out of the God's Awakening door, I already forgot what happened inside. Otherwise, I could give you some reminders. Yi Fifin said. It's all right. It's all the same. On the contrary, the unknown is a kind of experience. Murong Yu said indifferently. Ha ha ha, Xiao Yu's realm is still very high. At this time, Murong Yu's phone rang. Dad, I'm going to pick someone up. Murong Yu said. Okay. Soon after, Murong Yu walked out. Brother Murong, do you have a guest today? Yi Haitao asked. Murong Feng said with a smile, Xiao Yu just told me that a friend is coming over as a guest. Xiao Yu's friend. Murong Feng nodded with a smile. Then he must be a very rare genius. Outside, Lin Xian waved at Murong Yu. Murong Yu walked out and opened the manor's door. You really came. Of course I came. I said that I want to sleep on your bed, so I will definitely sleep on it. Lin Xian grinned. Chapter 1449. Murong Yu felt helpless. Actually, under normal circumstances, she wouldn't have thought much of it. But now that her parents knew about her relationship with Lin Xian, Murong Yu felt very awkward. She didn't know what kind of feeling this was. She felt that Lin Xian was a taboo that couldn't be mentioned or seen. Hey, what's with that look? Lin Xian looked at Murong Yu, then reached out and pulled her slender waist into his embrace. Murong Yu broke free. Wow! You despise me. Murong Yu, no. Then you won't let me hug you. I'm not your girlfriend. Why should I let you hug me? She asked. You are. No. Yes. No. Murong Yu then walked in. Hey, 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 wait for me. Lin Xian followed with a grin. Wow, your house is so big. Lin Xian glanced at it and was stunned. It was really big. Previously, Lin Xian had only been to the temple. This was the first time Lin Xian came to Murong Yu's house. Murong Yu couldn't be bothered to answer Lin Xian's question. Damn! Don't you know that you're rich? How dare you praise someone else's house for being big? Then, Lin Xian's next sentence made her stumble. The bed is probably big too. Murong Yu, there's a guest here. I'll take you to the other house first. If you're looking for father later, I'll get him to look for you. Murong Yu stopped in her tracks and turned to look at Lin Xian. What guest? I can't go. It's nothing. An old friend of my father's. Old friend? Then why can't I go? They can talk among themselves. I'll go to your room and chat with you. Lin Xian said with a smile. Then I'll go to another room with you, Murong Yu said. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Something's wrong. Lin Xian said. You're hiding something from me. Murong Yu, well, she was indeed hiding something from Lin Xian. Wasn't it Yi Fifin? It wasn't that she didn't want Lin Xian to know, but she was worried that there would be some conflict. She couldn't agree to be another person's girlfriend behind Lin Xian's back. She just said that she felt that if Lin Xian knew, Lin Xian would be unhappy. Nothing. Murong Yu said. You stole a man. Lin Xian said. Murong Yu was confused. Scram. She said coldly. Then what are you afraid of? Lin Xian then walked towards the largest villa. Hey, Murong Yu quickly chased after him. Click, Lin Xian opened the door and walked in. Let me tell you, I'm very polite. Lin Xian said to the worried Murong Yu behind him. Then, the few people inside all looked at Lin Xian. Murong Yu truly believed that something might have happened between Lin Xian and Yi Fifin. After all, Lin Xian was simply too good at causing trouble. Even if he didn't cause trouble, he was still a hothead. Moreover, he was especially impulsive. Therefore, she didn't want Lin Xian to know about it. In fact, it was a small matter. Lin Xian glanced at them. This is... When Yi Haitao saw Lin Xian, he frowned and showed some interest. He would have said that his daughter had a boyfriend and she liked him very much. However, his precious daughter said that they weren't boyfriend and girlfriend. At most, they were just friends. Then what could Murong Feng do? He couldn't do anything about his arrogant daughter. Young Master Yi, do you smoke? Lin Xian took out a cigarette and handed it to Yi Fifin. Yi Fifin glanced at it and said, yes, but Auntie doesn't like the smell of cigarettes. So I won't smoke. Lin Xian nodded and lit a cigarette for himself. Yi Fifin frowned. Did this person have no EQ or what? He even lit a cigarette for himself. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.